Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Vigilante and had Harem? Part 1. This story is a different way by Thicky67. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Narrator Pav. When Izuku got the letter, Izuku's rejection projection had just turned off and exploded. Izuku was defeated and depressed as tears started to leak down his face as he kept hearing the same words, "Not good enough." Those were the words the homeless-looking man said when he told Izuku's results, "You're careless and obviously don't know how to use your quirk. It would be just a waste of time to try and teach you." Unfortunately, the principal still thinks you will be a good addition to the general course even with your barely above average scores. Your uniform will come in shortly and school starts next Monday. That was it. That was the only thing Izuku was told. Izuku failed. He failed his mother and he failed All Might. Izuku started shaking as he stared at his hands trying to make them stop. Finally, he had a chance to be a hero and he squandered it. He truly was a Deku. Useless failure, a literal miracle was given to him and he still failed. He didn't deserve this power, someone who would have passed deserves it. Izuku was about to pick up his phone to call All Might when it rang first, signaling All Might called first instead. Izuku teared up as he instantly assumed All Might was calling to take his quirk back. So, he answered, "All Might. Young Midoriya. Congratulations on making it into UA. It's okay about the hero course since I haven't eyed. Izuku. I'll be returning OFA soon. All Might. Wait, what? Izuku. I failed. All Might, you should find a more suitable candidate. I'm obviously not as worthy as you think. I'll return it at the beach tomorrow. I'm sorry for you letting you down. All Might. Number. No you aren't. Izuku. Huh. All Might. Young Midoriya, you are the 9th user no matter what. So what if you failed a simple test? That doesn't automatically mean you can't be a hero. UA itself isn't the only way to become a hero. You don't have to become like me, young Midoriya, to make me proud or anyone. I want you to become your own hero, not just a carbon copy of me. Izuku. All Might. Young Izuku, it's okay to take the harder route. It's okay not to be perfect at the start. Everyone has to start somewhere, and you know, since you're taking a harder path, it will feel all that much better once you reach your goal because you will know you earned it. I work at UA now, young Midoriya. Come to my office after school without being followed. I have an idea to help you catch up and surpass your peers. Izuku. Okay. All Might. See you then, young Midoriya. The call ended and Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He felt better, but he still had some doubts about himself. He pushed them down for later as he cleaned his face and stepped out to tell his mother the news. She took the news fine, but she was more worried about her son than anything, but she couldn't stop the face she made. Izuku looked from the floor to his mother's face, causing his eyes to widen. She looked at him with pity. Something snapped in Izuku when he looked at her face. He felt something burn inside him and clenched his fist as his mother wrapped him in a hug. Izuku didn't return it as he started to shake in anger as it slowly burned in his body. He wasn't angry at his mother. No, he was angry at that look. So many times he has been the recipient of that look. It made him feel bad. It was like they were looking at an injured puppy and not another human being. When people learned his father was absent since he was 3, to his quirklessness, or when he went to the doctor to treat the wounds he got from his bullies. He has seen it so many times. Never again, never again, never again will he let someone look at him like that again. That look was meant for animals, not humans. It was for looking at something weaker than yourself, and he will never be weak again. So, that was the promise he made himself, never be weak again. He grabbed his mom by the shoulders, pushing her to arm lengths as he stared into her eyes with determination. Izuku. I promise, Mom, this will not stop me. I will become a hero, no, the greatest hero Japan has ever seen. I will make you proud, Mom. Inko looked at her son with shock as she could see the newfound confidence and determination burn through his eyes. She just smiled fondly at him as she hugged him again. Inko. I know you will. Izuku returned the hug as he felt himself calm down. He wished his mother good night and went to bed since he had a lot to think about. The week went by with Izuku just continuing his training plan as he waited for school. Soon school came, with Izuku traversing his way through the maze of a school, finally reaching Class 1D, his homeroom. Izuku kept to himself until orientation, but even then throughout the day he wasn't able to make any friends as it seemed most people knew each other already. His homeroom teacher was ectoplasm, which took a lot out of Izuku not to fanboy. Well, that was for every teacher, to be honest. Soon the end of the half-day came, with Izuku waiting until most of the students left and made his way to All Might's office using the directions All Might gave him to traverse the school. Izuku made it, checked his surroundings and did the secret knock so All Might knew he didn't have to buff up. Izuku entered and saw Skinny Might sitting on a couch motioning for Izuku to sit across from him. With 2 teacups already made sitting on the table. All Might. Nice to see you, young Midoriya. Just to let you know, Class 1A of the Hero course lost 2 students already due to the teacher. One could talk to animals and the other was invisible, I guess. Just wanted to let you know since you might get them as classmates. Anyways, let's get down to business. Izuku. Right. All Might scanned his successor, noticing something different about him. He seemed more focused, like he had a goal in mind, determined and even a little confident. A completely different person from the Izuku All Might had gotten to know, however he could tell it wasn't a bad change. Hell, he was talking to All Might like another person and not an almighty being. He was proud. All Might. Young Midoriya, what is a hero to you? Izuku looked at the tea he was holding, staring right at his reflection in the light green liquid. He couldn't help but get sickened and angry as the weak boy stared back at him. He knew his answer, but he just needed to remind himself why he was doing this. He looked back up to All Might with pure determination. Izuku. I used to think heroes were amazing no matter the power and personality, since they were still helping people. Now I know better. Just because you have a little card that says you are one doesn't mean you truly are a hero. A hero is someone, like you said, that will do anything to help someone and would easily put their life on the line for the civilians. Someone that would act before they could even think about it. All Might smiled at that and took a sip of his tea so Izuku could calm down a little since he looked angry. After a little bit of silence, All Might continued as the real reason for why he wanted to see Izuku was here. All Might. Young Midoriya, I told you I had an idea for you to catch up and outpace your peers. I'm going to be frank with you, it's extremely dangerous and illegal, however it will help you greatly both get stronger with both your overall body and control with OFA. Plus the amount experience will be insane. Young Midoriya, I want you to become a vigilante. Izuku looked at All Might with shock as he honestly wasn't expecting to hear that from him. He thought he was just going to do something, but that was the last thing he expected. The #1 hero telling someone to become a vigilante. All Might. I know a man that trained me and was a partner to my master. He can train you in both OFA and vigilantism with great enthusiasm and way better than me. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I'll still tell him to train you, but you won't have to be a vigilante. That part is completely up to you. So, what do you think? Izuku looked down and closed his eyes as he thought about all the things that could go wrong if he became a vigilante. He gets severely injured or dies, gets caught and loses any hope of ever becoming a hero. He goes too far one day and kills someone, he fails and disappoints his mother. So many things that could go wrong, but he thought of all the things that could go right. He saves people, him getting stronger, making All Might proud and making sure to never disappoint his mother. A look of determination crossed Izuku's face as he looked back at All Might and gave him a hard nod. All Might smiled as he handed Izuku an address and told him to go there every day after school, including weekends and breaks, so his friend could train him. Izuku nodded and the two talked for a couple more hours, with All Might either just giving advice to Izuku, whether it be hero work, life or just common knowledge. He also told Izuku some old tales from his long hero career. Now it was time for Izuku to head home, so he said goodbye and left the room, leaving a satisfied All Might on his couch. Izuku walked out and made his way out, satisfied that there was a plan now set for him in his future. However, due to Izuku being stuck in his own thoughts, he failed to notice a pair of yellow cross-haired eyes staring at from around a corner. Seeing him leave All Might's office, which no one should know where it is yet. Narrator Pav. It was the next day of school, where Izuku would just spend the day alone doing his work and whatnot. Today he was going to meet the guy All Might told him about, and he couldn't wait. The day was normal besides the addition of the old 1A students that got transferred down to his class. The day went on normally, with Izuku couldn't help but feel someone was watching him, especially during lunch. Kind of creeped him out, but he ignored it. Soon it was the end of the day and Izuku was walking out the front gate of UA heading towards the train station to go see the trainer. As he rounded the corner he swore he heard running behind him, so in confusion he turned around and stopped. The next thing he knew, someone rammed into him at full speed, knocking him on the ground as he felt the person land on him and yelp in pain. Izuku opened his eyes with confusion and met chocolate brown eyes that stared back with the same confusion. It slowly clicked in Izuku's head what happened, and then alarm bells rang in his head as he felt something soft and bouncy on his chest. Izuku erupted red along with the girl as she realized what was happening. They separated in a flash and bowed deeply to other, screaming sorry to each other in embarrassment. The brown-haired girl looked up first and instantly recognized that messy forest green hair. "It's you, Izuku." "Huh." Izuku looked up, finally getting a good look of the girl, and recognized her as the nice girl from the entrance exams. Izuku coughed into his hand so his voice didn't crack as he stood up straight. He wanted to change, and to prove that, he needed to accomplish his scariest goal. Talking to a girl. "Izuku. Oh, why, you're the nice girl from the entrance exam. Sorry I never got your name." Uraraka. Giggle. "It's okay, if anything I should be sorry. I never got the name from the boy that saved me." Ochako. Uraraka extended her hand. Izuku. Chuckle. Izuku Midoriya accepted the handshake. Uraraka. "Want to walk to the station together? I want to get to know my savior a little better." Izuku. Sure. Line A. Uraraka. Yep. Oh, we can talk on the train until our stops. The two started walking together as Uraraka kept asking questions while Izuku awkwardly answered and asking his own. Uraraka. "So Midoriya-san, what class are you in?" Izuku. 1D. You. Uraraka. Huh, isn't that the general education class? I thought you would be in the other hero course at least. What happened? Izuku. Oh, they said I wasn't worth the time and would basically just be in the way. So, I assume you made it in. Izuku was scared to look at her since he knew she was probably looking at him with pity once again. He knew if he ever told his tale that would probably be the only thing he'll ever get, but he risked it and looked to Uraraka. To his surprise, she wasn't even looking at him but instead had turned around and was starting to walk back to Ua with a look of pure fury. Uraraka couldn't believe it. Ua, the hero school, told her savior that he wasn't cut to be a hero after they watched him save her in a hero entrance exam. To her it was like they were punishing someone for saving people, for saving her. That she could not accept. Izuku. Uraraka-san, where are you going? Uraraka. I'm going straight to the staff to complain, no, straight to the principal. This is bullshit. Izuku's eye widened and he ran after, grabbing her wrist and stopping her in her tracks. Uraraka looked back and saw Izuku staring at her with a soft smile. Slightly, just slightly, her heart throbbed a little. Izuku let go of her wrist as he had her attention. Izuku. Please don't. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't want you getting in trouble just because of me. Plus, think of this, wouldn't it be so much cooler when I become a hero and prove all those people wrong? Uraraka's eyes widened as she looked at the determined, gentle look on Izuku's face. She closed her eyes and sighed as she couldn't stop the smile from forming on her face. Uraraka. It really would, wouldn't it? The two smiled at each other as they walked back to the station, talking all the while. Just making small talk, laughing at old stories they told, mostly Uraraka's stories, as Izuku didn't want to talk about it that much. They entered the train sitting together as they continued to talk about random junk like favorite foods, hobbies and stuff like that. Uraraka had just finished talking about her schoolwork so far, saying it sucked and they hadn't done anything hero-related yet. Izuku. I'm actually heading to train with an old hero who should help me with my quirk. I'm supposed to go every day after school. Uraraka. Worried? What about your homework? Won't you fall behind? Izuku. Hey, well, I don't have really any friends, so I planned on just doing it during lunch. Uraraka's looked down in sadness, but a small blush came on her face as she came up with an idea. Uraraka. You know I don't really have any friends either, so how about we have lunch together? Izuku blushed brightly but nodded in acceptance as they sat in a different type of awkward silence. Not long after, the train stopped, signaling their stop. They both left the train together and walked a while. It didn't take long for them to realize Uraraka and the new trainer lived on the same street. Actually, it turned out the trainer lived in the building next to Uraraka's apartment. Izuku told Uraraka goodbye as he walked to the door and knocked. After a few minutes the door opened to reveal a small old man in pajamas. No wait, it's just a old hero costume. Izuku looked at the old man with confusion as he wasn't expecting this at all. Who are you? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. The one I mean my master called you about. Who? Izuku. Oh no, is he gone? You are Gran Torino, right? GT. Dang tooting. So who are you again? Izuku. Sorry, I have to make a call. Izuku turned around and took out his phone, but Gran Torino was in front of him. Before Izuku could even make a sound, Torino kicked him into the house and slammed the door shut. Izuku looked in fear as the old man did a complete 180 in personality as he smirked devilishly at Izuku. GT. So how much can you control? Izuku. None. Please don't kill me. GT. Oh, don't worry about that, Kif. You're just going to wish I do. Izuku gulped as Gran Torino began to explain the mechanics of OFA. GT. OFA, as you know, is a quirk that can be passed on and grows stronger with time. To the point I can barely recognize it anymore from when my friend the 7th user had it. Before it was simple, you had it, improve it and move on, but now it needs to be reeled in. Controlled due to the overwhelming power it has, so that's what we're going to be doing before I let you out on the streets. First, we need to find the perfect visualization in order for you to draw out the quirk without killing yourself and control your output. Until then it's just survival for you, boy. For the next 4 hours Izuku got the living shit beat out of him. And this will be his life until Gran Torino thought he was ready. Narrator Pav. * 1 month since UA and training started. Izuku was trying to survive another beating from Torino, with it being right after school. Izuku landed on his back when Torino kicked straight in the face, knocking him to the ground. Izuku was shirtless with evidence of his training all over his body, from red welts, old purple bruises and a few bleeding scratches. As he laid on the floor due to Torino's merciful break, Izuku couldn't help remember the first time he went home after his first session. * 1 month ago, his mom had thought he had been mugged due to him having a massive black eye and barely able to walk. Izuku was able to calm her down, saying it was just his training and that it was just harder than thought. He visited Recovery Girl the next morning before school, who only healed him a little, instructed by Gran Torino. So, Izuku just had a welt instead of a massive bruise, causing his new friend to start worrying when they had lunch together. Izuku's training and after-school life was simple: get out of school at 3, go to Torino's with Uraraka, 4 petameters training start, 2 hours of beating, 2 hours of rigorous physical training, and finally 2 hours of meditation. Izuku would not return home until 10 p.m., where he would eat dinner and just go straight to bed. He would wake up earlier than normal so he could work on his homework, and then worked on the homework of his morning classes with Uraraka during lunch. Even though it was hell, Izuku couldn't deny the results. His body felt stronger than ever, with it feeling harder from the constant beatings, his muscles getting bigger and more compact from the weight lifting, him able to last longer due to his increase in stamina, him able to dodge and even counter some of Torino's attacks, and his mental fortitude on why he's doing this thanks to his meditation. And 2 weeks in, it finally happened. Izuku was putting a snack for Torino in the microwave in one of the very little breaks he gets in a week, this time due to Torino being hungry. Izuku was nursing a bruise on his cheek with an ice pack as he struggled to put the plate in properly. Torino. Hey brat, make sure you put it in right, or else the heat won't be distributed right and it'll be cold. Izuku. Yeah, I hear you, old man. Izuku finally fixed the plate and watched it as it slowly turned, heating the frozen pastry up. His eyes slowly widened as he thought of something. He tossed the ice bag aside and clenched his fist as he slowly activated OFA across his body with slight difficulty. Red lines started spreading around his body before disappearing into green lightning that crackled around him. Izuku then imagined a dimmer inside of himself and slowly turned it up, making his skin glow slightly brighter. He stopped at the imaginary 5% as his bones started to ache and crackle. He took a step and then another before just starting to bounce in place. Torino watched from where he was and couldn't help but smirk. Torino. How does it feel? Izuku. Amazing. Torino. How much you at? Izuku. 5%. Torino. Want to go another round? Izuku nodded as he charged at Torino, with the old man doing the same. Izuku got his ass kicked 3 seconds later but still progress. Now let's go back to the present. Izuku was eating his lunch with Uraraka as she told him what the hero course has been. Most of the time it seems is just wasted on hero laws and history, which seems pointless in Izuku's opinion. However, she said yesterday they had their first real heroics class. She had just terribly explained the gist of the situation. 2 heroes had to enter a building while looking for a nuclear device with 2 villains defending it, and the teams were random. Uraraka. It was so cool being in our costumes and everything. Oh, guess what? It was true All Might as the battle heroics teacher. Izuku. Oh really? Uraraka. Yep, he was so cool in his Silver Age outfit. Where was I? Oh yeah, I love my new costume, but it's a little too skin tight from what I was asking for, but I like it, so I guess it's fine. Want to see? Izuku. Sure. Uraraka pulled out her phone showing a selfie of her in facing a mirror with her full costume on. Izuku smiled as he couldn't help but feel glad for Uraraka. The two have basically become best friends since they first meeting, telling each other everything. Uraraka more of her past and ambitions for why she wants to be a hero. Izuku talks more about the present and what he does after school, usually steering clear of mentioning his past. Izuku couldn't have asked for a better, first, true friend. Izuku. You look cute. Uraraka blushed slightly but smiled brightly as she took her phone back. Uraraka. Thank you. Anyways, the actual exercise wasn't too fun or even helpful thanks to my teammate. Izuku. Why, what did they do? Uraraka. Sigh, he was just so annoying. Besides him just being an asshole, when we got paired up he just said to leave it all to me and he'll take me on a date afterwards before running off on his own. He lost to a classmate with an ice quirk immediately since his quirk didn't work well in the cold. He then threw a tantrum and it was left to me in a 2v1 which I had to give up. It was just so frustrating, you know. Izuku. Yeah, sounds pretty unfair to me, but that's how it usually is in the real world. Sometimes you just get bad teammates. Uraraka. Yeah, that's what All Might told us, but the nerve that boy had to ask about the date after class. Oh, was I mad. He wasn't bad looking, but that attitude and ego just screams at me to stay as far away from him as possible. Yeah, definitely ain't wasting my time with that walking disaster. Izuku. Damn, that bad. Who are they? Uraraka. Bakugo something kind of tuned him out when he went on a tirade that he'll be number 1. He must be compensating for something with an ego that big. Enough about me, how's your training coming along? Izuku smiled as he didn't have to worry about Uraraka getting twisted by Bakugo since it seemed she did not like him in any form. Izuku. It's going good, I'm at 14% now and my trainer said he wanted to show me something today. So, looking forward to that. Uraraka. I still don't like how bad he wails on you. I don't want to see you injured like that anymore. Izuku. I promise to make sure he doesn't hit my handsome face. Uraraka pouts and whacks him on the arm, making him chuckle. The bell sounded signaling the end of lunch and the two friends separated to continue their day before meeting again after school. Nothing happened on their way to the street besides Uraraka just telling her day to Izuku. Once he dropped off Uraraka, Izuku walked up the steps and opened Torino's door with his key and instantly avoided the kick to the face that Torino usually tries to do every day. He waited for the follow-up, but Torino just stopped and smirked at him. Torino. You're ready. We leave at sundown. Get something to eat before we go. Izuku. Yes sir. 8 p.m. Torino jumped from the couch and tossed a hoodie to Izuku as the boy also stood up a little nervous. Torino. Wear that for now until we get you a real costume. So start making designs. Izuku. Wait, how are you? Torino. Don't question it. Remember, after tonight you're on your own for patrols. So, stick close to me and listen. Got it, Izuku? Yes sir. The two left through the back door leading to a back alley. They climbed a fire escape, getting access to a roof, and started jumping across the rooftop straight to the bad side of town. Luckily it was a Friday and Izuku was able to convince his mom he was at a friend's house. Along the way Torino was giving tips to Izuku the entire way as they jumped between roofs. Torino. Always try to end the fight as quickly as possible. Don't draw it out or you'll end up dead or arrested. If you're against a crowd, keep moving between targets so they can't corner you. If you feel you are overwhelmed, there is no shame in running unless there is a civilian. If I find out you left a civilian to die, I'll kill you myself. Always go for the weak links first, or the leader, strongest one if you know you can take them. Once the link's broken, the chain collapses on itself. Izuku. Torino. Always carry basic first aid, or know it at least. I'll teach you more later about that. If there is a victim, ensure their safety, check for injuries and then leave. My last and final rule is this: avoid heroes and police at all costs. To them you're just another villain on the street. Izuku. Got it. Not long later, a loud scream sounded from a nearby alley, causing Torino and Izuku to jump towards it. They reached the ledge and saw a man forcing himself onto a woman. The woman was pushed against the wall with the man holding his hand to her throat as it turned into a knife, silencing the woman as the man struggled to pull his pants down with one hand. Izuku growled as he was about to jump in, but Torino grabbed his hood, pulling him back. Izuku looked at him with anger and confusion, but Torino just pointed to his neck, making Izuku understand. Izuku fueled his rage as he waited for the right moment. Torino. Wait. The criminal was getting frustrated since it took him so long to pull his pants down and was struggling, messing with the woman's pants with one. Torino. Wait. The criminal in desperation deactivated his hand, using it to help him tear her pants off. Torino. Now. Instantly Izuku rocketed down the alley, jumping between the walls like the bouncing ball before grabbing the rapist by the back of the head. And pulled him away to the other wall, slamming him face first into it, cracking the wall and knocking him out. Izuku let out a huff as he calmed himself down and quickly turned to the victim with worry. Izuku. Miss, are you woman? Get away from me. Izuku stopped in his tracks in confusion, but then he saw the woman's face and remembered she is traumatized. So, Izuku stopped and in his most caring voice said, Izuku. Please take care of yourself, madam. Call the police to pick this guy up and take care of yourself. Izuku bounced up the wall and went to the roof with Torino. He turned back to make sure she called the police. Once she did, the duo started to jump away, patrolling more. Torino. Good job. For the next 4 hours Izuku was all over the hood, stopping any crime he came across, with Torino mostly just watching and giving tips for the small things. Izuku stopped a mugging where it was man getting held at gunpoint. The mugger didn't even get a chance as Izuku kneed him in the side of the head. 2 rapes, with the second one going easier as Izuku arrived before he could even approach the woman. A robbery which Izuku stopped by knocking the leader out with a kick, causing the other 2 to book it. They didn't get very far. The last was a kidnapping where Izuku, a group of thugs, drag a man from his house towards a van. He interrupted with little effort, but still it felt weird they would just try to take one man. Soon the patrol was over, with the 2 of them separating halfway, making sure they weren't followed. Izuku climbed into his bedroom with a large smile as he had a great time and didn't regret his decision one bit. The faces of gratitude were enough for him. Narrator Pav. * 3 weeks since last chapter. * 1 week until the USJ incident. It has been 3 weeks since Izuku had gone on his first patrol. After each of his patrols, Izuku would go to bed with a smile as he loved what he was doing. He also felt himself getting stronger with each fight he got into, or just scenarios he came across. A small reputation was built for him since he wore the same outfit each time, but for now it was just a rumor he existed. You see, Izuku never stayed long after each crime he stopped, at most maybe 2 minutes before he would leave. Save someone, make sure they are okay with a caring voice, treat the wounds if any, and make sure they call the police. Then Izuku is gone just like that. Several of the people he has saved have tried to get a name off him, but he would never answer and usually flip the question on them. To Izuku, a hero name shouldn't matter. He doesn't need recognition, he just wants to help people. Izuku grew to be loved in the hood areas of towns since he spent 90% of his patrols in those areas. Since he knew heroes were almost non-existent in them. To them he was very real, and his impact in those areas were too. He was eventually given the name, Good Samaritan. Izuku didn't mind the name but still didn't really care for it either. Izuku, however, loved helping the people, so he let the name slide. The one thing he didn't like was his atrocious sleep schedule. He started patrol right after his training, so around 8 p.m, and wouldn't end it until 1 am, even though school was at 7 a.m. It was just hard for him to stop once he started, which is why he came home so late. He remembered the first school day after his patrol. He was basically a zombie and Uraraka was worried sick because of it. Luckily, he got semi-used to it but knew he wouldn't be able to last like this forever. He tried to convince Torino to let him patrol earlier but that was shot down right away, saying he wasn't ready to fight heroes just yet. Izuku reluctantly agreed and stick to his schedule. Izuku's max now was around 27% with it growing every day. Today was Saturday and Izuku was finally cleared to return back to patrolling after a week-long sidelining. You see, last week during patrol Izuku received a massive injury to the abdomen. He fought a C-rank villain for the first time where they had a quirk that allowed them to manipulate wind. Izuku got hit with a wind slash that made a large gash on his abdomen, making him lose a lot of blood. If it weren't a late-night visit to Recovery Girl he probably would have died. It only took Izuku a couple of days to heal up, but due to the scare All Might forbade Izuku from going on patrol until his costume came in from Mr. Shield. Izuku agreed reluctantly but continued his training and doubled it to make up for the lost time from if he was patrolling. The order for his costume was doubled in speed and in strength of material after All Might told David what happened. He worked harder on it with stride. Today Izuku would pick up his new costume as it had finally came in, obviously at Torino's house, as he didn't want his mom to find it on accident. So, Izuku was getting dressed in my of his infamous word t-shirts, this one saying, "Button up." Izuku walked out his door saying he was going to train early today with him half right due to it only being around 10 a.m. She yelled okay from somewhere in their small apartment. Izuku stepped out locking the door but barely walked 3 feet away from it before he bumped into someone, immediately knocking them to the ground. He barely moved an inch though, but he stopped immediately to help them up. He looked down acknowledging it was a woman, making him feel even worse. She had long blonde curly hair with purple eyes and a very curvy body. The old Izuku would have frozen on the spot here, but thanks to his new lifestyle and Uraraka's lack of personal space, Izuku was way more confident in general and with women. So, he offered his hand without a second thought. "Izuku. Sorry about that, I wasn't paying attention. Need a hand?" The woman looked up with an annoyed look until she finally got a good look at who she ran into. A massive blush crossed her face as she looked up, meeting eyes with an Adonis who was wearing a gentle smile. You see, Izuku still hasn't realized his strength isn't the only thing that has grown. Izuku was easily 5 feet 11 with a strong jawline and a very chiseled body with no signs of any more baby fat. His muscles were compact but still looked like they could shatter diamonds. Thank you. The woman accepted the hand up as Izuku smiled brighter, making the woman think of a warm sun as she looked at him with awe. "Izuku. I've never seen you before, did you just move into here?" "Ms. You. Oh it's you Takayama. Yes, I moved in couple days ago. That's my apartment." Izuku turned with her finger and saw that they were neighbors, causing him to chuckle. You is 19 in this story to make it less awkward. Basically her backstory is that she just graduated and is barely starting her hero career. Izuku. Oh, would you look at that, we are neighbors. Well, nice to meet your neighbor, the name's Izuku Midoriya. You. Giggle, nice to meet you Midoriya-san. So, where you heading? Izuku. Oh, I'm heading to my trainer, he has a gift for me. Plus he's helping me get into the hero course at my school. You. Oh, where do you go? Izuku. UA high school. I didn't pass the hero exam, but that won't stop me. You couldn't help but believe Izuku as she saw the flames of determination in his eyes, causing her to smile and admire the boy. You. Well, I'll be rooting for you Midoriya-san. Izuku. Oh right, how rude of me. What do you do for a living Takayama-san? You. Oh Oh, I'm an receptionist for a small hero agency. Izuku. Oh, that's cool, at least you're still helping people in your own way, but I bet you have your dreams to follow as well. Izuku looked at his watch and saw he was late and he knew Torino was going to kick his ass. Izuku. Aw shit, well I got to go Takayama-san. If you need anything just come on over, we'll be happy to help a neighbor. See ya. Izuku ran off as Yu waved him off. She put a hand to her chest as she tried to calm her heart down from the constant beating. She let out a sigh as she turned to her apartment door, heading inside so she could get ready for patrol. Later, Izuku sat on Torino's couch with a briefcase in front of him with a nervous look in front of his face. Torino got irked and said to open it already. He wasn't happy Izuku was late. Izuku opened his briefcase and couldn't help but smile at his costume. The theme was simple, make it seem it was handmade even though it was far from it. It was a simple gray dress shirt with a dark blue vest, 3 straps, a gray hood attached to the vest, 2 leather gloves, long fitted loose black jeans with red sneakers. What was special was the material itself and little accessories it had. Basically the cover art. The dress shirt was small caliber, bulletproof, stab-proof, fire resistant, water resistant, acid resistant, shock resistant and even lightweight. The vest was made of the same material but was high-end Kevlar, being able to at least take a high-caliber rifle shot. The next pieces, the shoulder straps, were purely aesthetic since Izuku thought it would help the idea of it being homemade. Next were the 2 blue leather gloves, which looked simple but had some cool features. They had the same resistance as the rest of the clothing but were padded with thick leather at the knuckles to get more hitting power. It originally was supposed to be steel but they didn't want Izuku accidentally killing someone. The secondary feature was with some special contacts that were added to his kit. A HUD would appear on his forearm showing him police scanners, general map and even ongoing crimes, plus he could add little markers on it if he's investigating something. The next addition were his jeans, but they didn't have anything unique about them, just the pouches he had on his belt for snacks, first aid and anything else he wanted. However, on his tailbone was 1 long huntsman knife that hanged on his lower back. It was for emergencies and emergencies only. Torino told him if there was ever a moment where it came down to Izuku's life or the villain's, he wanted him to choose his own each time. Izuku didn't like it as he stared at the knife, but he reluctantly agreed as he sheathed it again. The next piece were the new red sneakers, with Izuku learning besides having the same resistance they also had a unique trait where they would never wear down and would always adapt to his feet size. Plus they included iron soles which build up energy from Izuku's kicks and would release when he wanted to with a simple flex of his ankle. The final part of the costume was a gray hood that was attached to the vest, acting as a cover for his very obvious hair color. The neat part about it though was that it won't ever come off unless Izuku wants it to, and it scrambles his face from all forms of cameras and technology. The final accessory was a respirator that would allow him to breathe smoke, any poisonous gas, and breathe underwater. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he looked at his costume, with Torino chuckling as Izuku looked like a kid that got a game console. "Torino, try it on." Izuku smiled and rushed to the bathroom to change, making the old man chuckle. Izuku came back out flexing with his costume and it just felt right to him. Torino smiled as a memory came of a younger Toshinori doing the same thing when he tried on his first costume, and even older memory coming of a beautiful black-haired woman trying on hers. So, Torino made up his mind. "Torino, by 10. Izuku. Huh, Torino. You have until 10 p.m. Izuku's eyes widened before a smirk crossed his face as he pulled his hood up, running straight for the back window. Izuku laughed as he bounced up the walls and landing on the roof. Izuku powered up to 10% as he started bouncing from roof to roof. He looked to a clock on a building, seeing it was 11 a.m. He had plenty of time. Not even 3 seconds later his contacts signaled him a high-speed chase was happening with a small green trail lighting up towards it. Izuku smirked as he powered up to 15 and started following it. He was running across rooftops when he saw the chase. 2 police cars following a sports car that was erratically driving. His contacts zoomed in on the driver to make sure it wasn't someone in distress, but no, it was just a young man smiling evilly, making Izuku growl. Izuku bounced down before landing on top of the car, making it swerve. Izuku punched through the driver's window and yanking on the wheel, making it flip. In a flash of speed Izuku was under car, catching it before it crashed with ease. He set it down upside down and knocked out the speeder and dipped before the police could ask for his hero license, confirming he was in Vigilante. Izuku's debut was more impactful than he realized as he didn't notice the news helicopter that caught all of that. The video quickly circulated on internet of a new Vigilante. Some on the internet pointed out his quirk looked similar to the Good Samaritan, while most just said it was a coincidence. Then 2 more videos came out of Izuku stopping some store robberies with minimal effort and him asking if everyone was okay before leaving. The rumors grew more videos were uploaded of Izuku helping a cat out of a tree, saving a dog from the middle of the road, and catching a kid from getting hit by a car. The thing that made the connection was Izuku's catchphrase he didn't know he had. "Izuku, I'm just a guy who couldn't sit by and watch. That's where it was confirmed that these two were the same person, or the new one was inspired by the first. However, right now Izuku could care less about that, as he had 4 people on his back while the building he was in was on fire and pretty close to collapsing. He used his contacts once or to look for any more survivors, but the building was empty, so Izuku started running before kicking a wall open, allowing him to jump out to safety. After making sure everyone was good and the firefighters had it, he was gone again, and once more another video of him on the internet. It was 4 p.m. now and Izuku was taking his lunch break before he would go back out. Today was amazing. In his opinion, he never felt more alive, since now he could interact more with the people in the city and the ones he saves. As he ate, he thought of what he did, stopped today. 1 high-speed chase, saved a cat, saved a dog, saved a kid, 3 store robberies, 2 muggings, saved people from the apartment fire, and finally stopped 5 drug deals. Also, he heard rumors of a thing called trigger. He'll look more into it later. As he took another bite, he felt a presence behind him, causing him to subtly put his respirator on and destroyed his food. A pink mist started to slowly creep up on him and whip crackled, causing Izuku to dive to the side, barely avoiding it. He was on a rooftop of an apartment near downtown Kyoto. Izuku inspected his attacker and instantly recognized her. Izuku. Midnight. Shit. Midnight. So you're the new vigilante that's been causing trouble. Well, sorry babe, I'm going to have to arrest you for vigilantism. So, go to sleep for mommy. Midnight started tearing a little more of her costume, making Izuku nervous for a different reason. Izuku. Sorry, I'm not tired pretty lady, so why don't we put this on hold for another day? Also, please stop tearing your clothes. Midnight noted that her quirk was working and she barely saw under his hood a respirator, making her sigh in annoyance as they would have to fight. Midnight cracked her whip again as she aimed it at Izuku's leg, aiming to wrap it around them, but Izuku easily backflipped over it, making Midnight click her tongue. Midnight sent the whip again, but Izuku caught it and yanked it towards him, aiming to knock her off her feet so he could escape easily. What he forgot to factor in was his own strength, since he was 5% or the equal to a bodybuilder. So instead of just knocking her on her feet, he yanked her off her feet, rocketing her straight to him. Izuku panicked and froze as Midnight collided with him, knocking them to the ground. Izuku tried to catch her but made it worse. Well, to be honest, his whole situation wasn't looking good for him. Face full of breast and 2 hands full of ass as Midnight laid on top him, Izuku.x completely shut down as he tried to comprehend what was going on. Midnight was in a similar situation, as tried to process what was happening. Actually still a virgin. Once the two processed what was happening and came back to Earth, they immediately separated, with Midnight holding her body protectively and Izuku shaking uncontrollably. Izuku dropped to the ground in a bow. Izuku. I'm so sorry, please forgive, I didn't mean to. Whisper, so soft. Midnight. Hush. Hush your mouth, pervert. Izuku. Well shit. Can we go back to fighting please? Midnight. Gladly. Izuku was about to stand up but noticed a large shadow starting to form over him, so he trusted his instincts and dodged away as a giant hand crashed where he was. Izuku cursed his luck as he saw Mount Lady standing at the side of the building. Mount Lady. Damn, almost had him. Midnight. Yeah, you oversized bimbo, he's mine, go find someone else to bother. Mount Lady. Oh, it's the old crone trying to hog all the glory. Why don't you stay out of the way before you hurt your hip? The two continued to argue as Izuku just watched from where he was. Izuku, seeing his opportunity, made a run for it, since he saw the special the two had together and knew those arguments can drag on for a while. Izuku decided to call it a day since he knew the heroes would be on high alert for him. Izuku snuck in through his apartment balcony since he knew his mom was at work. He needed to think of a better way to sneak in, but for today it was alright. Izuku hid his costume in a hidden floorboard in his room and laid on his bed with a smile as he stared at the ceiling. He truly loved this. Narrator Pav. * 1.5 weeks since last chapter, 2 days since USJ. It's been almost since 2 weeks since Izuku began day patrols, however thanks to school. He has only been able to do it during school breaks or the weekends. He knows this would most likely target him as a student or someone of younger age to the authorities. He just couldn't stop himself from going out there still. His hero encounters have grown, but nothing he couldn't handle so far, just D-listers and mid-tier heroes, no one big since Midnight and Mount Lady. However, 2 days ago something major happened. It was normal day mostly for general student Izuku Midoriya, forced to sit through one of Present Mike's boring literature classes. Until Present Mike got a call on his phone, he answered immediately with a bright smile. Izuku knew something was wrong when the smile turned into a scowl. Present Mike instantly left the room, telling Izuku's class to head to the auditorium now. Due to the nature of Present Mike, everyone instantly listened and went to the auditorium. Izuku's class wasn't the only class in the auditorium. Every class in UA was in the auditorium except one, Class 1A. Izuku grew worried as he knew Ochako had a special training session off campus. Was it about that? Did something happen? Izuku looked around and noticed that there was no teachers or staff besides Recovery Girl, who looked anxious on the stage like she was waiting for something. As the time passed, Izuku heard some of the students whispering about how Snipe made a comment when he got a call, something about the USJ being attacked. Izuku was fighting a losing battle in his head whether he should go or not. He knew if he did he would most likely get caught, but she could be in danger. Izuku stood up ready to leave, but he made eye contact with Recovery Girl, who just nodded her head in refusal. Izuku looked at the exit with determination before sighing as he sat back down, fidgeting in place. All he could do was pray that she'll be alright. Soon 30 minutes passed and Principal Nezu walked onto the stage, bringing silence to the auditorium. He looked disturbed and even a sense of sadness. Izuku couldn't help but feel his heart drop after seeing his face. Nezu, you all may wondering what has happened today with the sudden departure of your teachers. In short, UA was attacked by villains. Gasps and murmurs filled the room but were silenced by Nezu clearing his throat. Nezu, the hero class of 1A was attacked during their rescue training. Even though the staff was able to arrive and force the villains into submission, we unfortunately lost 2 students, with several more being severely injured. One student stood up as the more murmuring emerged from the crowd. RS. What do you mean lost? Like kidnapped? Nezu sighed as he really didn't want to admit it just yet, but knew they were going to learn sooner or later. Nezu. Number 2 students died during the attack. The room went silent at the news as a chill ran through the room. Nezu sighed as he rubbed his forehead. Nezu. You all are free to return home. There will be no school for 2 weeks, take some time off, my students. Nezu walked out the room with several students leaving as well. The teachers were lining the exits, making sure no one tried anything with the students. However, Izuku stayed at the front entrance waiting. He knew Class 1A was most likely in UA getting questioned or treated. He needed to make sure she was okay. So he waited. 4 hours later, Izuku was pacing back and forth in front of UA, muttering to himself as he continued to wait. It was already the afternoon, but he continued to wait. She wasn't answering his calls, making him fear the worst. However, All Might called him, telling him she was alright and that they were still held up with the police. He also told Izuku that he was hurt but would live. That didn't help with Izuku's anxiety right now at all. So he continued to pace back and forth. Bakugo huffed with annoyance as he walked out of UA in his usual manner. Such a hassle just caused some extras died and few nobodies got hurt. Now he had to waste his evening. At least he got to let out some tension on those villains. As he neared the entrance, a scowl crossed his face as he saw the useless Deku standing to the side of it pacing. It made Bakugo even angrier as he jumped to a conclusion. Bakugo. So he actually did make it in. Of course he was too weak to get the hero course like me. Yet he still has the audacity to worry about me. Bakugo walked through the entrance, walking past Izuku with a scowl. Bakugo. Head home, Deku. No one needs a quirkless nerd to worry about them. Especially me. However, Bakugo got no reply, confusing, so he stopped and turned around. Just to see Izuku still pacing and muttering, completely ignoring Bakugo. Bakugo erupted in anger. No one ignores him, especially worthless trash. Bakugo prepared an explosion in his hand, but it died when he saw who came out of the main building next. Round face herself as she looked down with a sad expression. Bakugo developed a crush on her since their team up in the bomb exercise. He was never able to ask her out due to circumstances, but now it looked like she would need a shoulder to cry on. It just wouldn't be him, since before Bakugo could even make a step towards her, Izuku was running towards her. Bakugo's eyes widened as he realized that's who Izuku was waiting for. Izuku. Ochako. Thank God you're all right. Ochako looked up in confusion before widening in shock as she also jogged towards Izuku. Ochako. Izuku. The two collided into hug with Izuku pulling her and spinning her a little. Before cupping her face with worry as she closed her eyes embracing the warmth trying not to cry. Izuku. Are you all right? Ochako just nodded as she refused to meet eyes with Izuku. Izuku understood immediately why, so took her hand and started leading her to the station. Izuku. Let's get you home. Ochako still didn't say anything but instead firmly gripped it, making Izuku's hand pale white. However, he paid it no mind as the duo continued their walk to the train station. Bakugo couldn't hear them as his ears were ringing with rage. He hid behind a wall as he watched them hold hands as they started to make their to the train station. Bakugo. Are they dating? No, they can't be. She would never go out with a quirkless loser, only someone strong like me. Yeah, they are probably just friends, but once she's mine I'll make sure that doesn't happen anymore. Fucking Deku. The train ride was dead silent, neither teen speaking a word as the train traveled. They sat together with Izuku constantly glancing to Ochako with a worried look while she just stared blankly ahead, never letting Izuku's hand go. Soon the train stopped and they made their way to Ochako's apartment. Once they reached her door, Ochako tried to let go, but it seemed she didn't know how, making Izuku even more worried, until she finally pulled her hand free. Ochako. Thank you, Izuku. I'll be fine, so go to your trainer. Izuku instead pulled her into a hug, making her flinch. She tried to push away, but Izuku wasn't having it as he would tighten the hug every time she tried. Eventually, against her own will, her body melted into the hug as tears started to leak from her eyes. Izuku just rubbed her back as sobs started to break out from her. Ochako. She was the first one in class to try and befriend me. Just one. Oh God, just one touch and she was gone. Ochako broke down even more as she desperately clung onto Izuku, who just took it with a frown on his face as all he could do was be there. Izuku pulled out his phone while still hugging, sending a text to GT that he can't patrol today, a friend was at the USJ. GT immediately understood and added that he needed a break anyway. Izuku opened her door as he led her inside, her not letting go at all, forcing him to carry her. He placed her on the couch and joined her as she cuddled into his shoulder, with her sobs turning into small sniffles. They just sat there in silence as Izuku knew nothing he could say would make her feel better, him being there was more than enough. While sitting there, Izuku couldn't help but inspect the small apartment. A bare living room with a connected kitchen with only a crude stove and microwave with a mini fridge. It also looked like it could barely fit one person. Izuku saw only two other rooms, one probably Ochako's room and the other most likely the bathroom. He knew she was struggling with money but didn't know it was this bad. Izuku would turn on the TV, but he knew it wouldn't be a good idea since one, it would probably talk about the USJ and Ochako didn't need to hear that. Second, it looked like it was already on its last legs with two flimsy antennas on top and a cracked screen. Izuku didn't pay it no mind as he wrapped Ochako a hug. After a little while Izuku got up, much to Ochako's discomfort, but they needed to eat. Izuku checked the fridge and barely saw anything besides a jug of water, milk and orange juice, all close to empty, 3 ramen cups and a few fruits here and there on the shelves. Izuku sighed as he grabbed 2 ramen cups, making a note in his head to buy her some better food. It didn't take long for Izuku to make the insta ramen as he soon returned to Ochako watching the news channel, which was little static. The headlines were barely readable, but Izuku saw the words USJ and dead. He knew what they were talking about. A picture of a girl with long green hair similar to his appeared and Izuku could see Ochako flinch in the corner of his eye. The next picture was of a boy with some ball-like hair, the two causalities of the USJ. Maybe if he went then, no, he couldn't think like that, or all he'll have is regrets. Izuku made his presence known by standing in front of TV and handing her the cup. She slowly took it and ate in silence, with Izuku joining her after turning the TV off again. After finishing and Izuku throwing the cups away, they reconnected with Izuku lying down on his back and Ochako lying on top of him. You may be wondering if they understood what they were doing. They did know, and they also knew what they felt for each other and that it was mutual. They just didn't think it needed to be said for what they felt, and even if they could, they both knew this wasn't the right time to say something like that. Maybe later they could make official in the eyes of society, but for now this was good enough. They were just grateful that they were there for each other. Izuku pulled out his phone and texted his mom he was going to stay at his friend's house tonight. His mom was a little hesitant due to the USJ but eventually agreed, making Izuku sigh in relief. He looked at the time and saw it was almost 10 already, he should probably head to bed. He looked down and sure enough Ochako was out, Izuku casually carrying her like a case of water as he easily readjusted her on the couch. He would have put her in her room but he didn't want to enter a girl's room without permission. His mother taught him better, so Izuku just sat down on the floor getting ready to just lay on it bare. He soon fell asleep already praying for his poor back for when he would wake up. Not long later Ochako woke up, crawled off the couch with 2 pillows and cuddled with Izuku on the floor. Once she made herself comfortable, Izuku instinctively wrapped her into a hug, making her fall asleep instantly. The next morning, the duo woke up looking into each other's eyes, both with love even though they were still sleepy and half awake. They both got up, cleaning themselves up a little, with Izuku going to head straight to Torino's since he got nothing to do. Before he left he turned to Ochako with a small smile. "Izuku, whenever you're ready I'll be here waiting for you." "Ochako, thank you." Ochako gave him a small peck on the lips before closing door, with Izuku walking to Torino's, noting it was maybe 9. Hopefully, that old fart was up and ready, you could never tell with old people. Sure enough, Torino was up, surprising Izuku with a kick to the face, knocking him into a wall. Once Izuku recovered and before he could go on patrol, Torino said he wanted Izuku to try something with OFA. So now they were sitting in the living room in meditating positions as Torino began to explain what he wanted Izuku to try. "Torino, back when Nana the 7th user first got OFA, she was really into spirituality and the concept of the soul. So one day while she was doing her daily mediation, OFA reacted, causing her get injured due to the involuntary activation. Later on while meditating she came upon a void completely white with 2 orbs. One a pink orb and the other a black orb that seemed to have several colors glow from under the shell. Originally the black orb was the size of a basketball while the pink one was the size of a softball. Several years later the black orb was the size of a beach ball and the pink orb was gone. She noted that the black orb also now glowed pink under its shell as well." Torino cleared his throat with water as Izuku looked at him seriously. "Torino, she came up with a theory the orbs were OFA in her quirk float. And that OFA somehow consumed her quirk. It didn't affect her in the slightest either, it's like OFA just took it and melded with it. I don't know what that means, but Nana believed that OFA was copying the quirks of its users for what she could only guess. Then she gave OFA to Toshinori. At first she didn't notice, but soon she realized the black orb was getting smaller and looked more gray than black. She concluded that once OFA is past, the previous user slowly loses the quirk until it's fully used up. She believed this also applied to the user's own quirk as well. This never got tested out since all the previous users died before that could be tested, including Nana. I want you to go to that void as well to get a feel of OFA. You may wondering why I never got Toshinori to check this out. Simple answer is dumb." Izuku tried to hold a laugh as Torino cackled loudly before going serious again. "Torino, now clear your mind, slow your breathing and just dwell into your quirk. Come to me when you're done." Torino left, leaving Izuku on his own as he started to calm himself down. It didn't take Izuku long at all to reach the void since he usually has good control of his mind. Sure enough, he opened his eyes to the void and the black orb. Even though he knew it would be futile, he still looked around for another orb, but of course there wasn't one. He sighed as he looked back to the black orb and couldn't help but look at awe. It was easily the size of the moon. Izuku couldn't even see the top. It also glowed and crackled more brightly than what Torino described, like it wanted to burst. A thought crossed Izuku's mind as he became entranced by the 8 colors from the black orb. He reeled his fist back and connected with the black orb, making it crack as its veins slowly consumed most of the orb, making the colors seep through a web of cracks. Izuku reeled his fist again as he hit it one more time, making it explode in a bright light that consumed the area but didn't harm Izuku at all. Then the white void was black with nothing in sight but weird dark green flames that seemed to look like static. Izuku woke up in the real world instantly, panting as he felt OFA rage like a fire inside him. He felt OFA power up involuntary going up. It reached his maximum trying to go past, but Izuku got control again, forcing it back down until it deactivated. He continued to pant, then he heard a whisper. "It's almost time." Izuku looked around seeing if it was Torino, but he was alone. He finally calmed his breathing as he looked down at his shaking hand. Izuku. What the hell? Narrator Pav. * 2 weeks since last chapter. * 3 weeks till sports festival. 45%. That's what Izuku's control and power output was at now. Ever since he broke the black sphere in his subconscious, OFA has been acting weird and feels powerful. He feels powerful. It also felt easier to control now with the old side effect of brighter skin, and bouncing electricity was fading away now with it only coming out if he willed it, was angry or went past his limit. Izuku concluded it might be something he could use in the future with more experience and control. However, a new side effect appeared once he cracked the sphere. It helped to train it since school had been out for the past 2 weeks, but it was harder to patrol since the heroes were actively looking for him. Every night he would have constant nightmares where he watched the same 6 people murdered in gruesome ways by a tall man with shaggy white hair while wearing a business suit. Every single murder the man wore a psychotic grin as he killed the 6 in numerous ways. The first man shown each time was homeless looking with long messy white hair who begged the man to stop each time but was silenced by a tendril through the heart. The second man was almost a carbon copy of Bakugo but a large scar running down his face. His death was in the middle of a war-torn city slowing, getting choked by the man before his neck was snapped. The third man had a tall spiky ponytail. His death was a torture session with the white-haired man where he finally died from starvation. One dream that confused Izuku was the fourth one. It was another man with shaggy hair, but his noticeable feature was a large scar over his left eye. His death was him just collapsing in the middle of the forest with no sound. The fifth man was a bald man who was trapped under rubble, struggling but heavily injured. He was put out of his misery when the white-haired man came up, stomping the bald man's skull in. The next man kind of wore a similar outfit to Best Jeanist. He was in a puddle of his blood, missing his right arm and both legs as he tried to crawl away from the approaching man. His death was a fire blast to the back, incinerating the injured man as he screamed in pain. The seventh person was a woman this time who tried to fight the man while injured and exhausted. Her death was met with a large explosion of purple energy that disintegrated her. His nights would end with him watching All Might fight the man and coming out victorious as he crushed the man's skull in. Izuku would wake up right after with cold sweats and heavy breathing as the dreams remained fresh on his mind. This repeated every night since he broke the sphere. Izuku only went to school yesterday since they were required to for some reason. Izuku and Ochako have been sort of inseparable since that fateful day after the USJ. They didn't classify themselves as boyfriend and girlfriend simply because they didn't feel like they needed to. They weren't really friends with anyone at school, so it's not like they needed to tell them, and the parents' meeting will come sometime in the future. They knew they loved each other and that it was mutual. That was good enough for them. During lunch it seems the two were a little too lovey-dovey for a certain blonde idiot. An explosive hand slammed on their table, making them look up to see a livid Bakugo. He was done trying to play nice to get what he wanted, now he was just going to take it. Izuku stared at him with a hard look that was joined by Ochako as well. They also had the whole cafeteria's attention as well. Bakugo. Oi, pink cheeks, why are you sitting with this useless loser? You should be sitting with me, you know, an actual hero student plus the future #1. A tick mark appeared on Ochako's head while Izuku just looked at him with the classic Gyu stare of confusion. Bakugo. Oh come on, don't be mad at me. You should be mad at him for holding you back. He's the reason no one wants to associate with you. Ochako looked at him with a confused look as Izuku just continued to eat his sandwiches. He knew Ochako could handle this asshole. Bakugo. Oh, you didn't know. The reason why everyone avoids you two like the plague is because of that useless nerd, a quirkless Deku. Ochako reached a new level of anger as she learned the truth of Ua. They believe one strong asshole, and now what he said is gospel to them. Utterly sickening even her own classmates. Bakugo. Now if you were with me, you would easily be the most popular girl in the school. Hell, when we're pro you'll make the top 10 just because you're my girl. It's a pretty easy choice, right? A top dog or a useless quirkless loser. Ochako stood up with her eyes shadowed as she turned to Bakugo. Ochako. You're right, it is a easy choice. Bakugo. See, now let's ditch this. A loud slap sounded in the cafeteria as Ochako slapped Bakugo across the face before sitting back down with a huff as she glared at Bakugo with a disgusted look. Ochako. I'll stick with my top dog, thank you very much. So, how about you go fuck off, mutt? Bakugo started seeing red and raised his hand with explosions popping ready to hit her, but in instant Izuku was holding his wrist with a glare. Bakugo growled as he threatened Izuku to let go or he'll kill him. Izuku responded with a tightened grip and cocky remark. Izuku. I'd like to see you try. Before a fight could break out, a homeless-looking man appeared and immediately tried to wrap a scarf around Izuku, who casually caught it. Aizawa got over the enhanced reflexes and immediately warned Izuku that if he picked fights with hero students anymore he'll be expelled. Ochako tried to argue that Bakugo started it, but Aizawa didn't care as he said Bakugo had a future compared to this general student. Aizawa. It'd be irrational to ruin a future hero's career just for a normal reckless general ed. student. This is your only warning, boy. Aizawa left with a scowl as Bakugo spit at Izuku's feet before scurrying away. Ochako tried to control her anger, but Izuku told her to let it go, he'll handle it when the festival comes around. Soon the rest of the day passed with the teachers just announcing the sports festival in 2 weeks, and they were off until the festival so they could train. After dropping Ochako off, Izuku walked into Torino's apartment greeting the old man as he changed into his vigilante outfit. He had made Torino's apartment his HQ for his vigilante activities since it was a good location to travel around. Torino was annoyed by it but didn't mind too much as he wished the boy good luck as Izuku left through the alley window. He bounced up the walls before jumping across the rooftops as he hacked the police radios waiting for a crime report while looking for his own. It didn't take long to find a crime as he looked into an back alley that seemed to be a garage for a business, most likely a front for them. 2 black vans were parked in the back facing each other as 4 people stood near each van, making a total of 8, all wearing black business suits. The leaders were pretty obvious as they stood in front of their respective members. Izuku analyzed the situation and waited since he didn't see a crime just yet. Izuku. 8 thugs in total, 5 male and 3 female. Seems to be 2 gangs meeting each other for something. No clue what their quirks are either, since none are mutant types either. The leaders are obvious: the large tall man on the left side and the short female on the right. What are they doing? Izuku activated his calm piece in his ear, enhancing his hearing, allowing him to easily hear what they are saying and who was talking, thanks to his contacts giving him a HUD circling who was talking. From what was being said, it was obvious this was a drug deal, which was confirmed when one of the lackeys came out with a briefcase, opening it. Once opened, that was enough confirmation as he activated OFA to 25% to get this over with fast. He jumped down, cracking the ground, and blitzed the first man on the left side, elbowing him in the side of the face, making it thud against the van, knocking him out. He spun around on his back foot, performing a roundhouse kick against the female lackey across her face, knocking her out. Izuku dropped to a splits as crystal shard embedded into the truck from the large leader. Izuku quickly spun and delivered a double kick upwards into the second female lackey, launching her into the alley wall, cracking as she slumped, knocked out. Leaving the left side alone with only the leader. Izuku. 3 down, 5 to go. The big leader transformed into complete diamond as he went for a punch, making Izuku scoff at how slow the man was. He peered around the large man, seeing the other group staring at him with anger. The leader's hand was now a handgun with her 2 lackeys next to her, one with long nails pointed at him and the other with just a gun. He looked closer and saw the last hiding behind the van. Izuku. Too easy. Izuku dodged the diamond man's punch by moving close to him and used him as cover as the other gang unleashed fire on the 2. The large man showed no discomfort from the gunfire, so he tried to grab Izuku, but the young man weaved now on the man's side, flicking his finger 3 times, hitting the 3 thugs with air pressure, launching them into the wall, knocking them out. Izuku kicked off the diamond man, flipping backwards, pissing the leader off. Izuku then charged up to his max of 45% and punched the man in the face, launching him into the front of one of the vans, completely caving it as his quirk deactivated, indicating he was knocked out. Izuku sighed as he lowered down to 10% and caught the fleeing last coward thug and slammed him against the wall by his collar, making the thug squirm in fear. Izuku. Talk. Thug. I'm with the Shihasaikai gang. We were tasked with selling trigger and other drugs to the Munforu gang. The boss wanted get the funds up and connections so the Yakuza could prosper like the old times. The base is located in Tokyo in a suburb not far from the city. The address is 4532 Kiro Avenue. It has a sub-basement and all of his lieutenants are very strong. Izuku. Anything else? Thug. Their factory is in Hosuon. The docks goes under the alias Frocco Manufacturing and this pizzeria is a front for them as well. Please, that's all I know, let me go. Izuku. Number. Izuku slammed him face first on the floor, knocking him out. He sighed as he pulled up his wrist, revealing his mini computer that showed his map as he double-tapped it, contacting a police unit to come clean this up. He set 2 markers on the addresses the thug told him about as he made a mental note to check them out. If he could make it harder for Trigger to hit the streets, then his job would be much easier. Trigger junkies were a hassle to mess with. Izuku jumped away as he heard the police sirens getting closer. It didn't take long for Izuku to find something else to help in as he started running to a burning apartment building. He snapped on his mask as he crashed through a window right around the middle of the building. He activated his heartbeat sensor in his contacts as well as his sound nullifier in his earpiece, cutting out all the noise from the fire, trying to focus on any breathing. He quickly activated 40% as he rocketed around the building, grabbing any survivor he could. He jumped out the building with 5 people on his back with 2 more in his arms, dropping them down before running back in. He picked up 6 more people as well as 2 bodies as he believed they didn't deserve to be burned into nothingness. He dropped the last of them off as there was already heroes and paramedics and left to look for more things to do. Izuku then saw an old lady struggling to cross the street, so he jumped down, put her on his back and carried her straight to her home and went back to patrolling. Not long later, Izuku stopped a high-speed chase by crashing into its hood, making it stop instantly. He left immediately, stopping 3 store robberies in seconds as he continued to look for more crimes to stop. 3 hours later, Izuku wiped some sweat off his forehead as he sat on the edge of a building. His little break didn't last long as he heard a scream in an alley not far from him. In an instant, Izuku was at the end of the alley and rushing in once he saw what the man was about to do. However, before he could reach them, something wrapped around his legs, making him fall face first to the floor. He looked behind and saw a homeless-looking man holding a scarf and started to drag Izuku towards him. Izuku powered up to 45% and slammed his hand into the wall, stopping the progress while using his other hand to pull his knife out, cutting the scarf off. The homeless-looking guy looked surprised that he was able to do that as Izuku got in a defensive position as the rapist and victim turned to him, revealing to be Midnight and Present Mike. Along with 2 giant feet blocking both sides of the alley as MT. Lady looked down into the alley with a frown. Aizawa, you're surrounded, so I'd recommend to give up and put your hands behind your head. Izuku. Like hell I'd. Izuku was powering up, but he felt OFA disappear, making him look shocked as he looked at Aizawa, who had floating hair, as he stared at Izuku. Izuku started to get scared as he lost his source of power. Aizawa. Final warning. Your quirk is erased. This is the end of the line, and look at it in the bright side. Vigilantism is only life in prison. Now, hands behind the head or we will use force. Izuku with wide eyes turned to Midnight and Present Mike. Present Mike didn't seem to care that much as he was cleaning his ear while Midnight looked at him with a sad smile. Midnight. Should have gotten your license, honey. Mount. Lady didn't say anything as she didn't like the way they got this done, but this was still her job. Izuku was panicking hard as he couldn't think of a way to get out of this without hurting someone bad or he himself getting hurt bad. Was it really over? Was he about to be put in prison for the rest of his life? What about his mom? Would she get punished as well? What about Ochako? She'd get blamed as well. Izuku. No, not yet. I can't get caught. Too many people are relying on me. I got to escape. I got to break Eraserhead's line of sight. Izuku was hyperventilating as he started to get hot, with OFA slowing, reactivating as the red lines started glowing all over him as his skin started to glow like a rainbow, along with his electricity starting to bounce off him. Aizawa looked surprised as his quirk was activated. So how was this guy using his quirk? Before they could rush Izuku to stop him, he screamed in pain as gray smoke erupted from him, covering the whole block in an instant. Izuku dropped to his knees, panting as he couldn't see a thing due to all the smoke. However, he felt OFA flowing throughout his body again, making him jump to his feet and started jumping up the wall, escaping as a trail of smoke followed behind him before finally disappearing. Izuku bolted straight to Torino's apartment at 45%, reaching it in under a minute. He crashed in through the back window, collapsing to all fours as he vomited, getting drawbacks from whatever he did. Izuku. What was that? Ofa feels weird. Izuku didn't get a chance to think as he collapsed, falling unconscious, making Torino find him and cursing as he dragged the boy to the couch, cursing the entire time. Izuku opened his eyes, finding himself in a black void where he turned around, seeing 8 people on thrones facing him in what seemed to be a semi-connected room. He recognized the people from his dream as they stared at him with neutral looks. Welcome, Ninth. We have much to discuss. Narrator Pav. I'm going to change the writing style this chapter to see if it flows better. Tell me what you guys think. Asterisk. Izuku looked at the people with nervousness and dread since he knew they were dead. Conclusions started jumping into his head as he backed up from the people he saw die in his dreams so many times. The man in the middle spoke first, noticing this turmoil in Izuku. Don't worry, Ninth, you aren't dead. That calmed Izuku down a little as the man's voice seemed soothing to the young vigilante. The man looked to be in his early 30s with white shaggy straight hair that looked unkempt, with one soft green eye peeking through the long hair with happiness. He was wearing a blue unbuttoned dress shirt with a white undershirt underneath and black pants. He seemed trustworthy in Izuku's eyes, but that didn't stop him from being cautious. Who are you people? Ah, a good question with a complicated answer. We are all the past users of One for All, said the man as he smiled softly at Izuku, who just stared at all of them with wide eyes. How is that possible? Asked Izuku with utter confusion as he scanned the other people that were sitting on the thrones. To be honest, I don't know myself. Just one day I was here and the others slowly came with time. It seemed as One for All grew over time, its capabilities grew as well until it got to the point that it could take portions of souls as well as something else, stated the man as he looked to the void around them before back at Izuku. Then you received One for All and everything changed. You brought One for All to a whole new level by sheer willpower alone, said the man with curiosity in his voice as he continued to scan Izuku. It truly is impressive. First, not only did he evolve One for All with his willpower alone, but also passed the quirk Singularity as well with it. He even broke One for All's limiter by punching it. I could have done that, added a man with a large scar as he scoffed at the absurdity of Izuku's method to surpass his limits. A loud laugh echoed in the void, causing Izuku to turn to a bald man who was wearing a pair of googles and black vest with bandolier. Oh, don't get buttered, my master, we can't all get that lucky. However, you can't deny it is impressive to obtain this much mastery of One for All in such little time, added the bald man as he stroked his chin while giving Izuku an appraised eye. Izuku looked at all of the previous users with confusion, which the main man noticed immediately. Ah yes, introductions are in due order. I am the first user of this quirk. My name was Yoichi, but just call me first. Next to me is the second and third users. They aren't interested in talking to you at the moment. I'm sorry, said the first as he motioned with his hand to the 2 men sitting next to him that had their eyes closed, not even acknowledging Izuku. The second user looked exactly like Bakugo, but his hair was brown in color, with him wearing what looked to be a proto-hero suit. The third user had a spiky high ponytail with dirty blonde hair, also wearing a proto-hero suit from the Dark Ages. Izuku was a little saddened by the second and third users' behavior, but let it go. Ignore those geezers, they are like that with everyone. My name is Hikage Shinomori, the fourth user of One for All, introduced the man with the large scar over his eye. He had grayish hair with it parted in the middle and was wearing something kind of monk-like. The bald-headed man laughed and went to slap him on the back, but the fourth caught his hand before it even got near him. Ha ha ha, still got it, master. My name is Daijoro Banjo, the fifth user, added the bald man, finally introducing himself. My name is N, the sixth user. It was quite shocking to see you use my quirk, said the best genist look-alike as he gave Izuku an interested look. Izuku was about to ask about that, but the first made a face saying it will be explained soon. The last user made a cough, causing Izuku to turn to the person, and he blushed a little as he looked upon probably the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. She was wearing a body-tight hero suit, not hiding her assets, wearing a long white cape on her back and yellow gloves on her fists. A red skirt type of cloth hung around her waist and her hair was beautiful black slick color. My name is Nana Shimura, the seventh user. Oh my, are you cutie? said the woman as she shamelessly scanned Izuku. Before Izuku could respond to the MILF, the first directed the conversation back to the situation. You may have broken the limiter of one for all and passed the quirk singularity. You still can't reach your full potential because your body is holding you back, but that will come with time. What is this quirk singularity? Asked Izuku. The first nodded at this as he looked to N. You used my quirk at that moment. It's called smokescreen. You were thinking that you needed to hide and escape, and because of that one for all evolved, allowing you to pass the singularity without any backlash. Said N. The first popped back into the conversation. The quirk singularity is the theory that quirks are genetic and that eventually one day they will evolve to the point that they will just kill the user due to how dangerous they will become. Theoretically, you should be dead right now, Izuku, but you surpassed that with your will. I believe one day you will complete one for all and gain all of our quirks, announced the first in a voice with utter confidence, causing Izuku to look at him in awe. Once you do gain them, they will be an entirely new beast since we had them. One for all not only increases your overall strength, it also makes your quirk significantly stronger as well. At this point, who know how strong the quirks will be? You will also be the last user of one for all. If you were to pass it on to anyone else, you will be handing them a death sentence, said the first with a serious expression, causing Izuku to gulp. What do you mean a death sentence? Asked Izuku with a worried expression. One for all is more compatible with quirkless individuals. The lifespan of the users with quirks are significantly cut shorter due to strain put on their body from one for all. Imagine an empty drinking glass. If you fill it with water, then it's fine. However, if you try to add more water to the glass without giving it outlet or the glass being able to grow, it shatters. That's what happened to me when I was the user. Luckily I passed it on before I fully succumbed to the damage, said the fourth with a grim look. That's why, Izuku, you must defeat my brother in this life. He is still alive. I can feel him slowly trying to get his strength back. Warn Toshinori and prepare for the worst. You must get stronger before it is too late, pleaded the first with a desperate look as the other users stared at him with the same look. Izuku only had one thought though. Why do I have to defeat your brother? Ah, it seems Toshinori didn't tell you the origin of one for all nor its purpose for existing. That's understandable, after all he thought he killed him, spoke the first before he cleared his throat. Centuries ago, when the first quirks started to emerge and disorder started to seep in Japan, a man developed a quirk that allowed him to steal and give quirks to his own benefit. At first, he wanted to bring stability to Japan and give people with quirks a voice. But as the years of fighting carried on, he got worn down until he was barely a shell. Then that shell was filled with malice and greed. As he took quirks, he didn't take in the factor that it would change him. His younger brother, concerned with this change, confronted him, hoping of saving his brother from himself. But it was too late for the older brother to turn back. In hopes to shackle his brother, the older brother forced a quirk onto him since he believed his brother was quirkless. This did the opposite. It gave the brother and the world a fighting chance from his overwhelming power. This was how One for All was born. All you need to know, Izuku, is that my brother All for One is someone not to take lightly, no matter how strong you become. The first finished his story as he closed his eyes to force the memories down. Izuku looked at his hands with a solemn look after the story, contemplating the destiny that was now on his shoulders. He clenched his fists and gave a determined nod and looked back to the first. I won't let you all down. I will complete One for All and defeat All for One. I will end this cycle. I promise on my life, shouted Izuku with determination, causing all of the previous users to look at him with wide eyes. The first smiled as he stared at Izuku. I'll hold you to that, Izuku Midoriya. Till we meet again. And just like that, Izuku woke up with a start, panting as he slowly regained his focus. Once he realized where he was, he quickly got up and ran to the living room, scaring the crap out of Gran Torino, who was eating a bagel. Gosh kid, you're finally up and the first thing you do is scare the shit out of me. I should. Torino, call All Might, it's about One for All, shouted Izuku in a panic, causing Gran Torino to grow serious as he quickly complied to the order. Not long later, All Might arrived in his normal civilian attire. Thankfully it was a Saturday, so they didn't have to worry about Ua. So, Izuku told them what almost happened last night, with him almost captured and the awakening of a second quirk. They weren't happy with the news that Izuku was almost captured, but that got completely overshadowed by the shock of learning the evolution of One for All. That's a lot to take in, young Midoriya, said All Might as he rubbed the back of his head. I'm not done, master. While I was unconscious I met the previous users. Shimura was right, Torino, there is more to One for All. Both the older men were flabbergasted after that as they just stared at Izuku. What did they say? Asked All Might. They told me everything from why I unlocked that quirk, to the true purpose and origin of One for All. They told me I will complete One for All and that I would be its last user. Master. They said he is still alive. All for One is still alive. The temperature in the room dropped as All Might and Torino stared at Izuku with shock. All Might put his head in his hands as he bent over, reviewing the battle over and over again, wondering how that bastard survived. Torino sighed as he rubbed his forehead, already imagining the headache this will cause. We keep this to ourselves. Just us three, the others don't need to know about this. It's not like they'll be much help anyways, proposed Izuku as he looked to the floor with clear nervousness. The other two didn't say anything at first since they were thinking about it. One glanced to one another and they reached a conclusion. I agree. You're right, kid. Izuku arrived to his apartment around midday, making him sigh as he felt his stomach grumble in hunger. He walked up the stairs and started approaching his apartment door, knowing his mother was going to chew him out for not coming home, but he knew he could calm her down with some ice cream. As he reached in his pocket for his key, the next door apartment's door opened, making Izuku look to see Yu exiting wearing a simple sundress with a sun hat. Ah, Midoriya-san, did you just get home? Asked Yu as she turned to Izuku with a warm smile. Yep, didn't make it home last night, so I'm preparing to handle that fire from mother. Maybe go out for lunch afterwards, haven't eaten anything for a couple of days, said Izuku as he bounced in place, hyping himself up to open the door. Yu bit her lip as she thought if she should risk this or not. Aw, fuck it, Midoriya. Do you want to get lunch with me? I was heading out to get some anyway and I wouldn't mind if you joined me, asked Yu as she bashfully looked away from Izuku. The living black hole, however, didn't notice the obvious implications of this invitation and took it at face value. Sure, I would love to have lunch with you. Let me just say hi to my mom and change, said Izuku with a bright smile, causing Yu to blush and return the smile with a goofy one. Sure, take your time. Izuku walked into his apartment and immediately got bombarded by his worried mother. After much convincing and bribing, Izuku was able to calm his mother down and promised to bring her favorite mint ice cream when he came back. After changing into a leather jacket with jeans, he and Yu left to a nearby burger spot where they could get lunch and dessert. The two enjoyed themselves as they ate and talked, learning more about each other. Izuku could see past Yu's walls she put up and the mask of an arrogant woman. She acts like a selfish woman to others, even downright rude, but Izuku didn't see that when she was with him. He saw her true self, someone that will put others before themselves and put everything on the line for what they believe in. He knows she's MT. Lady. He recognized her the moment they met. He was a little wary to open himself up to one of the people that berated him so long ago. Hell, he knows she doesn't even recognize him. But he can still tell the Yu he met as MT. Lady is nothing like the Yu he knows now. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Yu, who waved her hand in front of Izuku, causing him to cough in embarrassment. Sorry about that. Were you asking me something? No, not really, you just seemed out of it for a second. You okay? Izuku smiled at that as he nodded his head in confirmation as he took a bite of his burger. The rest of the day passed as Izuku and Yu walked back to their apartments, with Izuku holding a bag of his mother's ice cream. As they joked and talked, Izuku's phone rang. He excused himself and pulled it out, showing it was Ochako calling him, causing him to smile fondly, which Yu noticed right away, causing her to grow nervous. Who's that? Asked Yu with a dead tone voice, making Izuku jump as he forgot she was there. Oh, it's my well, it's complicated right now, said Izuku while he rubbed the back of his head and coughed. I got to take this. I really enjoyed this, Takayama-san, maybe we could do this again. I'd like that. Izuku excused himself as he took the call and walked into his apartment with a smile. Yu clenched her fist in determination as she promised herself she won't lose to this mysterious girl, not realizing she was very far behind Uraraka but still second in the race. Now it was time for Izuku to prepare for the sports festival. Narrator Pav. Like stated earlier, it's been 2 weeks or so since Izuku encountered the past users and unlocked Smokescreen. Since then he's put his vigilante gig to the side since he almost got caught. So for the time being he settled for training instead, mostly just normal body training and quirk training. Also the sports festival was coming up, so he had a good excuse for everyone. Most of the time he trained with Ochako at the gym, helping her prepare. She would follow his workout method for her body workout, and then he would have her lift heavy things with her quirk until she vomited. The reason Izuku would do this to the girl he loved was because she asked for this. She was beyond determined to do well in this festival since she knew what it meant if she did. It would mean she was one step closer into achieving her dream. She needed this recognition in order to get the perfect internships. Izuku admired the determination and gladly helped her train. He also promised himself he would try his best to make sure she advanced high in the rankings. Izuku on the other hand wasn't that determined to do good in the festival. He knows that this is his moment to get into the hero course, but he doesn't even know if he wants to get into the hero course anymore. What's the point? He's already doing hero work. What's the point of going to a course that tells him how to do something he already does? He just needed to think about it. Izuku did a slight workout when he was with Ochako and only used base 1 for all. However, when he was by himself he truly trained to increase his percentage and master smokescreen. He also discovered something about smokescreen due to these experiments. Smokescreen had evolved thanks to 1 for all stockpile feature. He can make different forms of smoke as long as he knew the way they were made naturally. So far he was able to make steam and icy mist, but could still get affected by the smokes he made. Izuku realized he needed to talk to All Might about his feelings on the hero course and vigilante nights. He knew that this was the whole point of the vigilante gig, to make sure he was ready for the sports festival and earn his spot, but like said before, he just didn't see the point anymore. He saw it could only bring trouble to him and the community as a whole. If he were to join the hero course, it would be almost impossible to continue his vigilante work, and he still had so much he wanted to take care of. The 2 weeks flew by and the day of the sports festival finally arrived. Izuku was sitting on a bench in the general ed. locker room with the other students chatting around or looking like they might crap their pants. The general education and the other courses besides the heroes didn't get their own locker rooms for each class. They were all just stuck in the same room until they were called out to the field. Izuku looked around to scout his competition and could tell none of them trained for this. They were going to get slaughtered by the hero courses. The time came and Izuku's course was called out to the arena along with the other courses. The hero courses were cheered loudly while almost no one cheered for the other courses, already expecting them to lose early. It didn't bother Izuku as he just stood among the masses of his peers with a determined look as Midnight called Bakugo to the stage for his speech. He didn't even care about Bakugo's cocky promise, instead just promising himself that he'll stop as soon as Bakugo was out of this tournament. Midnight spun a wheel for the first challenge and it stopped on obstacle race. The first challenge will be an obstacle race. The rules are simple: stay on the track, get through the 3 obstacles and no seriously harming any other competitor. If you break any of these rules you will be automatically disqualified. Now go to the starting line, only the top 40 will move on to the next round. Midnight finished the brief explanation, allowing the students to line up at the tunnel. Izuku spotted Ochako near the middle hyping herself and turned to look for him. Their eyes met, both understanding what the other wanted. Izuku nodded towards her with Ochako returning the nod and giving a thumbs up. Izuku settled near back and powered up to 10%. There was no reason to put too much effort in this tournament. So Eraserhead, what do you think of this first bout between these youngsters? Asked Present Mike with giddy voice that echoed throughout the stadium. A decent beginning to give the students a warm-up, but it's far too easy for the hero students. I don't know what's the point of having the other courses participate. It's always just the hero students that make it to the end, said Aizawa with a bored and uninterested tone as he sipped on a juice box. Izuku clenched his fist and in silence he walked backwards until he was 10 feet behind the guy in the farthest. Izuku then fell in sprinter stance and powered up to 45%. He now had a new goal besides the one he has. He was going to humiliate Aizawa as well. He's had enough of that annoying hobo. What's that students doing? Asked Mike with confusion. Probably already gave up, clarified Aizawa. Now let's get this show on the road, shouted Midnight as an racing stoplight started to count down above the tunnel. A loud ringing echoed in the stadium as the light turned green. Immediately everyone in front started to fight through the tunnel, but Izuku waited. A dual-haired boy froze the floor, trapping most of the students besides the hero courses, but Izuku waited. As the hero students arrived to the first obstacle, Izuku rocketed out of the tunnel, and in a blur a dozen 1- and 2-pointers were obliterated into nothing but scarps. While he was dashing, he grabbed Ochako and placed her from 30th to 10th before he continued to run. Izuku passed Bakugo and Shoto, causing the latter to scoff and the former to scream insults. "Oh damn, this kid is fast," he went from last place to first in a literal second. "Who is this? Let's see. Aha, this is Izuku Midoriya of the General Education course in Class D." Aizawa didn't say anything as he recognized the boy from both the entrance exam and that time in the cafeteria. "He'll fail in this first obstacle anyway, so it doesn't matter what his name is," said Aizawa. Izuku shattered another 2-pointer and took its shielded hand slinging on his shoulder as he kept running. The 0-pointers emerged from the ground blocking Izuku's path, but instead of slowing down, Izuku kept running at the titans of machinery with a determined glare. A 0-pointer punched down aiming to hit Izuku, but Izuku jumped and scaled up the arm in a sprint. As he approached the shoulder, he jumped and tossed the sheet of metal like a javelin. The makeshift javelin tore through the head of the 0-pointer like butter. Izuku then bounced off the 0-pointer, using it as an takeoff point and clearing the first obstacle. Izuku dropped down to 5% in his run as he wanted to make this a little more interesting. Izuku reached the second obstacle and slowly started to go along the line, making a show to the crowd. To the crowd he was just being a showman. To any hero it was an obvious slap in the face. To Ua, "I don't even need to try against your hero course." As Izuku reached the second set of lines he could hear explosions behind him followed by loud profanity. "You're mine, Deku." Izuku jumped off the rope and wrapped his 2 hands on the line. He then pulled on the line, making it go down with him. He released his pull on the line, making it go up, launching him in the air at Bakugo. Bakugo, not prepared for this, tried to stop himself but instead was met with a dropkick to the cheek by Izuku, almost knocking out the walking explosion, but instead launched him back to the beginning of the second obstacle. As he was falling back down, Izuku saw a good majority of the hero course students on 2 of the first lines. He smirked as he redirected himself with an air flick heading towards them. Izuku landed on the first one, knocking off everyone on it. He then kicked in the direction of the second one, sending an air slash that cut the line, eliminating everyone on that one as well. He scanned the area, seeing Ochako on the third island, and smiled as charged to 20% and started bounding between each island, racing to the final obstacle. Holy shit. Just like that, folks, a third of both 1A and 1B are eliminated by the mystery student from General Education. Now he is at the entrance of the minefield, right on the tail of the prodigy of 1A, Shoto Todoroki. Announced Present Mike with excitement. Aizawa watched in silence with a suspicious gaze as he watched Izuku race to the minefield. How the hell did a General Education student make this much progress compared to the hero students? My students. His quirk and movement look familiar. Could he be? Thought Aizawa as he watched Izuku flip over Shoto and air flicked a mine to go off in front of the boy, launching him back. Izuku took first place with minimal effort. The stadium was quiet for a second before erupting into cheers, making Izuku smile and revert back to his old self, a little evident by the embarrassed blush and him rubbing his head. The staff was speechless. This is the first time in sports festival history that a General Education or any student that wasn't in the hero course won an event. All Might was smiling for his pupil and he couldn't be any prouder, and Nezu smiled thinking that this was a good candidate. Ochako crossed the finish line at 15th, making Izuku happy, and Ochako immediately ran to him, embracing him into a hug. Bakugo watched from the sidelines fuming while holding his jaw, and Shoto stared at Izuku with a glare. Actually, almost all of the hero students were glaring at Izuku for what he did to their classes. Izuku didn't mind the glares, as to him it was like children pouting at an adult for not giving them candy. Midnight walked up saying it was time for the next round as the 40 have crossed the line. She spun the wheel again and it landed on Battle Royales. Ah, this will be fun for you little cuties. The round is simple. There will be 4 platforms raised up around the arena in the shape of a circle. 10 students will be placed randomly on each platform. Your only goal is to survive for 10 minutes, and whoever is remaining will move on to the actual tournament. The way to be eliminated is by getting thrown off the platform and hitting the ground. however you have 5 seconds until you hit the ground and can reach back to the platform with no penalty. The rules are no seriously injuring each other and the obvious 5-second rule. Also, the victor of the race was intended to have a handicap, but since he's from the general education no handicap will be placed, announced Midnight as Smentos made the 4 platforms. Izuku's eyes went wide at the obvious disrespect he was given and his eyes filled with rage. With gritted teeth and unclenched fists, Izuku yelled his disapproval. Bullshit. Izuku's outburst made the arena silent. If you refuse to give me the respect I deserve, then I will take your respect by force. I will only use my left hand for this next round, that is my handicap, declared Izuku, a spiteful voice. Everyone was silent for a second, broken by Midnight saying if he wished. Izuku was guided onto the main platform with 9 others. He recognized 2 of them as hero students, 1 from each class. One was guy with red spiky hair and he looked at Izuku with an intense look, and the other was girl with vine-like green hair. The rest of them were just small fry that looked scared. Izuku had put his right hand behind his back to show he wasn't going to use it. Izuku inspected the other platforms, seeing Bakugo and that dual-haired one on the same platform. Ochako was on one by herself with a few hero students, and the last had mostly small fry. Izuku turned back to his platform. It seemed the 1A student wanted him all to himself while the other seemed indifferent to him. The small fries looked like they would piss themselves any moment. Begin. Sorry bud, but that was super unmanly of you for knocking my friends out, said the redhead as he charged at Izuku. Izuku scoffed as he saw all the openings on the redhead, however his interest peaked when he saw the redhead's body hardened like he was a rock. Though he grew annoyed by the next announcement from the booth. And this is where that kid's miracle run ends now against Eijiro Kirishima. He is fast and strong, that is a given, but if his entrance exam is any indicator on his drawback, that is probably his limit, and Kirishima can easily tank that limit until the very end, stated Aizawa with conviction. He lied about the last part to get under Izuku's skin and bolster Kirishima's confidence. Izuku growled at the insult but ignored it as he quelled the anger while turning to the charging Kirishima. Sorry about this, Kirishima-san, but I'm going to make an example of you, said Izuku with a pitiful tone and not even raising his fists. This confused Kirishima but didn't stop him. He raised his fist and hardened it while throwing a wild right haymaker. The crowd cheered, ready to see how Izuku would fight with one hand, while staff believed it was already over for the interesting student. Izuku instead slapped the fist away and sidestepped to the right. Kirishima growled and tried a left haymaker, which this time Izuku stepped forward with his right foot and weaved under the punch. He then swept Kirishima off his feet with ease with standing leg sweep, making the rock boy fall on his back with a grunt. Izuku looked down on the hero student with boredom as he backed up from him and motioned for him to stand up. Kirishima growled as he stood up, charging Izuku again, throwing a barrage of punches at the boy. Izuku sighed as he easily weaved and dodged the sloppy and slow punches. Kirishima finished the barrage with an overhead strike, but Izuku caught it with his left hand. Izuku pushed Kirishima away, making the boy growl again. Izuku took his eyes off his opponent, checking on Ochako. She was still on her platform with only 4 others left, but they made no attempt to attack each other, all keeping their distance. Izuku dodged a straight punch and turned to the clock, seeing there was a minute left. He dodged under another straight and this time returned a hook into Kirishima's jaw, making an audible crack fill the arena. Kirishima fell to the ground face first, obviously stunned by the punch. I just want you to remember this, rock boy. Not only did I not use my quirk once this fight, you never even came close to touching me, and I didn't even need both hands to whoop your ass. Now get up and give me a fight or jump off this platform before I force you off, said Izuku with an annoyed voice. Kirishima tried to stand up but was still struggling. Izuku sighed and grabbed him by his shoulder and tossed him over the edge. Izuku turned to the rest of his platform, just seeing the vine-haired girl standing by herself on the other side, obviously eliminating all the others. There is no need for us to fight. Don't worry, I will not attack as long as you don't attack me, said the girl in a gentle voice. Well, sounds good to me, said Izuku with a smile. The second round ended with a buzzer and the crowd cheered loudly as the platforms were raised down. The staff was speechless at the humiliation that Kirishima faced against Izuku. Especially Aizawa, who stared with wide eyes as he watched one of his students who had amazing potential get soundly defeated. All Might looked proud but noted he needed to check on why Izuku seemed so angry lately. The tournament bracket was announced and were told they had a 30-minute lunch break until it started. The tournament is the same as canon, but the Mina and Kirishima matches don't happen including their opponents. The two partners started walking to the cafeteria together to get lunch while talking about their fights. Luckily most of the people on my platform were classmates and didn't want to fight each other. That didn't stop one of the competitors to try and fight me, but thanks to you teachings he was slight work, said Ochako with a cheery smile as she wrapped her arms around one of Izuku's. Izuku smiled as they continued to walk forward. Glad to hear it. The two were interrupted by a girl with long pink dreadlocks cutting them off. She was wearing goggles and leaned forward inspecting Izuku while adjusting, making him uncomfortable. A smirk played across her face. Ah yes, it is you. Didn't recognize you due to the growth spurt. I'm going to borrow this hunk for a second. "K, thanks, bye," said the girl as she dragged Izuku away at Inhuman, making him scream as Ochako reached for him in vain. "Hey, bring back my boyfriend," shouted Ochako as she tried to run after them but lost them around the corner. Bakugo was nearby watching the couple and growled in jealousy before walking away. The girl tossed Izuku into one of the competitor rooms, making him hit a table and complain. "What's the big idea and who are you anyway?" asked Izuku as he stood back up, rubbing his head. The girl didn't answer immediately as she instead circled Izuku, inspecting him all over until finally stopping. "The answer is simple, hunk. I am Mei Hatsume, the future's greatest inventor, and you will help me reach that future," said Mei with explosions going off behind her while she pointed at Izuku. Izuku looked at her like she was insane. "And how do you think I can help you, Hatsume-san?" "Simple. You are getting so much attention right now it would be impossible for the higher-ups to not see my gadgets on you. That's why I say we have a proposal. You use just one of gadgets for the tournament, and if you make it into the hero course, I'll be your personal mechanic for the rest of your life. What do you say?" asked Mei as she extended her hand for a shake. Izuku barely gave any thought to his answer. "No. Huh. I said no. This deal brings no value to me in the slightest. I have no need for gadgets to help me, and I've seen yours before in the other rounds. They will only hinder my chances of winning, even though that's not the goal. I simply cannot accept these conditions nor deal," said Izuku with a plain look, making Mei's smile drop for a second before it went into a forced smile. "Now if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Good luck with your matches." So it had to come to this. I wonder what the public would think of a student that's not even in the hero course being so connected to All Might. Izuku stopped in his tracks with wide eyes. "What did you say? 3 times a week since the beginning of school you go to the 3rd floor of the West Wing, down the corridor to the back room on the right. There you talk to All Might for about an hour before heading on your way. From what it seems like, All Might is a sort of sponsor to you. Now I wonder what would happen if that were to leak." Izuku turned completely around with a pissed-off look as Mei looked at him with an empty look. "Now does my deal sound more valuable to you?" Izuku stared at her for a minute and he let out a heavy sigh before turning around and walking away. "Do what you want, as long as I don't see you again," said Izuku as he walked out of the room with a thud. Mei stood there shocked, unable to move. Izuku walked the hallways with a scowl, heading straight to the cafeteria. The dual-haired boy tried to stop him for whatever reason, but Izuku just shoved his arm away and continued his stride. Izuku took a deep breath as he sat down next to Ochako, making her jump in surprise. "Oh Izuku, what happened with the crazy chick?" "Nothing of importance, just a waste of time." Izuku and Ochako finished eating with him, walking her to her stands before he went out to fight. The partners entered the 1A stand and all the chatting died instantly. All the students just stared at Izuku with either anger or wariness. After all, he was the one to defeat almost all of them. "Why are you here?" asked a girl with earphones for ears. "He was walking me here before his match, and plus I wanted you all to meet him since he might be joining us soon," said Ochako with a smile. Izuku put on a small smile and waved. "Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." No one responded to Izuku's greeting, instead most either turning away or continuing their glares. One person however walked to Izuku, making him drop his smile into a frown. "How the hell did you get a quirk, Deku?" asked Bakugo with a growl as he looked up to Izuku, fueling his anger more. "I've always had one, Bakugo, and it's Midoriya-sama to you. growled Izuku as he looked down at the boiling Bakugo. A boy with blue hair and glasses stepped in between them and stared at Izuku with a disapproving look. If you are here to just start a fight, then I suggest you leave. If I remember clearly, your class dog approached me first. Now if I were you, I would control that dog before someone puts it down, said Izuku with a glare. Bakugo went to pounce on Izuku, but Kirishima and a yellow-haired kid stopped him, making Izuku scoff. Hero course my ass. Izuku turned and started to walk away with Ochako following him, but still turned and gave her class a disappointed look. They refused to meet. Then the tournament truly began. As Izuku was walking to the ring through the tunnels, he saw a man standing near the entrance. He smiled as he saw his master in his weakened form. Master, shouldn't you be in the staff booth? Asked Izuku as he stopped in front of the older man. I should, but I needed to check on you. Are you okay? Asked All Might. Yeah, this tournament shouldn't be too hard. That's not what I meant, young Midoriya. Izuku stayed quiet as he looked out the tunnel. I know you're planning on dropping out of the tournament, Izuku. I just don't understand why. This is the moment you've been waiting for, the reason why you became that, said All Might as Izuku continued to stand there. I thought so too, but I've grown to realize on what's the point of taking this route of learning when I was in the action for so long, making a difference out there. While if I took this route, I'll be stuck behind a desk for another 3 or 4 years for the chance of me being back out there, said Izuku with a faraway look. Sigh. I understand, young Midoriya. I understand that feeling all too well. It's probably my fault you think like that, and I accept that. However, I assume you realize that one day you will be caught and not even All Might can save you then. I know. All Might clasped Izuku on the back, making the boy turn. I'll still always be there for you. Izuku just smiled softly and walked out of the tunnel. Izuku walked out to cheers, heading towards the ring with a smile. Having calmed down, Izuku was ready for his fight. Entering from the left tunnel as the underdog, that showing he's the top dog instead, Izuku Midoriya of the general education course. Announced Present Mike, making the crowd cheer even louder, making Izuku wave his hand with a wide smile. Now coming from the right tunnel is another student from the general education course, but unlike his classmate, he's gone the sneaky route of making it here. Give a hand for Hitoshi Shinsho. Announced Present Mike, but this time the cheers weren't as loud as before. Izuku hopped in place as he readied himself, while Shinsho just stood there laid back and slouching with a cocky grin. Are you two ready? Asked Midnight. Izuku nodded and Shinsho lazily waved his hand. Begin. Izuku immediately started running at Shinsho without one for all, but Shinsho stood his ground. It must be nice having that strong of a quirk. You must have had a blessed life. Izuku cocked an eyebrow in confusion at that, since Shinsho still hadn't moved. It's a shame all that power didn't make you realize your girlfriend is a slut. Izuku saw red as he stomped on the ground, making it crack as he stopped in his tracks. A wave of bloodlust filled the ring, making Shinsho gulp instantly and take a step back. What did? Got ya? Izuku's eyes glazed over, making Shinsho smirk. Now make me happy and walk out of the ring. Izuku obeyed, turning around and slowly walked to the edge of the ring. The One for All users looked from their thrones with interest. Well, the dumbass got caught in a mind control quirk. Should we help? Asked the second with no interest. I say no. He needs to learn some humility, said N from his seat. I second that, said the fourth. Screw that. I want to win, shouted Banjo. I agree with Banjo. Izuku needs to win, said the first. While the others argued on what to do, Nana stared at the tranced Izuku and had an idea she wanted to try. Let's see if this works. Right as the brainwashed Izuku was about to step out, he stopped and took his foot back into the arena. Shinsho looked shocked that Izuku broke free. Izuku turned around, showing a smirk on his face. Would you look at that, it works, said Izuku, but something was different about him. His eyes now had a black hue to them, making them look close to onyx in color, and his voice sounded like two voices talking at the same time, one feminine and the other male. Izuku charged up One for All to 3%, making pinkish lightning bounce off him and charged Shinsho. The poor boy didn't even last a second as Izuku socked him in the face, launching him out of the ring. Winner of the first match, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smirked before closing his eyes, and when he opened them again he looked confused and his eyes were green once again. As Izuku walked through the tunnel, he was still dazed on what happened. Ah, what the hell happened? I don't remember anything. I stepped in. Izuku jumped as a ghost Nana appeared in front of him, making her giggle. What do you mean 7th? Sigh, it's Nana, stop calling me 7th. Simple, I took over your body and won the match. You can do that. Well, now I can, still don't know how I did though. Well, thank you for that. It's no problem at all. After all, I could never let my cutie get humiliated like that. Huh. Nana floated around Izuku, making him gulp as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing something against his head. See you later, cutie. And just like that, Nana disappeared back to the void. Izuku coughed as he went to the stands to watch the fights. Izuku found Ochako and sat next to her, which she congratulated him with a kiss on the cheek, making him smile. The rest of the fights were pretty boring in Izuku's opinion, none of them could really fight. Right now he was watching the ponytailed girl from Ochako's get ringed out in a second by Bird Head. It wasn't even a fight, more of a shove match. The girl looked absolutely devastated as she knelt in the grass before finally sulking to the tunnel. Ochako looked to Izuku with a knowing look, making him sigh as he stood up. He didn't even know her name, and yet here he was about to go cheer her up. It didn't take long for him to find her either, as he just followed the weeping that was in the tunnels, finding her crouched in a side tunnel crying. Tough loss, said Izuku as he leaned against the wall next to her. She jumped at the sudden voice but shrank back into her arms, not answering him. You didn't even get a chance to fight back, to not even show your worth to everyone out there. You wanna know why? Asked Izuku as he continued to look forward, but he could feel Momo's eyes look at him with a small hint of curiosity. It's because you think too much and act too little, but I can tell you still have heart. Don't worry, there's always another chance, said Izuku as he started to walk away. Momo was grateful for Izuku's pep talk but didn't think much of it. Simply because he isn't the first boy that's done that. After all, she's the daughter of one of the world's richest men. It would take her a day to list all the suitors and boys that tried to connect with her. Izuku wouldn't be any different even though he had Ochako. Well, that's what she thought. Well, I'll see you around. Mo, said Izuku as he waved his hand in a goodbye gesture before leaving the side tunnel. Momo looked flabbergasted as she watched Izuku leave without a second glance. He didn't even know my name. Izuku was staring wide-eyed at the ring with him squeezing the metal railing so hard it was crumbling under his grip. It was Bakugo and Ochako's fight. No, more like a torture session. Bakugo was purposefully keeping Ochako in bounds while constantly assaulting her with explosions. Ochako, the stubborn girl, wouldn't stay down either, constantly trying to land a hit on him. Even her trump card was blown into smithereens, but Bakugo didn't stop. The crowd had stopped cheering a long time ago, instead booing and insulting the explosion boy and the heroes, already marking him off their potential candidates, but Bakugo just screamed at them to shoot up, saying she deserved this. Aizawa tried to justify Bakugo, but it fell on deaf ears as the crowd started to throw random things at the boy. Bakugo tried to attack the downed Ochako once more, but a hand redirected the attack to hit the boy instead, launching him backwards. Izuku slowly picked up Ochako and started walking to the nurse's office to get her fixed up. This match is over, said Izuku as he stepped out of the ring while carrying Ochako. Midnight was going to argue but decided against. Due to interference, the winner of this match is Katsuki Bakugo, announced Midnight, but no one cheered. Instead, the boos just grew louder. Izuku walked the tunnels silent as he held the unconscious Ochako, who flinched from every slight movement. Izuku arrived to the nurse's office and laid her on the bed so Recovery Girl could get to work. He stared at her injured form for a second, burning it into his mind before leaving to go to his match. As he walked the halls, his anger started to seep out in waves as his teeth grinded and blood poured from his clenched fists. He had a new goal now, and it had something to do with the blonde Pomerian. As he was walking to his tunnel, he saw the number 2 hero Endeavor standing there with a scowl on his face. He turned his head when he heard Izuku enter the tunnel. So, you're the one that will face my son. I'll admit you're pretty strong for your background, but this is most likely the end of the line for you. However, before you lose, can you get my son out of his rebellion? He's holding himself back from his destiny, said Endeavor with cold voice. Izuku froze at the last part. So, he's holding back, said Izuku to himself as he walked out to the ring. Shoto stood in the ring with a bored look, since he knew this wouldn't be too hard and if anything a waste of time. Izuku walked taut he ring with a neutral face that screamed anger. Start, said Midnight, and immediately Shoto sent a wave of ice at Izuku, aiming to end it early. The ice shattered with a gust of wind, making Shoto buckle at the pressure, and before he could react again a foot was embedded in his stomach. "I have no time to mess with a child throwing a tantrum," were the last words Shoto heard before he fell unconscious. The rest of the tournament was a blur to Izuku, staying by Ochako's side, going out to fight, returning to her side, and then back to a fight. He doesn't remember how many times that happened, but soon his time came for the final fight. He walked out onto the ring and saw the person he wanted to kill so bad, he could care less what the bastard did to him in the past. That doesn't bother him anymore. What bothers, no enrages him, is what he did to Ochako. Is Izuku Midoriya ready? Yes. Is Katsuki Bakugo ready? Hell yeah. Then let the final match of the first-year tournament begin, shouted Midnight as swung her whip signaling to start. Bakugo charged first, yelling profanities while throwing his trademark right hook. Izuku stepped forward and slapped the hand away, making it miss, and then just slapped Bakugo across the face, making the boy fall on his ass. The stadium was quiet for a second as Bakugo laid on his ass dumbstruck before they broke into a loud mocking laughter. Izuku just stared down on him with nothing, absolutely no emotion. Bakugo saw red as he aimed both hands at Izuku, releasing a massive explosion that consumed Izuku. Bakugo smirked as he continued release explosions. A smack in the back of the head made him stop and look up to see Izuku looking down on him unharmed with the same look. Bakugo screamed as he jumped up and released another hook explosion, which was directed away again, but this time instead of a slap, Izuku just put his hands behind his back and started backpedaling. Enraged Bakugo followed after him, throwing explosion after explosion, with Izuku just avoiding them with ease. To the spectators it was like watching an adult mess around with a small child, making them think they were doing something, but in reality they were just a child. The crowd was eating it up, laughing loudly and mocking Bakugo. Ever since his fight with Ochako, the crowd has hated him and was waiting for someone to put him in his place. Damn, this kind of hard to watch. Bakugo can't even get near him. What do you think, Eraser? Shameful. This boy wants to join the hero course but won't even give his opponent the respect he deserves. That boy who the crowd is mocking worked hard for where he is at. This general student doesn't deserve a spot with the best. The crowd reacted to this statement with one word: hypocrite. For the rest of the match this was the only thing the crowd chanted. 15 minutes. For 15 minutes Izuku danced around the ring, making a fool of Bakugo. Slapping him whenever he got too closer, tripping him if he overextended. Izuku decided in Ochako's room, instead of breaking his body, he decided to destroy Bakugo's ego. To make him feel powerless, just like he made Izuku feel for so long and how he made Ochako feel as well. This was the right punishment in Izuku's mind, and it was about to come to a close. Izuku slapped Bakugo again, making him fall on his ass. Bakugo got up again with rage and with tears actually coming close to falling down his red swollen cheeks. Fight me, Dammit. Why aren't you using your quirk? Do you think you're better just because you got a girlfriend? I'll kill you, shouted Bakugo with desperation as he stood back up, igniting his hands with explosion, and for the first time an emotion appeared on Izuku's face that froze Bakugo. Pity. Izuku turned around and walked off the ring, making the crowd go silent. I forfeit. If he tries anything I break him, said Izuku as he passed by Midnight. Before Midnight could ask what he meant, Bakugo screamed in rage, launching himself at Izuku. A loud crack followed by a crunch filled the arena as Izuku had turned and chopped Bakugo's shoulder, shattering the collarbone. As Bakugo laid there in actual medical shock, Izuku turned and walked through the tunnels, ignoring the pained gasps from his old friend. Izuku ditched the award ceremony, instead sitting in the medical bay with Ochako, who finally woke up. Not long after she woke up she broke down in realization she lost her whole goal down the drain, in her mind failing. Izuku didn't let those thoughts linger and refocused her that it wasn't the end of the road just yet. She was thankful and with some help called her parents, who also told how proud they were, making her break down again. Bakugo was sent to the hospital after what Izuku did, but Ochako can learn about that later. As Izuku was getting ready to leave, All Might and Nezu stopped him. It's nice to finally meet you, Midoriya. Toshinori here speaks very highly of you. Ah, likewise Principal Nezu. I hope I didn't cause too much trouble. None at all, young man. If anything, that was the best first-year festival we've had, but I bet you know why I'm here. Yes. So, what do you say about joining Class 1A? As much as I would love to be with my girlfriend, I know it won't work out. You're probably right. What about 1B? Izuku was silent for a second before he let out a sigh. What the hell, why not? Good, you'll be joining them in a week's time. Just like that, the two were gone, with All Might giving Izuku a comforting pat on the back. Izuku sighed as he started walking through the tunnels to leave. Maybe he could get a patrol in, since all the heroes would be busy here. Before he could get far, a young woman with periwinkle hair cut him off, making him stop confused. She was panting and started walking towards him with hands in front like she was about to greedily take something. I found you the Kohai that won so much without showing that quirk. Now, show me that quirk. The lady lunged at Izuku with crazed eyes, making him genuinely afraid, but before she could get far, two young men grappled her, holding her back. Nope, not letting you scar another Kohai for your curiosity. We barely avoided trouble last time, Najire, said a man with a carton-like face, while the other had indigo duck hair in a gloomy expression. No, shouted the girl as they dragged her off into one of the tunnels, and Izuku just stood there confused out of his mind. What the? Not even an hour later, Izuku was running for his life from both Mirko and Ryuku, one chasing him along rooftops with a feral grin and the other flying not far behind. He was very wrong on there not being heroes patrolling due to the sports festival. Mirko had found him extremely fast and very much wanted to kick his face in, and after that didn't happen immediately, she started being very weird in his opinion. The same for Ryuku. As soon as Izuku showed a sign of actually being able to hold his own, she changed. They both were more flirty as they tried to crush him, which greatly confused the young man. Izuku, seeing no other option, decided to test the ability he gained from Nana, so he jumped off the roof while releasing smokescreen and flew off to God's nowhere. God, why me? Narrator Pav. Izuku stood in front of the 1B homeroom with a nervous expression. It was 1 week since the sports festival, meaning it was time for him to join the hero course. News got out that Izuku refused to join the prestigious 1A class and instead joined their sister class, making the tension between the two classes even greater, though Izuku knew his entrance into 1B would still be tense. Luckily, no one got demoted in 1B or he would never be accepted by them. Izuku leaned against the wall as he waited for Vlad King to call him into the homeroom for introductions. He remembers when he came home after the festival and his patrol. His mother was waiting for him with a tense expression while she was sitting in the kitchen. Why did you do that, Izuku? Izuku feigned innocence. What are you talking about, Mom? If it's about the yogurt, I didn't touch it. Cut the crap, Izuku. You know what I'm talking about. Izuku froze in the hallway, his back to her. Why did you humiliate and injure Katsuki like that? Mitsuki called me and was a worried mess, she threatened charges Izuku. Izuku still refused to meet his mother's eyes, keeping his back to her. So why hurt your friend like that, Izuku? That caused Izuku to turn to his mother with angry look. We aren't friends, Mother. We haven't been friends in years. So, even that doesn't give you an excuse to almost kill the boy or humiliate him into nothing. That was the last straw for Izuku, causing him to snap at his mother. He bullied, no, tortured me for years. So, excuse me if I had some rage saved for him. Inko looked stunned as Izuku released a shaky breath. What do you mean, Izuku? Izuku sighed as he sat down next to his mother on the couch. Ever since I was diagnosed quirkless, Mom, my life has been a living hell. Constant harassment and bullying, my grades skewed by the mean teachers, blamed for everything, going to the clinic to treat the wounds the kids would give me, and Bakugo was the one to lead the charge. Inko looked on the verge of tears as Izuku recounted his whole childhood. Why didn't you tell me? Asked Inko with a broken tone as she walked to her son and embraced him while crying. Izuku's mask fell as he embraced her as well, tears streaming down his face. I didn't want to worry you. Ever since Dad left, I've seen you blame yourself for everything. I didn't want you to destroy yourself over this as well, so I endured until I earned my power. The two stayed like that, with Inko apologizing profusely while crying, with Izuku saying it was okay while rubbing her back. I won't let myself ever be weak again, Mother. The mother and son talked until the dead of night. Izuku was broken out of his flashback by the door opening and Vlad King poking out saying he could come in. Izuku sighed as he walked in, with the class silent as they watched the new addition. Izuku stopped in the front of the room and introduced himself. Hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I look forward to our time together. It was quiet, still making Izuku a little uncomfortable. Vlad King coughed and interrupted, now does anyone have questions for Midoriya-kun? Several hands raised up, making Izuku groan inwardly. Izuku pointed at a girl with sharp teeth and dark green hair similar to his. You single? Most of the class groaned at the question, making Izuku chuckle lightly. Let's just say a complicated yes. The girl groaned as she leaned back in her seat. Izuku then pointed to a boy with a blonde comb-over. What is your quirk? It's a strong enhancement quirk. Basically I grow stronger over time but can't draw the power fully out unless my body is ready for it, so a lot of training is needed. For example, I believed I was quirkless for over 10 years until I used my quirk for the first time during the entrance exam, which destroyed my whole arm and legs. The doctors told me that due to the uniqueness of the growing power I might develop other forms of powers in the future, none too special, explained Izuku with his practiced lie. The whole class seemed in awe of the description the quirk, and this seemed to satisfy the blonde as he nodded in approval. Only one hand remained up since it seemed most of the questions were just about his quirk, which didn't surprise Izuku. So, he pointed to only one with a hand left up, which was a boy lime-like skin with pincers on his face like a bug. Why did you choose 1B instead of 1A? This seemed to get the whole class's attention. Izuku sighed as he already found this troublesome to explain. I am not on the best of terms with their homeroom teacher nor with a few of the students, so it was better if I started fresh in here with no conflicts. This didn't seem to satisfy the insect boy, but he didn't push further. Vlad King cut the QA off, saying they needed to start. Midoriya, why don't you sit behind Kendo? Kendo, raise your hand. A girl with a orange side ponytail raised her hand, smiling, which Izuku returned in kind and sat behind her. As you all may know, you will be going on your internships soon, which means you need a hero name first. So, before I give out your offers from heroes, we will work on that, with help from another staff member. The door busted open with Present Mike showing himself, but before he could yell, a piece of hardened blood wrapped around his mouth, stopping him. Present Mike here will help approve your names along with me. Now take these boards and think of names. Come up once you think of a name. Izuku stared at his board, lost since he honestly had no clue what to call himself. Hell, he didn't even give his vigilante self a name. He was named by the public. He used to always think of his hero name when he was younger, even though none of them were good. But ever since he gained one for all, he never thought about, since he didn't have the time to think about it. Nothing came to his mind as he stared at the board, lost, until he finally thought of something. Heroes pick identities to separate themselves from their hero lives unless they decide to combine them, like Endeavor. Izuku wrote his hero name down and started walking to the front and presented it. Are you sure about that, Midoriya? Asked Vlad King as he looked at the name. Most of the class looked confused as well. Yes, I am sure, Vlad-sensei. My hero name is Izuku. Heroes are usually just people behind masks and costumes, separating their personal and hero lives with a few exceptions. I don't want that. I want the public to feel safe from not hearing my made-up name, but when they hear my name. For the day, my name alone is enough to make someone feel safe and filled with hope is the dream I am aiming for. The class was stunned, along with the teachers, approved. The rest of the class went by pretty fast after Izuku went first, with Izuku thought some of them were pretty unique. Vlad King showed their offers on a screen, with Izuku easily dwarfing his classmates in the amount of offers he received. Vlad King told them they had until the end of the week to turn in their selection for internship. After they were allowed off for the remainder of homeroom, most of the class crowded Izuku, introducing themselves. After most of the introductions, the lizard-like girl with sharp teeth, now known as Setsuna, continued her questioning. So who's the lucky girl that snagged you before anyone else? Oh, her name's Ochako, she's in 1A. Now we cannot allow that, said the boy now named Monoma. Izuku looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You must break up with here. Now we can have the inferior 1A mix with the superior 1B. There's plenty of beautiful girls in 1B for you to choose instead of that. Before Monoma could even finish, a hand grasped him by the throat, lifting him into the air. I dare you to finish that sentence. The class went quiet as they watched Izuku basically strangle Monoma. Kendo was the first to react, putting a hand on Izuku's forearm. Midoriya, put him down now, he can't breathe. Izuku scoffed as he led Monoma down. He didn't even give a second look as he put his backpack on and left. So, You already started shit with your class, said Ochako with an unamused face as she was eating her lunch. Izuku turned from her gaze as he munched on his. I lost my temper because one of them talked bad about you, defended Izuku. Ochako sighed as she took another bite. I appreciate the thought, babe, but maybe next time try to handle it like a civilized person instead of just going for the boy's neck. Yes, ma'am. It was a comfortable silence for a second until Izuku broke it. Sue, what hero name did you choose and have thought about who to intern with? I choose Uraraka as my name. Cute, right? So, you actually went with that. It suits you. Ochako smiled triumphantly as an blush formed on her face. Why, thank you very much. Now what hero name did you choose? My name. My name is my hero name. Ochako looked stunned before a smile crossed her face. Now that's just like you, Izuku. Ochako smiled at him fondly as Izuku returned it, making the nearby people in the lunch hall jealous seeing such a cute couple. Izuku and Ochako had finally confirmed their status together, viewing each other as a couple and market it as such from now on. However, they made an agreement that they didn't have to worry about anniversaries, gifts or even dates due to their poor backgrounds. Eventually, one day they would start celebrating those together, but for now they were okay with just being there for each other. So, how many offers did you get, Ochako? About 100 or so. None of them really catch the eye since most are for promotional heroes. If anything, I will go with Gunhead since he knows martial arts and he can teach me. Maybe one day I'll be able to even kick your ass. Izuku scoffed, earning him a kick in the shin, making him grunt. So, how many did you get, Izuku? About 10,000 or so. What? Screeched Ochako, making everyone turn towards their table, which she waved in apology. Really, you got that many? The boys in my class didn't even come close, even Todoroki, and he is Endeavor's son. Damn, they must like you. Who you picking? That I don't know. How many did Bakugo get? Sigh, I knew you would ask that. He got 10 offers and all from psychological and honorable heroes that want to work on his anger issues. Ever since the tournament he's been kind of different, not as loud and definitely more by himself than before. Izuku was silent as he thought over what Ochako said. He didn't feel bad, for he knew Bakugo probably needed this in order to change. Their silence was interrupted by someone clearing their throat. The two turn and see Momo standing there awkwardly. Is it okay if I sit with you guys? Asked Momo with an embarrassed blush. Ochako looked shocked that someone finally wanted to sit with her, while Izuku had a crunched up face trying to remember who she was. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san, of course you can join us. Momo bowed and sat next to Ochako, too nervous to sit next to Izuku. This is Izuku, he's in 1B. I assume you remember him from the sports festival. Ah, yes oh I remember now, you're the girl from the tunnel. Mo, right. Ochako snapped her chopsticks as a tick mark appeared on her forehead. So you two are already familiar, and nicknames at that as well. Why didn't you tell me, Izuku? Nicknames. Isn't that her name? Izuku received bonk on the head from his girlfriend, resulting in him to cry in pain. You idiot. Why the hell would her name be Mo? It's Momo. What the hell? How am I supposed to know that she isn't in my class? While the two argue, Momo couldn't help but giggle at the exchange. The days of the week passed with Ochako, and Izuku now joined with Momo at lunch. At first he didn't know what to make of the rich girl, whether she was a good person that genuinely wanted to help people or some rich aristocrat that was trying to pad their resume. She was neither. She was girl that wanted to stretch her wings from her oppressive family, oppressive in not a bad way but more in a sense they didn't trust that she could handle herself. A princess that was trapped in tower waiting for her knight but instead grew tired of waiting and just scaled down the tower herself. He could respect that, and now he can genuinely call her a friend. It was Wednesday, the third day of the week, and it was starting to get quite annoying. Ever since he basically won the sports festival, everyone that used to ignore him now all of a sudden wanted to be his friend, or in the girls' cases date him. However, they were quickly scared away by both Momo and Ochako's glares. Izuku noticed one thing also was the increased stares his table would receive, mostly from the respective hero classes. The 1A class seemed hurt that Momo decided to start sitting with him, especially the scarred boy Izuku fought in the tournament. While 1B seemed to have a regretful tone around them every time they looked in Izuku's direction. Their relationship hadn't improved since Izuku and Monoma's quarrel 2 days ago. Some have tried to make amends with Izuku, but Izuku would usually just ignore them, saying he wasn't interested. In Izuku's mind, he had no time for half-baked apologies. It was now Thursday, and for the past 4 days the periwinkle-haired girl that tried to ambush Izuku during the sports festival had started to bother him. Usually when he was by himself, like going to the restroom, walking back to his class after lunch, or when he was leaving to lunch, and even during his free period. At first it scared the hell out of him, but now he found it quite cute, in the way of a curious child that had far too many questions. Because that's all she would do, just ask question after question, with most of the time Izuku not able to get out answer. Hell, he didn't even know her name since she always disappeared before he could ask. Today would be different. Izuku was walking to the gym in Ua for his free period, since his was the last period of the day, so he could just go home right after he was done working out. Sure enough, as he was walking to the gym, the girl cut him off with a happy expression. Found ya? She right away started barraging Izuku with questions that had no clarity or sense of direction. Izuku, however, was prepared this time and enacted his plan. He put his hand on her mouth, stopping her. How about we start with introductions this time around? My name is Izuku Midoriya. Yours? Nejire looked at him, shocked at the directness of his attack. Izuku pulled his hand away and waited for her response. Nejire: Hado. So, Hado-senpai, why have you been harassing me for the past 4 days? Hado blushed at that and scratched her arm. Well, harassing is a strong word, don't you think? I would say investigating is a more appropriate word. Stalking. Investigating. Ahem, I was intrigued about you since the sports festival, someone to get that far while only showing his quirk a handful times. I have always been intrigued by the uniqueness and variety of quirks, but once I saw someone so obviously holding back and yet still so strong, I grew intrigued. Izuku smiled at the reveal, since it reminded him of himself from so long ago. So, if you don't mind me asking, can you explain your quirk to me and maybe give me a demonstration? If it's not too much trouble. Izuku smiled. Sure, why not, follow me, I was heading to the gym anyway. Nejire smiled as she nodded and matched Izuku's pace to the gym. Izuku explained his practiced quirk story to Nejire, who was awed at the power of the quirk and asked questions here and there, but more tamed compared to how she usually is. Soon they reached the gym, with Izuku yanking his shirt off, revealing a tight muscle shirt. Nejire blushed and looked away, but slowly turned back with leering eye. Now for a demonstration. Nejire's blush disappeared as she directed her attention fully back to Izuku with clear interest. Izuku took a steady breath as he let one for all flow through him, making green electricity spark off him and red lines on him. Nejire made an audible ooh as she watched the red lines retreat, but the green lightning continued to bounce. Now for a demonstration. Izuku pressed a button and a group of 4 pointers appeared in the gym. They quickly rushed Izuku but were destroyed in an instant with a flick of his wrist. Nejire let out an ah as Izuku powered down one for all. Happy. Very. Now show me your quirk, Hado-senpai. Nejire blushed as Izuku smiled at her with closed eyes. Nejire's eyes widened as her heart fluttered and she gulped nervously. Call me Nejire. Nejire looked at Izuku with a soft look with gentle eyes. This made Izuku confused as he couldn't take his eyes away from Nejire's own, both staring at each other. Okay, Nejire, show me your quirk. A smile graced Nejire's face as she started to float with yellow spirals on her feet, of course Izuku. She started flying around with her, giggling softly as she used her quirk. Izuku couldn't help but watch from the ground with awe at the beautiful display, nor could he ignore the beating of his heart. Soon Friday came around, with Izuku following Vlad King during the free period to the support room. He was to meet his personal mechanic for his hero suit and give them an idea on what he wants. He never really thought of one besides the one he has now for his Vigilante, and if anything he wants to continue using, making Izuku think that once he finally gets captured and hopefully let free, they let him use that costume. For now he's fine with the UA jumpsuit, but he needed to make a good impression. However, that thought process died when Vlad King opened the door and a girl with pink dreadlocks was standing there waiting with an anxious look. This is your mechanic Mei Hatsume. Give her your requests and she'll get them done for you. Izuku just looked at Mei with a glare before turning to Vlad King. Vlad-sensei, can I make a request? Sure. Is it possible if I can get a different mechanic? I don't think we'll be compatible. A look of hurt crossed Mei's face, with her heart also sinking, but she didn't understand why. Usually I would accept this request, but since we are short-handed on mechanics for the first years, you two are going to have to sort out your differences. Now I'll be heading out." Vlad King left the support lab. The two first years stood there in awkward silence that Izuku broke. "I'm afraid I won't be needed your services for my first year, so pretend this meeting never happened." Izuku then turned around and started walking towards the door, but was stopped by Mei blocking his path. "Wait, let me at least prove my skill to you before you just leave. Like I said before, nothing you can make will be of use to me. Now please move before I move you." Mei didn't budge, causing Izuku to just grasp her head like a basketball and placed her to the side like she weighed nothing. Mei looked stunned for a second before returning to normal and grasping Izuku on the back of his shirt. "Then let's have a bet. By the end of your internship I will make you an invention that will be useful to you. If I fail I won't ever bother you again." Izuku was silent for a second before answering, "Hopefully, you actually follow through with this one." That was the last thing Izuku said before he walked out of the lab to probably go train. Mei huffed with anger and immediately went to her bench, determined to prove her worth. One for All grew again in the week. His max usage was now 62%, with it probably a little over All Might's average 50%. He also learned another factor of the smokescreen quirk besides the evolution that allows him to make natural variants of smoke. He learned he can also make variants of people's smoke quirks that aren't natural. He learned this while he was watching a hero talk show where Midnight explained the components of her quirk. She did this to prove that her quirk shouldn't be biologically possible, since a lot of the stuff for it doesn't exist. Izuku tried and found out it worked, well after he woke up from knocking himself out, that is. His other new quirk, Float, had a more basic evolution compared to smokescreens. It just turned into just straight flight, which in Izuku's opinion he found very liberating and easier to travel around. The users of One for All have also been eerily quiet since their meeting weeks ago, well, all of them except one. Ghost Nana had been bothering every chance she got, making suggestive poses behind people while he was talking to someone, pushing herself onto him while he was doing homework. It was even worse during patrols. Don't get him wrong, having a stunning woman constantly try to seduce and tease you would drive any young man insane. Well, it did drive Izuku insane eventually, since at one point the ghost lady had done the same pose 20 times in an hour. The thrill Izuku felt from the ghost lady quickly died, since it seemed Nana wasn't all that good at seduction. It was Saturday and Izuku could be seen exiting his apartment when his neighbor waved good morning to him as went into her home. The two neighbors had grown to good friends, with the young lady coming over for dinner several times due to his mother's persistence, though each dinner ended awkwardly. As Inko would always bring relationships up and make obviously implications that they were good together. Izuku would always end up annoyed with his mother while Yu would grow embarrassed. Izuku hadn't told his mother about his relationship with Ochako for two reasons: 1. He doesn't want to die from embarrassment, and 2. He doesn't think they could afford to repair another water leak due to his mother's crying. Sunday came and his life wasn't any better. He could hardly get any patrolling in while in his vigilante costume. For you see, Izuku was constantly harassed by female heroines, and yes, I mean harassed. He had to start resorting to late-night work, since anytime when the sun was out he would get chased down by heroes, especially the heroines. Most notably Mirko, Midnight and Ryuku. Those three are constantly on his case. Mirko and Ryuku scare him a little more due to feral looks they had every time he saw them. He would always have to push himself to 35% to just escape. Izuku had a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that if he were captured by one of them, it would be long while until he would arrive at any police station. Today came for the start of the internships, with Izuku deciding to go with Gran Torino and use this opportunity to go over some leads he found as a vigilante. He decided that his current hero persona as Izuku Midoriya could wait a little while longer. All Might wasn't too happy with the decision but accepted it nonetheless. Izuku had two goals in mind: try to disrupt the trigger industry by attacking the trigger factories he knew were in the area and put Stain behind bars. However, the latter would come first, unfortunately. 2 days later, Izuku could be seen sitting on top of a speed train taking it to Hosu so he could take out the first factory. A stabbing pain filled his head, making him flinch. A loud screech sounded off above, making him turn and see a monster-like creature with wings rocketing towards him. Izuku punched it in the face, making it explode into a red mist. Not long after, several explosions occurred in downtown Hosu, making Izuku curse as he started to fly towards the explosion. He arrived and saw several more of the monsters battling heroes and causing havoc. Izuku went to 50% as the stabbing pain in his head returned and turned to see one of the monsters about to kill a hero. He appeared in front of the hero in an instant, punching the monster into one of the burning buildings, killing instantly. "What the hell is that thing?" he muttered as he watched it burn in the fire. "Is that the Nomu master was talking about?" "No, that one is in a secret lab somewhere, a similar make then, so is this a message or a distraction?" thought Izuku as he speed blitzed another Nomu, punching it in the face, taking its head clean off. A Nomu with large claws swung at Izuku, but the stabbing pain in his head forced him low, avoiding the slash. Izuku swept it off its feet and grabbed its head, slamming it to the concrete, crushing its head. Izuku then rushed another Nomu, leading an elbow into its diaphragm, making a sickening crunch fill the air as the Nomu's entire chest caved in from the elbow. Noticing that was the last Nomu in his area, Izuku extended his hands out towards the flaming building in front of and released a stream of white icy mist that consumed the building and put the fire out. Izuku turned to the next flaming building, about to repeat the process, but the stabbing pain returned and Izuku turned in the direction, feeling what he was looking for. He turned to the heroes behind him and nodded. They quickly understood and nodded in affirmation they could handle it. Izuku rocketed towards the direction he had a feeling, and sure enough he saw Stain fighting Native, getting the upper hand with a slash after licking the blood. So, that's how he always gets the heroes. A coward. Izuku landed at the end of the alleyway, making Stain stop and turn with a glare. However, the glare dropped as he recognized Izuku. "Ah, the Good Samaritan. I've been wanting to have a talk with you, but let me finish with this fake first." Stain knelt and lifted his blade, ready to plunge it into Native, but he couldn't bring it down. Stain turned and saw Izuku holding his wrist, clearing 40 feet in an instant. Izuku then threw a punch at Stain, hitting him square in the face and launching him into the wall down the alley. Izuku picked up Native and put him at the edge of the alley, with Izuku turning back and standing like a guard. Stain sat up as he popped his jaw back in place and his shoulder as well. "Not gonna happen, sicko. This is the end of the line for you," said Izuku in an even tone as he stared at the livid Stain. "I won't allow you to harm anyone else, Stain, especially since you don't even follow your own philosophy anymore. You're just a lunatic raving nonsense at this point." That made Stain lose his cool as he stood up and released heavy amounts of killing intent. "I am doing what is best for society." Izuku looked unfazed from the attempt as remained standing between Native and Stain. What did Native do then? He failed to save a family from a fire. His own incompetence caused their deaths. Ah yes, I remember that story. The hero with the quirk that gave him the body physique of a Native American failed to save a family in a burning apartment complex. Even though he was the last hero to show up on scene and saved 2 other families before the building collapsed. The only hero that showed up to the family's funeral. That totally screams of a fake, huh? Stain growled at the obvious sarcasm. What about Ingenium? What did he do? He failed to stop a gunman from killing a child due to his own arrogance. Arrogance, huh? If I remember correctly, Ingenium was trying to talk the gunman down since it was a mentally ill man who just needed help. The talking failed due to another hero rushing the man. Ingenium tried to rush in to stop the outcome, but it was too late. Last time I checked, I don't remember not being fast enough or compassion being a sin. Stain growled even further as Izuku looked at Stain with a condescending look. Now tell me again, how are they fakes? Stain growled as he unsheathed another blade while Izuku continued to look at him with disinterest. They are fakes because they are nothing like All Might. Only All Might is a true hero. And that's your problem right there. Using All Might as an base for what every single hero should be like. Huh, All Might is the greatest hero of all time. Who else can compare to match him as a true hero? You just answered your own question, Stain. No one can. You are examining each hero like a jeweler. You're examining each ingot to see if it's a block of gold. If it isn't, you deem it worthless and a fake. Even though that ingot you discarded was iron, it's not gold, but it is still useful. I will admit you have killed a lot of corrupted heroes, Stain, but you have also killed far too many good heroes due to the hatred in your heart clouding your judgment. This is where you end, Stain. Stain charged at Izuku with the stabbing pain once again going off in his head, but Izuku didn't ignore, instead allowing it to guide him. Izuku flawlessly dodged between the slashes, allowing the sensation in his head to guide him. the more he trusted it the less it hurt. He could end this fight at any moment, but he wanted to learn some things from Stain, plus this was a good learning experience. He was in control anyway, it was okay for him to allow this carry on. The two brawled with Izuku easily dodging and returning non-powered punches to keep it interesting. Stain would do a vertical swing, Izuku would sidestep and give a hook to his jaw. Stain would throw a horizontal swing, Izuku would backstep and then counter with a jab, a stab. Izuku would go into it while maneuvering his body and give a uppercut. They repeated this brawl over and over again with Stain never able to get a shot on Izuku. So you used those monsters to create a distraction for you to handle some heroes? Are you working with the League of Villains? Stain scoffed as he tried another swing, like I would work with those idiots or that man-child. They tried to recruit me, but that boy leader they have has no true conviction. All he wants is All Might dead, besides he's just a puppet. It was so obvious he wasn't main brain behind that operation. Izuku took note of that as he shattered one of Stain's blades with a punch. Stain growled as he leapt back and tossed several knives at Izuku. So what did their base look like? Usual evil lair? Asked Izuku casually as he gracefully caught all the knives in between his fingers with a single swipe before crushing them. It was a normal bar with only two people there, that man-child with all those hands and the purple mist guy. Izuku sighed at the information, having hoped it would be more useful, but it would do for now. Now it was time to end this. Izuku felt the stab again and dodged to the side as the roar of an engine barely missed the back of his head. Izuku looked up and saw a hero outfit similar to Ingenium's. The armored hero tried to readjust and aim a kick at Stain, but Stain just scoffed, swinging his blade, knocking the helmet off the interrupter. Izuku looked shocked as Ochako's classmate was revealed under the helmet. "Stain, I will get revenge," shouted the boy as he went for another kick. Stain scoffed as he leant forward and stabbed Iida straight in the chest with the blade going fully through. Izuku was frozen as he watched Stain yank the sword out, making the boy fall face first onto the alley floor. Stain, noticing Izuku's mistake, started to jump away, about to leave. A feeling of need emerged in Izuku as he let his anger control him. Izuku reached out to Stain and a bundle of black tendrils launched out of his hand. They wrapped around Stain like an anaconda. Izuku yanked him back and started bouncing him against the walls in his rage several times before dropping him hard on the floor. The tendrils retreated back into Izuku as he huffed and puffed in anger. On the ground was a severely broken Stain who was barely breathing. Izuku got control of himself and rushed to the boy, ripping off his armor like it was paper. Izuku activated the X-ray vision on his contacts, inspecting the severity of the wound. The blade had gone straight through his sternum and punctured his lung, which was filling with blood fast. Izuku used his pad on his forearm, signaling for paramedics and heroes as he put Iida on his side. Izuku took out a scalpel from one of his pouches along with a tube. Izuku made a precision under the ribcage and stuck the tube in, penetrating the lung and allowing the blood to flow out and not build up. Izuku sighed as he stabilized Iida and turned to the broken Stain. It didn't take long for a bundle of heroes and paramedics to arrive to the alley. Everyone froze as they saw Izuku standing under streetlight with only darkness besides that. The paramedics quickly took Iida and Native as the hero, and Izuku had a stare down. Izuku then grabbed something from the darkness and dropped a broken Stain into the light. The hero's eyes widened with Izuku just turning around and leaving. The heroes converged on Stain and detained him. Yet not a single one of them made an effort to chase Izuku, since they saw the meaning behind this gift. "Leave me alone and I'll get you more." The next week of the internship came and Izuku had been awfully quiet since his encounter with Stain. Izuku felt immense guilt for Iida's injuries, since he viewed it as if he didn't mess around with Stain, Iida wouldn't be in a hospital right now. Iida would survive and make a full recovery eventually, but from what Izuku heard, due to the damage to his lung, his stamina would be cut in half for several months. Izuku promised himself from then to never hold a fight out on purpose, always ask questions after the fight was over. Izuku also learned he unlocked 2 more quirks. The stabbing in his head was Danger Sense and the black tendrils was Black Whip. He didn't know what the evolutions of the quirks were yet, but right now he has something more important going on. Izuku was standing on a roof looking down on a warehouse on a pier. This was one of the main trigger factories in Tokyo. If he takes it out, it cripples the main trading network and supply chain. For 2 days Izuku's been staking out the warehouse, 20 guards in total, 5 guard the perimeter, 5 on the crates of trigger on the dock and the rest monitoring the workers. They have making trigger. Guard duty was switched every 2 hours and reliefs come every 10. Once Izuku had everything down, he activated an electric finder on his contacts showing him where the generators were. At the end of a guard switch, Izuku enacted his plan. Izuku stealthily started picking off each of the guards in the crates since they were the farthest from the warehouse. Izuku wrapped Black Whip around a goon and dragged him into a gap between the crates, knocking him out. Izuku took the keys off of him and moved in a flash to the next guy, dropping him into floor with a slam. 2 guards turned and were about to open fire and yell, but 2 tendrils shot out off Izuku's shoulders, wrapping both of them into a tight grip. It choked them out until they passed out. Izuku rushed the last thug, shoulder checking them into a crate, knocking them out. Izuku quickly dispatched of the guards on the perimeter, knocking each of them out in a show of speed with a chop. Izuku shattered the generator and climbed in through a window of the warehouse. Izuku heard the noise of complaints as he used Black Whip like spider legs clinging to the ceiling walls. Izuku activated night vision on his contacts, allowing him to see the layout of the warehouse. The whole ground floor were sets of tables with who knows what chemicals on them. 10 workers per table, and there was 5 tables. Even in the night vision, Izuku could see the chains on the workers' feet. Izuku scanned some more, noticing the catwalk that overlooked the tables and lined the whole room with 5 guards there and the remaining guards patrolling the ground floor. Izuku powered up to 8% and dropped onto the catwalk and blitzed around the room, taking out all the guards on the catwalk in an instant. Before the people on the ground floor could do anything, they were also knocked out. Izuku could hear the panic in the civilians and took out a glowstick from his pack to give light. Izuku soon freed the captives and told them to go to the street and wait for the police. After they left, Izuku went up to the office and went through the paperwork, finding one name that got his attention: Overhaul. Izuku dragged all the thugs into a group pile and tied them up. Afterwards he set fire to the warehouse along with all the trigger crates and left. It was the day before the final day of internships, and Izuku could be seen standing on a rooftop looking at the night sky while in his costume. Danger sense went off, causing Izuku to look behind him as an purple portal opened. Out stepped Shigaraki with Kurogiri. Izuku stood up and faced them, ready for anything. "Good Samaritan, you have been a real pain in the ass, but I can admire you for what you do and stand for. Plus you put that bastard Stain away. How about this? Join the League of Villains and change this garbage of a society." The only response Shigaraki got was a punch in the face before Kurogiri teleported them out. "Huh, I thought he'd be stronger." Narrator Pav. It's been 2 weeks since the internships ended. Izuku returned to school with a sense of guilt around him, especially whenever he saw Iida. Ochako was feeling worried for Izuku since he had been a little off but also more determined. "Are you okay, Izuku?" asked Ochako a couple days after they returned to school during lunch. "Yes, I'm fine. Just have something on my mind lately. However, I think I have an answer to a question that's been bothering me." "What question?" "What type of hero I want to be. I know now, I want to be the hero that saves everyone." Izuku said so calmly and with utter conviction. Ochako believed he would be right then and there. The rest of lunch was quiet between the two. Izuku stood in front of the support lab with a nervous look. He really didn't want to be here. However, he knew he had to apologize to the crazy mechanic and give her a chance to prove herself. Izuku opened the door to the support lab and walked in. He saw many workbenches with mechanics working hard. He walked up to Power Loader. "Where's the crazy one?" He didn't say anything but point to the back of the lab, making Izuku chuckle inwardly. Izuku found the mechanic going crazy on some arm contraction with insane vigor. Izuku gulped as the machine exploded in the girl's face, but the girl didn't even flinch as she went right back into fixing what blew up. He cleared his throat, making the girl jump and take off her goggles. "Oh. You actually came. Wait, let me get your item." May started to frantically scavenge through her messy workbench. Eventually she pulled out some gloves that were black in color, similar to the one he uses in his Vigilante outfit. However, they had some green lines lacing the gloves at the knuckle and joint areas. "Here you go, try them on. I can fix the measurements if they don't fit. They are prototypes after all. I call them the Currents Pro. The Pro stands for prototype and the Currents well power up would yaw, and I'll explain." Izuku listened and powered up to 5%, but he noticed his usual green lightning was getting drawn to his hands. He held them up and saw the green lightning arching off his fingers and palm with intensity. Even when he powered down one for all, the electricity remained. I wasn't too sure what could be of use to you, so I decided to impress you with my imagination. Like the name suggests, it draws the electricity your quirk produces into your gloves, allowing you to have more power into your punches. I have designs for the Mark I that will allow you to store the electricity and release a devastating punch while still using the normal functions. Well, that's if you'll still have me. Mei looked at him with an expecting look as Izuku took off the gloves. Izuku sighed as he looked at the young mechanic. He then smiled at her with a gentle smile. Well, I look forward to it, Miss Mechanic. Mei smiled as she offered a hand for a shake to Izuku. Likewise, Mr. Hero. Izuku laughed as he returned the shake. Also, I'm sorry about the whole blackmail thing. I wasn't thinking straight. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul nor push you about it, said Mei. Thank you. I also want to apologize for being a dick to you. I'll try and be better. The two stayed there until the end of school, brainstorming some ideas for future equipment. It was Saturday and Izuku was laying on a couch watching a cracked TV. On top of him was Ochako laying her head on his chest, also watching the TV. Izuku was in a muscle shirt and only wearing a pair of basketball shorts, while Ochako had on one of Izuku's shirts that was far too large for her and went to her thighs. Both sweating intensely. Now some of you pervs would this something dirty, but in reality, Izuku came over to spend time with her on a hot sunny day while her apartment had no AC. Logically, they both wanted to separate to not overheat, but neither wanted to be the first one to give in. It was around midday, so they had ordered some pizza for lunch because it was hell to go out there. Choco, maybe you should change the channel. I don't know about you, but I don't think an infomercial about kitchen knives is all that. Nah, I like that, it gives me ideas. Izuku grumbled under his breath. Zuku, go give me a water from the fridge. None left. Then get me some from the sink. No more glasses, they are all dirty. Ochako tsked as she snuggled harder into Izuku. They laid there for a few more minutes until the doorbell rang. Not it, not fuck, Izuku grumbled as he sat up, and Ochako held a smug look with two peace signs. Izuku continued to grumble and opened the door, revealing an older couple. One was tall tan man with dirty yellow hair and the other was a carbon copy of Ochako. Oh my, it seems we have the wrong apartment, said the woman with an embarrassed face as she turned her face away from the very muscular Izuku. Oh, I thought you were the pizza guy. What can I help you two with? Asked Izuku with a smile. The older man cleared his throat. Ah, it's okay, we just came to visit our daughter, but it seems we got the wrong address. Izuku, what the hell is taking so long? Ochako strode to Izuku's side and froze as she made eye contact with the older couple. Mom, Dad, Ochako. Izuku stood frozen like a brick as the two sides embraced in a hug. The two parents inspected their daughter and then Izuku and developed a glare. Oh shit, so young lady, care to explain why you have a boy in your home while all alone? Said her mom while looking down at her daughter, while the father continued to glare at Izuku, making him shake. Well, he's my boyfriend. That's it, get over here. The father charged at Izuku, making him squeal in fear. Dad number. The two teenagers and two adults could be seen sitting in the small dining room eating a pepperoni pizza. After the two women were able to pry the patriarch off of Izuku, the pizza guy arrived and started a truce. So, Midoriya-kun, how did you meet our daughter? Asked the mother. Oh, it was during the entrance exam. I saved her from the 0-pointer and she saved me from ending up as an stain on the pavement. Romantic, I guess. So how did you two start dating? Moon. It's okay, Ochako. At first we just started as friends, with us just taking the train home. Well, Ochako to her home while I went to my trainer who lives in the apartment over. However, as the months passed, I eventually started to grow feelings for Ochako, and luckily she felt the same. Oh, that's cute. What are your intentions with my daughter? The father's question made the tension even higher. Right now I just want to make every day her best day, to make her happy. I can't say what will happen in the future on whether we will still be together or go further as a couple. But I know I will try to make every day perfect for her in this moment. This seemed to satisfy the older man as he let out a low sigh. Well, I guess we won't know until later, but I can tell you're a good man, Midoriya-kun. Izuku smiled at the approval. The four talked normally now that the tension was gone between them. Now in more decent clothes, the two stood in front of Izuku's apartment as Izuku was finally going to introduce Ochako to her. Izuku was nervous beyond belief along with Ochako, but Izuku cut his fear down by taking Ochako's hand and ringing the doorbell. Inko opened the door after a minute. "Oh Izuku, there you are, I was about to call you since dinner's almost ready." "Oh, who's this lovely lady?" "Hi mom, this is my girlfriend, Ochako Uraraka." Inko literally froze as she stared at the young couple, she then collapsed backwards after fainting. "Mom, damn it, I knew this would happen." Ochako head inside, I'll put her on the couch. The two walked in closing the door. Inko woke up a few minutes later and had starting crying a storm embracing her and Izuku. Izuku luckily was able to put the buckets in their places before his mother went full waterworks. The trio enjoyed a chatty dinner with Inko wanting to know everything about her future daughter-in-law. Eventually the dinner ended and Izuku left to take Ochako back to her home. Inko told Izuku to just stay at his trainer's home since she didn't want him to travel alone at night. As the two were leaving the apartment, someone was entering their own, Midoriya. "It's been a while, why don't we have a who's this?" asked Yu with a blank expression. "Oh Yu, good evening, did you just get off work?" "This is my girlfriend, I was just about to take her home." "Oh I see." The couple left, leaving the older woman there alone, sad but still determined as a new fire lit in her eyes. It was the next night, a chilly Sunday compared to the previous day. Izuku had been patrolling all day into night. Mostly investigating certain leads he wanted to check, most came up as nothing except one. A person named Nine causing trouble in certain cities, a person with multiple quirks. But he fell into the darkness of the underground, so no telling where he went. The next lead led to a human trafficking ring which he was looking into more deeply since it oozed of something worse. However, his investigation was cut short by Mirko finding him. He still has shivers from the look she was giving him and what she said, "I need you for the week, it's time for my cycle." Luckily Izuku was able to escape and hide until she went back home. He still shivered at the thought. Izuku looked down at the bustling nightlife with a longing look as he sat on the edge of a rooftop. Sometimes he wonders what his life would be like if he never became a vigilante, if he had instead been accepted into the hero course. Would he be happier? Would he have even been with Ochako? How many people would have suffered since he was stuck in a classroom? Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by an explosion close to the downtown. No rest for the wicked, huh? Thought Izuku as he stepped off the roof, floating in the air before he took off flying towards the explosion. He arrived and saw a muscular man standing over two heroes in similar outfits. Izuku wrapped black whip around two buildings and like a slingshot launched himself into the villain, giving them a dropkick that connected and launched them into the side of a 18-wheeler. Izuku took notice of his surroundings and saw several other heroes injured along with a few civilians. Izuku helped the two to a safe spot and then turned to everyone else. "Get out of here, I'll handle this guy." Izuku failed to notice the news camera filming everything along with the news helicopter. Danger sense with off and Izuku backflipped as a massive muscle crashed where he was standing. "Give me your blood. Satisfy me with a fight," screamed the villain as he clasped his hands together over his head. Both arms became encased in muscle along with the rest of his body. The villain slammed down onto the street, cracking it and making a crater that took up the whole width of the street and half of the length of it. Civilians screamed as they tried to run away with heroes as escorts. Mirko was sitting in her agency's break room when the news came on about the Good Samaritan about to fight a crazed villain. "Hey Yukio, come here, the hunk about to fight someone." Yukio came out from the fridge in some civilian clothing, intrigued as she sat next to Mirko. "Cool, let's see what can really do since he always avoids us lonely women." Ochako was working on homework in the living area when the cracked TV showed the fight about to happen. "Oh, a villain fight with that famous guy. Izuku's probably watching it right now." She left it on but focused more on her homework. Staff were having a staff meeting when the news came on. They watched in interest as they wanted to see the extent of the vigilante's abilities. All Might looked upon the TV, clearly nervous for his protege. Yu was in a break room for heroes when the news came on about the vigilante Good Samaritan about to fight an A-class villain. "Should we help?" asked Yu to her superior, who was Kamui Woods. "We can't do much against the villain, but we can alleviate the pressure on the Good Samaritan." "Come on MT. Lady, let's go begin civilian relief." "Right." Momo was in a luxurious room studying a textbook when her attention was drawn to the TV. An indifferent look came onto her face as she really didn't care for the vigilante but still focused her attention onto the TV as she believed this would be a good learning experience. I wonder what Izuku's doing right now. The big three were at Nijire's house watching the fight during one of their monthly sleepovers. Oh, that vigilante's fighting a villain. I wonder what his quirk is. Wondered Nijire as her attention got attracted by the TV. Not so fast, Nijire, you can't avoid our question. Now what is your relation to that Kohai you always bother? Questioned Mirio as him and Tamaki leaned in curious. Nijire blushed lightly as she turned back to them, ignoring the TV for a second. Well, you know, we have similar hobbies in quirk analyzing, so we talk a lot, but just a good friend. He also is pretty nice to me and understands my rapid-fire questions. He's also pretty cute but can be hot without even trying. That fluffy green hair with the cute freckles also makes me feel hot sometimes. Oh, and he, Nijire continued, seeming to have forgotten the boy's existence. The two shared a look that showed they had the same thought. Dear Lord, she's fallen hard. May was at her home garage working on some small projects until she got back to school. Usually she had a TV playing for background noise, but her attention was taken when they mentioned the vigilante fighting. Oh, he has a similar quirk to Midoriya. I can use this fight to think of more support items that could help him. Maybe he'll even tell me good job. Muscular laughed with manic glee as he lunged at Izuku again with a heavy hook punch. Izuku powered up to 30% and stepped into Muscular's guard and delivered a strong uppercut into Muscular's chin, making his head bounce back. Muscular recovered instantly and brought his head down on Izuku's nose, giving him a devastating headbutt to Izuku, who got laid on his back hard from the force. Izuku immediately came back to his sense and rolled backwards as Muscular tried to stomp on his face. Is that all you got? I thought you would be stronger. Taunted Muscular as he cracked his neck. Izuku scoffed as he adjusted his nose back in place and blew a blood clot out, clearing the air passage. Izuku powered up to 55% as he started running at Muscular before jumping and aiming a dropkick at Muscular. Muscular put his guard up, taking it full on, making air pressure flow throughout the street. Muscular extended his arms out, forcing Izuku's feet off of him. Muscular then went for a swipe at the mid-air Izuku, but Izuku avoided it easily thanks to danger sense and float and landed a roundhouse kick on Muscular's cheek. Muscular, however, grabbed Izuku's leg and threw him away, making Izuku hit the side of a truck, caving its side in. Better, but still not enough, brat. Taunted Muscular as he spat out a tooth. Izuku pulled himself out of the truck with ease and was now a little peeved. Izuku powered to 80% and formed Black Whip around his hands, making a pseudo-gauntlet for extra damage. He learned he could make Black Whip on any part of his body including his insides, but he could also form Black Whip into crude weapons. Muscular responded in kind, doubling his muscles until he was almost triple his previous size and looked like a walking lump of muscle. Izuku rushed Muscular but slid as danger sense warned him of a punch that came for his head, narrowly missed. Izuku jumped and landed another roundhouse at the back of Muscular's head, making him eat dirt. Muscular tried to recover and stand up, but Izuku delivered 3 punches to Muscular's face, causing serious damage. Muscular tried to swat Izuku away, but Izuku dodged under it and delivered another uppercut to Muscular's chin, making several teeth launch out. Muscular, however, didn't seem to register the pain, instead was growing angrier and angrier as he got more damage from Izuku. Izuku landed another punch into Muscular's face, breaking his nose and the villain's last straw. Enraged, Muscular slammed his fists on the ground again, forcing Izuku to back up. Muscular angrily glared at Izuku before something crossed his eye, making him smile. Muscular ripped a piece of pavement out, ready to throw it. Izuku got ready to dodge, but Muscular instead threw it at a couple who were hiding behind a lamppost. Izuku's eyes widened as he immediately moved in front of the couple, punching the pavement into pieces, but Muscular was behind the rock, ready to hit Izuku since he knew Izuku would try to save the couple. Danger sense warned Izuku, but it was too late, plus he didn't want to put the couple in danger. Muscular threw a punch at Izuku, but Izuku didn't move, instead catching it with effort. Run. The couple listened to Izuku and ran. So there's your weakness. Ha, this will be easier than I thought. Taunted Muscular once again. Izuku growled as he pushed the fist aside and hit Muscular in the chest, launching the villain away. Muscular recovered and immediately started to gallop on all fours to another hiding civilian, this time a mother and daughter who were behind a car. Muscular raised his fists readying to hammer strike the civilians into paste, but Izuku was behind him, wrapping his arms around the giant's stomach with the help of Black Whip and back suplex the villain into the street, cracking it even more. However, Muscular went with the pain and reached behind his back, grabbing Izuku around the waist and slamming into the side of a car. Izuku groaned as he felt a rib crack but didn't get a chance to complain as Muscular spun and tossed Izuku away like a discus, making him hit the side of another car. Izuku coughed up some blood as he felt more ribs crack. Izuku opened his eyes as they had closed from the pain, and they fully widened as he saw a car heading towards him due to Muscular tossing another car. Izuku was about to punch it away until he saw a family inside it screaming. Izuku caught it with his body and was sandwiched between the two cars, making cough up more blood. "Get out now," Izuku shouted to the family as he put the car to the ground but kept his hands on it. Muscular started stampeding towards them. The family quickly got out right before Muscular arrived, and like a bat Izuku swung the car at Muscular, launching him into the air. Izuku took off after him, wrapping Black Whip around Muscular, keeping his arms to the side. Izuku then sent two tendrils onto nearby buildings and pulled Muscular higher, making tension in the whip. Izuku released the makeshift slingshot while going for a dropkick. The two crashed into the street, making a giant explosion of power along with a dust cloud. The dust cleared after Izuku swatting his hand, revealing him standing on top of a limp Muscular. The distant crowd cheered as they saw Izuku won, while Izuku could only sigh in exhaustion as he stepped off of Muscular. He was about to leave until he felt danger sense go off. The only thing he could do was put his arms up, protecting his head as an fist collided with them, launching him into a store. The crowd screamed in horror as Muscular stood there with a crazed grin. Izuku coughed up more blood as he sat up, his right arm now hanging limp on his side. Izuku wrapped Black Whip around it like a cast as he groaned in pain. Izuku thanked God that at least the store was empty. Muscular started galloping towards the store. Izuku felt danger sense go off but was too slow to react as Muscular tackled him, bringing him into a bear hug as he continued to charge. The two went through the wall going into the adjacent store, but Muscular didn't stop. Instead he went faster, going through another wall. Izuku to the full force of the hit each time the two went through a wall. Izuku could feel his whole body crack as they continued going, with Izuku starting to lose consciousness. The two broke through the final wall of the stores, putting them on a different street where several civilians screamed as they ran away. "Ha! This is so much fun!" Muscular held the half-conscious Izuku by the neck, who barely struggled to prevent any choking. "Let us have more fun." Muscular threw Izuku like a ball, with Izuku crashing against the side of a car, laying limp on the floor. Izuku turned his head facing Muscular, who was slowing, stalking his prey, making taunts that Izuku couldn't hear over the ringing. "Ninth, you have to run now. He's too much for you. Please, you have to live. Run, boy. Quote. 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 Midoriya, get up and run. The world still needs you. You can't die here. Izuku, please. It's okay to walk away. Someone will take care of this monster." The previous users all stared down at his broken body with worry, trying to convince him to run. His surroundings turned black as they begged him to run. "If I do run, how many people will die before someone capable stops him? I have to fight, and if I get knocked down, I must get back up. If I were to run now, then all might choose the wrong successor. I must fight." Izuku struggled to stand, causing Muscular to stop as Izuku stood back up, putting a shaking fist up as he panted. A grin then formed on the maniac's face as he bulked up even more. "Oh, you truly are the greatest hero I've fought. It's a shame this will be the last time we do fight." A rock hit the side of Muscular's face, making him look in anger to see several civilians holding them while crying. "Get away from him, you monster." Muscular was in front of them in an instant, ready to kill them, but a foot hit him across the face, launching him back. Muscular's jaw was completely dislocated, making him angrier. He forced it back in place. Ochako was now fully watching the fight, with her hand on her mouth and the other over her heart. It was hard for her to watch as she watched the Vigilante fight for his life. Why does my heart hurt so much?" thought Ochako as she felt as if her heart was getting torn to shreds. She wanted to stop watching, but she had a feeling that she must watch this until the end. Momo was in a similar situation, having put her book to the side as she watched with intense worry. She didn't understand either why she was so interested nor why her chest hurt. Mirko and Yuki were silent as they leaned forward watching the fight intensely with serious expression. They wanted to go to the fight as fast as possible in order to save the Vigilante, but they both knew that they would never make it in time, so all they could do was watch helplessly. Najire and the other two watched with pained expressions. Mount Lady was watching from a distance helping civilians get to safety. She wanted to help the Vigilante. But she knew she would probably get in his way. She saw the fight, the only reason why he's injured is because of him helping civilians. So, why does he try to save them so hard if he knows it's killing him in the process? Then the answer dawned on her: it's because he's a hero. May had turned off the TV after it got violent and returned back to her machines with an aching heart. The UA staff were in shock at the beating that Izuku was taking from Muscular. Aizawa on the other hand didn't seem to care, while Midnight and Nezu were worried for the young man. They were all so engrossed in the fight that no one noticed All Might was now missing from the room. You know, I hate to admit it, I was a little scared earlier when you tried that little trick of yours. Also, that little kick too, that actually stunned a little, but still you were far too weak for me. So, Good Samaritan, are you ready to die? Izuku had only one response for that: fuck off. A cold of icy mist exploded from Izuku, covering the whole street. Muscular growled and punched where Izuku was but hit nothing but cold mist. Izuku powered up to 100% and landed a kick straight in Muscular's abdomen, making the villain growl and try to hit Izuku but missed again. Izuku constantly bombarded Muscular with 100% kicks while releasing smokescreen variant icy mist. Izuku grimaced as he felt each kick cracking his legs more and more, forcing him to wrap black whip around his bone. To the crowd watching, all they could see was green lightning bouncing out of the white smoke. Muscular was getting annoyed by the hits but was struggling to move due to his muscles cramping up due to the cold smoke. In anger, Muscular slammed his hands on the pavement, causing it to crack. Izuku tripped while running, making Muscular smile as he kicked Izuku in the abdomen, launching him into the side of a building. Muscular chased after Izuku, jumping up and grabbing him from the side of the building, yanking him out and throwing him back to the street with a thud. Muscular then was back on Izuku's trail, standing over him before stomping on Izuku's chest, making him gasp blood. Muscular laughed as he grabbed Izuku by the neck, bringing him to eye level. Izuku gasped as Muscular slowly started to tighten his grip. Izuku tried to struggle for his life, but he didn't have any strength left in his one good arm to fight, nor his legs either. Muscular laughed manically as he put his other hand around Izuku's throat and started to squeeze tighter. Izuku started to lose consciousness. He tried to reach for his knife on his back. The news chopper had its spotlight on them, broadcasting everything. Japan was silent as they watched their most famous vigilante getting killed right in front of them. Izuku got a grasp of his knife unsheathed and jammed it into Muscular's eye, making the villain howl in pain, causing him to drop Izuku, who fell to the ground with thud, unable to move anymore. Muscular yanked the knife out and was about to finish Izuku off when a loud boom formed a dust cloud. The dust settled, revealing a pissed-off All Might standing on top of an unconscious Muscular. The crowd cheered, but All Might ignored them as he looked down at his barely alive and conscious protege. All Might saw the cops starting to move in and looked Izuku straight in the eyes, which the protege returned. All Might then quickly darted his eyes to the alley that was next to them, which Izuku immediately understood the meaning as he used his good arm under him, ready to move. Izuku released a cloud of deep black smoke from his body, covering him, and All Might quickly ran to Izuku's side, whispered a sorry, and threw him into the alley. All Might then quickly started to stomp on the big pools of blood, contaminating it even more. Eventually the smoke dissipated, revealing All Might standing alone in the street. The police ran up to him asking him what happened, but All Might stayed quiet as he sent a silent prayer for his successor. Izuku was shuffling slowly through the back alleys, using the wall as in support, staining it red as he continued to shuffle to Torino's place. Izuku collapsed to one knee as he coughed up another stream of blood. Nana floated at his side with a worried, scared expression. "Come on, Izuku. We are almost there, just a little further. Just ignore the pain and keep moving forward." Izuku let out a raspy chuckle before letting out another bloody cough. Easier said than done. "That's the spirit, come on. Please, you have to keep moving." Izuku coughed up more blood before forcing himself up and continued his painful trek, with Nana floating by him, giving him motivation. By God's grace, Izuku made it to the alley behind Torino's apartment, knocking over a trash can as he collapsed to the floor, alerting two people to the alley. Torino threw his door open and quickly went over to Izuku, putting him on his back as he carried him inside. "God, what did he do to you, kid?" Ochako looked out her back window, seeing an old man help the vigilante into his home. However, a lump formed in her throat as the old man took off the hood, revealing a bloody Izuku. Torino sighed as he closed his guest room where Izuku was in. He did the best he could do until Recovery Girl arrived. Torino closed his eyes as images of an injured Nana came to his mind. God, I really am pathetic. Should have never agreed to this. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud banging on his front door, making him curse as he hobbled over there with his cane. He opened the door, revealing Ochako standing there with tears falling down her face, but she had a stern look. "Can I help you? Take me to him." "I don't know what you're talking about, girl. Take me to him or I call the police so they can take him to the hospital." GT knew she was lying about calling the police, but the desperate and scared look in her broke down his defense. GT sighed as he opened the door fully, down the hall on the right. "I'll warn ya, it's not pretty." Ochako bolted inside and ran straight to the room. She opened the door and let out a cry as Izuku laid on the bed unconscious with crude bandage work all over him, already soaked with blood. Ochako silently went to Izuku's side, gently taking off the bandages with his ruined costume so she could reapply them. Not long later, Recovery Girl and All Might arrived with the woman bringing various medical supplies to treat Izuku. She right away went into the guest room, closing it behind her and leaving Ochako, All Might and GT alone in the living room. Ochako questioned right away why Izuku was a vigilante and who they were. All Might came clean since he knew there was no point in hiding anything since she held all the cards. So, he told her everything from the origin of OFA to Izuku's training and succession to end with their plan. At the end of the explanation, Recovery Girl exited the room with a grim expression while holding a clipboard. "How bad is it, Chio?" asked All Might. She sighed as she sat down. "It's not good at all. His ribcage is shattered with one lung punctured and the other severely bruised, several internal organs bruised. Bruised intestines, his entire spine along with backbones are cracked, his right arm, completely shattered with several tendons torn in the arm along with the muscles shredded, his left arm, cracked forearm, shattered wrist, torn ligaments in the hand and elbow, and along with a hyperextended shoulder. Both his legs have several crack and breaks all over them, including both ACLs torn along with his MCLs. He has a severe concussion from what I've seen and his skull is cracked. Right now he is in a coma." Ochako walked away and entered Izuku's room and sobbed loudly as she laid eyes upon a comatose Izuku wrapped in bandages, several casts and a sling. "How long will be out of commission?" asked All Might. "Toshinori, he might not even wake up. It's a miracle of itself that he even made it to Torino's, let alone is even alive. If he does wake up Toshinori, his body will never be the same, the damage is just far too great." Ochako sat at Izuku's side and just caressed his cheek as tears fell from her eyes. Narrator Pav. Pain and darkness. That is all Izuku could feel and see until finally he felt his eyes flutter open, yet around him was still only darkness. He sat up, rubbing the back of his head, looking around and laid his eyes on the past users who were sitting on their chairs conversing loudly with worried voices. Izuku then realized he was in the void once more, but his memory was a little fuzzy. He stood up and walked towards them, which alerted them of his presence. "Oh, Ninth, you're awake," shouted N with shock and enthusiasm, which Izuku didn't return since he was still confused. "You sure gave that bastard hell, Ninth," said Banjo with a grin, but was interrupted by the second who spoke for the first time in front of Izuku. "Yet, he is only alive because of the eighth," he clarified, which made some of the users look at him with a scowl. Nana just walked up to Izuku and brought him into a tight hug. "I'm just glad you're still alive." "Well, he's not out of the woods just yet," said the fourth with a grave expression which made Izuku nervous. "Why am I even back here?" asked Izuku, which was responded by the first. "You were in a coma or pseudo-coma, Ninth. Your injuries were so great that it's honestly a miracle that you're even alive. Right now you could say it's like you're between life and death." That's when Izuku remembered everything that happened. He frowned as he took a step back and squatted down as if he was going to sit in a chair, which one magically appeared as he did so. "So am I in a hospital? Are you about to get transferred to prison?" asked Izuku with a cold, nervous tone. "No. At the moment you are in one of the guest rooms of Torino's house recovering. clarified Nana with a small reassuring smile which Izuku returned as he let out a relieved sigh. That's good. So, now what? Do I just wait until I fully recover to the point that I can stay awake? Yes, that is what most likely will happen, but until then we will help you understand everyone's quirk a little more in their theories on how to use them. Since we can't necessarily train them until you're in better condition, said the first. After the first finished, the second and third walked up with a stone face expressions, however the third offered his hand. I believe in you, Izuku Midoriya. You have full access to my quirk now, don't disappoint me. I won't. Izuku turned to the second who kept his face cold. I will also allow you to use my quirk, but temporarily to just try a theory Yoichi had. That's all right with me. Back to reality. It was the next day early in the morning when All Might called Inko to come to a location, introducing himself as Izuku's trainer and saying they needed to talk. Ochako was in the guest room sitting in a chair watching over Izuku with obvious bag under her eyes from both exhaustion and crying. She wasn't able to sleep at all, as every time the heartbeat monitor at the side of his bed made any weird noises she would panic. She still didn't know what to think of all this, and that means everything. She'll think about it later. When Izuku was better she will give this time to click in her head. Right now Izuku was more important. All Might sighed as he rubbed his forehead while sitting on Torino's couch. He had just finished his call with Inko and he wasn't looking forward to that. However, he picked up his phone again and made a call to a certain thing. Oh Yagi, what can I help you with? Answered the principal on the phone. It's about the apprentice. Quote. Okay, the line is secure now. So, what happened to Izuku Midoriya? All Might couldn't help but chuckle in these straining times. I should have known that you already figured it out. I assume you saw the full fight between Muscular and the Vigilante. Indeed. What does that have to do with? I see. It seems young Midoriya just gave me a call saying he was going on a family emergency and won't be in school for a significant amount of time. He also agreed to work on all his school work that he missed when he comes back. Yes, he did, Principal Nezu. Thank you. You owe me. See you tomorrow, Yagi. The call ended, making Toshinori release a heavy sigh as he put his head in his hands. God, what have you done, Toshinori? The doorbell rung, making All Might stand up and open the door. Inko was standing on the porch with a clearly worried and anxious look that reminded All Might a little of Izuku. Are you Yagi-san? Asked the woman, which All Might confirmed with a nod. Have you heard from Izuku? He hasn't answered my calls at all and he didn't call me the day before either. Do you know where he is? Asked the panicking mother with tears threatening to fall from her eyes. All Might put a hand on her shoulder in comfort as he motioned for her to come inside. I do know where he is. Please come inside. Inko nodded as she wiped her face and entered the home. She followed All Might inside as he led her to the guest bedroom. He stopped at the door holding its handle. He turned to Inko with a grave look. Miss Midoriya, please remain calm and listen to reason before you pass judgment. Inko looked confused with a sense of dread filling her soul, but she still slowly nodded. All Might opened the door and let her in first, which she entered and immediately choked on a sob. She started to shake uncontrollably as she tried to walk towards Izuku before collapsing to her knees, crying loudly as she looked at her only son on his deathbed. Izuku. Izuku. What happened to you, my baby boy? Who did this to you? She cried out to her son, who didn't respond but instead remained motionless on the bed. Ochako looked at Inko with pity and sadness as she instead just remained silent, watching Izuku's still form. Inko suddenly turned with pure rage on her face as she pointed an accusing finger at All Might, who didn't shrink at the scorn of the mother. You, what did you do to my baby? Why isn't he in the hospital? Did you do this? You know what, it doesn't matter, I'm calling the police. The rage-fueled Inko pulled out her phone ready to call the police until a large hand covered the phone. The angry Inko looked up with rage, but it died down immediately, turning into shock. If you call the police, Miss Midoriya, the only one that's going to prison is your son. Come to the living room so I can explain, said All Might in his true form so Inko could trust him better. Now that Inko was a little more level-headed, she gave Izuku one more look before giving All Might a nod, ready to follow him, but All Might turned to Ochako. Young Uraraka, you come as well, so you know I wasn't lying yesterday and you need to stretch your legs. Ochako didn't respond at first, but eventually she stood up and followed the two out of the room, closing the door behind her. All Might once again told the whole story, beginning with his meeting with Izuku the first time, to giving his quirk to Izuku, to their summer of training, the origin of One for All including its purpose and the reason why Izuku became a vigilante. Inko just put a hand to her mouth, looking to the floor while lightly crying. "Oh my baby boy, you're too kind for your own good." Ochako seemed to fully understand Izuku's blight on why he didn't tell her or anyone really. She didn't blame him at all. Inko composed herself and stared All Might right in the eye, which he still didn't back away. Izuku's already in the hero course, so why was he still out playing vigilante? All Might smiled even though he really didn't want to, he just couldn't stop anymore. He wanted to save everyone while out there. Inko and Ochako's eyes widened as they both let out a sigh, both equally not surprised by the answer. Inko finally gave her attention to the young girl at her side, making the girl tense up from the look. "Did you know about this, Uraraka-san?" Ochako released a heavy sigh as she looked to her lap. "No. I just found out yesterday." Inko's look softened as she could see the hurt deep in her eyes that she desperately tried to hide. Inko pulled Ochako into a hug, causing the girl to stiffen from the contact. "It's okay, Ochako, just let it all out. I'm so thankful for you and everything you've done for my boy," whispered Inko as she continued to rub Ochako's back, who finally started crying hard, fully embracing the mother. Ochako was eating her lunch at the usual table with a stone face. Momo finally showed up, putting her plate down, but looked worried at the usually bubbly Ochako. "So, dead?" "Ochako, what's wrong?" That seemed to snap the girl out of her stupor. "Oh, nothing, just a little tired, not enough sleep last night." "Oh, okay. Where's Izuku? He usually has gotten his Katsuden by now." Ochako reflexively clenched her fist but let it go as she continued to stare at her food. "He's not coming to Ua for a while. A family emergency came up abroad," repeated Ochako, the lie she was told to remember. "Oh, do you know when he'll be back?" "No." The rest of lunch was quiet between the two. The news of Izuku going to be on an unknown and lengthy absence spread like wildfire in Ua, with a majority of people wondering what happened. Najire was disappointed by the news but felt a hint of curiosity on why. Hatsume felt a sense of dread in her heart but ignored as she continued working on gadgets. Ochako was sitting on the roof of Ua looking through the fence and immediately collapsed to her knees, tears streaking down her face. "Please, Izuku, come back to me." A month passed with Izuku still not awake and making slow progress in his daily healing sessions with Recovery Girl. She would come every day to heal one of Izuku's many injuries, but due to Izuku's low stamina she could barely heal anything in Izuku. So, the process of Izuku's recovery was almost zero besides what the body could do on its own. Ochako came every day after school to visit Izuku and just talk to him while cleaning his body or changing his dirty bandages. She took this task on after learning the proper method from Recovery Girl. She just wanted to be useful for him. Today was no different, entering Torino's apartment, giving the small old man a greeting before entering Izuku's room. She did her usual routine of inspecting Izuku's IV bags, changing them if she had to and checking his bandages and replacing them if she had to. Luckily today it didn't seem either needed to be changed. She sat on the chair next to Izuku's bed and pulled it close to the bed and sat. This is where she would begin the second part of her visits, just talking to Izuku. "Momo asked about you again." I lost my temper and yelled at her to just mind her own business. We ended up getting into a small scuffle. "Sai, I don't think we'll be talking for a while. She loves you, ya know. You probably never saw it due to me, but she really does. I guess I just got jealous and lashed out at her due to the stress of all this. I probably should apologize, but I don't want to. God, Izuku, what do I do? Please just come back to me." Ochako was tearing up as she curled up into ball, bringing her knees into her chest. Izuku's eye that wasn't bandaged up fluttered open and slowly looked around the room with blurry vision until his eyes landed on the head of his girlfriend. "Ochako." Ochako froze as she heard the barely audible whisper of Izuku's very hoarse voice. She snapped up, showing her tear-stained face to Izuku's lone eye that just looked tired. "Izuku, you're awake. I have to tell the others." Before Ochako could run out to get help, Izuku stopped her with his hoarse voice. "Wait, Ochako, please come back." Ochako immediately returned to his side, sitting on the chair looking at him with worry. "Just keep talking with me. Tell me how much you know." Ochako sighed a little, avoiding eye contact. I know everything Izuku, and I mean everything, said Ochako with a neutral voice. Izuku let out what could only be described as dry sigh. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. I always wanted to tell you, but I held myself back so you wouldn't get in trouble if I got caught. Yet it seems I hurt you more by not talking. Ochako teared up slightly, making Izuku heartbroken by this. I don't blame you for any of that, Izuku. Just please no more secrets. I promise. The two talked with each other, with Ochako explaining everything that happened in the past month, including what Inko had told Ochako about Izuku's past. Izuku was completely open with her about it, but didn't really say who did it, since it was the past and that life didn't mean anything to him anymore. Ochako disagreed but didn't voice it out. Izuku told his side, saying he was talking with the previous users and theorized something. Ochako, please close my fist that's on your side. Ochako didn't want to, since she knew both of his hands were also severely injured with broken fingers and torn ligaments, but she closed it anyway, making a crude fist that caused Izuku to groan in pain. A blue glow started to surround his fist. He gritted his teeth as he ordered Ochako to do the next step, move my hand down like a stick on a car. Ochako complied, making Izuku stifle a scream of pain as Ochako shifted his shattered wrist downwards. This time a green glow similar to a light trail appeared in Izuku's hand. Fagen 100%, Gearshift second gear, forced recovery. The two variations of light mixed in Izuku's hand, making Ochako stare in awe at the light. After a minute of continuous use, Izuku stopped suddenly, making the two colors die away. What did you do, Izuku? Asked Ochako in worry as Izuku was still panting in a wheezy and rough way. This. Izuku tightened his hand with no issue, making Ochako gasp. It still wasn't fully healed, unfortunately evident by Izuku's low hiss, but compared to before this was a slight sting. How did you? Mixed Fagen and Gearshift at the cellular level allows me to speed up the healing process significantly. Or theoretically until my attempt a moment ago. The reason I did my hand was to build up kinetic energy in the only way I could while stuck here. Ochako looked amazed at the sheer usefulness of that quirk. At the rate Fagen usually gains kinetic energy to store, I would need to move my fingers at least 2,000 times a day, along with a couple hundred blinks just to reach 10% Fagen a day. This is going to be a long recovery, thought Izuku as right away went to work constantly opening and closing his hand. Ochako left right after to spread the news that Izuku was back up with all might. Inko, Torino and Recovery Girl quickly rushing to see him. The first to arrive was obviously Torino, since it was his home. He quickly scolded the boy, making Izuku crumble into himself from the pissed Torino. However, it came to end when Torino put a hand on Izuku's good hand. But I'm just glad you're still alive, boy. After all, you listened to my advice until the very end. I'm proud. Izuku returned Torino's proud smirk with a soft smile. The next to enter was All Might, who was in between his buff and Skell estate, panting heavily as he rushed here as fast as he could. Young Midoriya, Master. All Might went to Izuku's side, taking his hand, which Izuku couldn't squeeze that well but tried his best anyway. I am so sorry, young Midoriya. I should have never gave you the option to do this. You are like this because of me, said Toshinori with tears starting to fall down his bony face. Izuku looked saddened by this and acted quickly. This isn't your fault, Master. I choose this and I have to deal with the consequences. Please, All Might, don't cry for my mistakes, said Izuku as he tried to clench Toshinori's hand tighter, but it was barely a touch for the older man. Toshinori wiped his face and gave a firm nod for Izuku's sake. The door busted open again, making everyone turn to face a panting Inko. She slowly walked towards Izuku while putting a hand to her mouth with the other reaching for Izuku. Izuku, Mom. Inko rushed to her son and cried into his chest, forgetting his dire injuries for a second. Izuku ignored the pain as he knew his mother needed this. Eventually she calmed down and let go of her son. Oh Izuku, I'm so glad you're awake, but I was so worried for you. Why didn't you tell me? I just didn't want you to worry about me all the time. Looks like that backfired, huh? Izuku let out a rough chuckle that made him start a coughing fit that made everyone go on high alert, but he waved them off, saying he was fine. Recovery Girl arrived last, going straight to work, giving a thorough check-up of Izuku's injuries. She concluded he was out of the critical stage but still had a long way until he fully recovered, and that wasn't including physical therapy. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, making him fall back asleep. However, she couldn't help but notice that Izuku's hand was basically already healed. 2 weeks passed like a blur for Izuku and the others, mostly Izuku though, as his schedule included sleeping, building kinetic energy, and when he had enough, heal a part of his body. Unfortunately, he was only able to build up enough to heal one other part of his body, which was his left hand. Ochako still visited every day and seemed to have recovered some of her old bubbly self after Izuku had woken up. Now she would help catch Izuku up on the stuff he was missing and what he had already missed. He welcomed it as it was better than doing nothing but move his fingers all day. But Izuku noticed that Ochako seemed a little down compared to usual, so Izuku asked why. "Are you okay, Ochako?" asked Izuku with a normal voice as his bruised esophagus healed naturally not too long ago. Ochako sighed as she put her pencil down along with her homework. "I've just been thinking, why do you not want to do anything about all those assholes from your middle school?" Izuku sighed as he looked to the ceiling. It was also a question he asked himself and a question Ochako has been asking more lately since his mother told her the truth of his childhood. "I just don't care anymore, if that makes sense. Don't get me wrong, for a long time deep down I wished karma would bite them as hard as possible, even for Bakugo. Yet, those thoughts would always die out due to my old naive kindness and hope that it really was just them joking around. I always knew deep down that they really did hate me, whether that was due to their own nature from birth or due to the toxic environment around them due to the teachers blatantly allowing it. It just simply doesn't matter to me anymore, Ochako." Ochako looked disappointed with the answer since she was always raised that bad people will always eventually be punished for their actions. To see someone get away from justice always rubbed her the wrong way. She remembered an event from before Izuku's injury where they ran into a couple of his old bullies. Ochako didn't know at the time though. Flashback. Around 2 weeks before Izuku got into his fight with Muscular. It was beautiful Saturday afternoon where Izuku and Ochako decided to have a date together. It was the usual date of shopping in the morning, having a decent lunch at noon and a little more shopping in the afternoon. However, was lucky due to both of their struggling backgrounds, their form of shopping was just looking at all the cool stuff in the stores. Right now they were in a merch store looking at the many hero merchandise when the event happened. "Damn, 7,000 yen for a Death Arms shirt. Come on, he isn't even in the top 10. Complained Izuku under his breath as he looked at different hero shirts. Ochako was also looking pale at the prices for the shirts and plushies. "Yeah, maybe we came to the wrong store after all. Deku." Izuku's heart dropped along with his fist clenching from hearing that name alone. But he didn't turn around nor even acknowledge the insult, making Ochako think they got the wrong person. "Hey freak, I know you can hear me." Someone grabbed Izuku on the shoulder trying to force him to turn around but failed miserably. Izuku responded by calmly turning around and firmly tugging the hand off his shoulder. He saw two of his old classmates, one of Bakugo's old lackeys and the blue-haired girl from his class. He didn't remember either of their names. "Oh, a big dog now, huh? Finally want to defend yourself, freak. Are you just trying to impress your girl?" Izuku remained quiet as he instead just looked down on the two with an impassive glare. "Do I know you?" asked Izuku in a neutral voice, and just like he predicted, this sent the teenager into a rage as he grabbed Izuku by the collar. "Don't play dumb, you fucking freak. Oi, what do you think you're doing?" shouted Ochako with clear anger, but the other girl tried to stand in front of her. "Nah, a little skank can't have you defending this quirkless loser." "Quirkless? Oh, you didn't tell your girl that you were a freak, Deku?" "Yep, you heard it here, this little bitch is quirkless." The blue-haired girl laughed at Ochako's face that held complete confusion while the boy laughed at Izuku. Izuku, however, had a completely bored look on his face. He grabbed the boy by the forearm and in a second a loud snap echoed in the store, followed by the boy screaming in pain as he fell to the floor holding his awkward formed arm. "Don't you dare touch me." Luckily, Izuku didn't get in trouble that day, as the two seemed to have been causing trouble in the mall the whole day. Ochako tried to ask what all that was about, but Izuku refused to answer, only saying that it didn't matter anymore. Now she understood why Izuku was so cold that day. Bad memories were brought up. Flashback over. 2 more months passed since that day, with Izuku's recovery making amazing progress as he healed more areas that would allow him to build kinetic energy faster. So for example, both his arms were now fully healed with massive scars lining them, cannon scarring. He then fixed his legs at about halfway, with them still hurt pretty badly. His internal injuries, including his ribs, spine and organs, were still healing naturally as he didn't touch them yet. The bandages were also off his head and chest as the external wounds had closed a while back, but now his chest was full of scars. Ochako was talking to Izuku about her final exams along with the trip they were going on during summer break. So the French kid on my team made the dumbass remark that I liked Bakugo just because we always argue. Yeah, after we won he threw up a couple of times from all the spinning in the air. Izuku laughed normally, this time making Ochako smile. That's my girl, so what's this about a trip to the woods? Oh that. Yeah, we're going to some camp and enhance our quirk and bodies, also it seems we'll get our provisional licenses once it's done. Oh that's great news, when do you leave? I'm not going Izuku. Why not? Ochako sighed as she leaned back in her chair knowing this conversation would come up. I don't want to leave your side Izuku, so I'm staying. I'm sorry Ochako, I can't let you do that. What? Why not? Ochako, I love you more than anything, but I will not allow you to ruin your future just because of me. I'll be fine. Hey, by the time you come back I'll probably be up and walking around. Ochako looked conflicted before finally nodding in affirmation and putting her forehead on Izuku's own, both closing their eyes. Be safe though, said Izuku in a soft voice. I will. After Ochako left to go home and to pack her stuff, she leaves in a week, but she wouldn't be able to visit as she had to do a lot of couponing to get any of her camp stuff. Izuku repeated his forced recovery, putting both his hands on his legs. After an intense 3 minutes of constant forced recovery, the light died down. Well, halfway there. Narrator Pav. A week had passed and Ochako had entered the school bus ready to head to the camp. She was looking at her flip phone with a soft smile as Izuku had sent her a picture of him walking with the help of GT giving a thumbs up to the camera. The caption read, "One step closer to being back at your side. Love you." Ochako chuckled and blushed at the cheesy line but still typed a simple, "I can't wait. Love you too." As she was typing she failed to notice a certain pink alien peeking over her shoulder. "Chatting with your boyfriend there, Chako." Gah. Ochako jumped in fright, getting freaked out by her classmate. "Mina, please don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack," said Ochako while holding her chest, trying to calm her heart down. "You didn't answer the question, girl. So, what's that mystery boy doing now? He seemed pretty hurt in that picture he sent you," asked Mina, genuinely curious, and this caused the class to pay attention, hearing the boy that disappeared halfway through the year was in fact injured. 3 people also listened in for various reasons: Bakugo, Momo, and Aizawa. "I'm sorry Mina, but that's a personal matter that only Izuku can talk about," said Ochako like she was reading a script, which the same 3 picked up on right away. "Oh okay, that's understandable. Just wondering, since they looked pretty serious. I won't cry anymore," said Mina with quite a mature answer, making Ochako thankful for the girl. However, someone wasn't going to let it drop that easily. "Sounds like a lot more than just a family emergency," said Momo with a snide remark, making Ochako frown and some of the others groan as they had grown used to the bickering between the 2 girls. "No, it sounds like something that isn't your business," replied Ochako with an attitude, saying that it ends there, but Momo wasn't done. "Where is he, Uraraka? Why do you always step around the answers every time someone asks about him? Why is he hurt, Uraraka?" prodded Momo with an intensity she didn't know she had. "Because it isn't any of your business. Izuku already told you not to worry about it, but you just had to keep prying into his privacy. That's why he blocked you, Momo. Not because of me but because of you," shouted Ochako, losing her cool with her former friend. Momo got up ready to give Ochako a piece of her mind until gray wraps wrapped both of the girls. "Enough. Shut up and sit down already. We're leaving." The 2 girls reluctantly listened to the teacher as they both sat down. "God, I miss you, Izuku," thought Ochako. She failed to notice Bakugo looking at her with a suspicious look. Izuku, at the same time as they were leaving, was trying to do a 1-arm push-up with his other one behind his back. He had down 20 already for the 1 arm but was already covered in sweat. The pain was just a slight stabbing in his abdomen from the few organs that were still bruised. "First, how much percentage can I use now?" After a moment of silence the past user answered. "You can only use 20% now without repercussions." Izuku groaned at that as he moved to his other arm. "Damn it, that means I lost almost over 60% of my output. Got all that progress for nothing." Izuku grunted as he continued his workout until the door busted open, revealing a pissed-off recovery girl. Sonny, how many times have I told you not to push yourself too much? You barely started walking again. And I should have already been running since yesterday, replied Izuku as he continued to go up and down. Recovery girl sighed sadly at the response. God, you're just like him sometimes. You just don't know when to stop. Izuku chose to ignore that comment as he continued to do push-ups until eventually, he felt a severe stabbing pain in his stomach making him collapse in pain. Just like him, you don't realize that your body has limits, and sometimes you shouldn't break those limits for power. Lectured recovery girl as she strolled over to the kneeling Izuku who was holding his stomach, and gave a kiss to the top of his head. You break those limits for your family and friends. Breaking your body for nothing will accomplish nothing, but if you do it for someone that isn't yourself, then nothing can keep you down. Do you understand, Izuku? Izuku knelt there looking down at the floor with a solemn look, as his mom, Ochako, All Might, Torino, and RG all crossed his mind. Yes, I understand. Now can you please get back in bed so I can finish your checkup? Yes ma'am. Izuku struggled to stand before finally getting back on the bed. After a short inspection, recovery girl finished Izuku's final checkup. Well, the good news is that you are basically fully healed. You still have a few bruised organs, but you should be fine after a week. Thank you, RG. It's my pleasure, Sonny. Now, remember what I said and never forget it. Izuku nodded and RG left, leaving the boy by himself once again. Izuku sat up taking in RG's words and sighed as he knew she was right, so he decided to work on something else for the moment. He extended his hand and started producing as many black whips as he could. He might as well work on his quirk control. The day after, back at the camp, Ochako could be seen stretching after her set of quirk training. As she was stretching, Bakugo came up to her and just stared down at her. What do you want, asshole? Asked Ochako without stopping her stretches, obviously not caring about what Bakugo had to say. Where the hell is Deku, Pink Cheeks? Don't call me that, Pomeranian, it doesn't make you seem cool, just an asshole. Anyways, why should I tell you? You don't even like my boyfriend. She put emphasis on the boyfriend part to piss him off. It worked as he growled at that, making her snort. I just find it funny that you and the whole faculty say he's out of the country on a family emergency. Yet I just saw his mom a couple of days ago and now I hear he is also severely injured. It seems like that fucking nerd is doing something sketchy that everyone seems to be on but me. Ochako silently cursed as she had forgotten the loudmouth was actually smart. It looked like she would have to use her trump card to get him to shut up. Izuku told me about everything you did, so if don't want the school to know about it, leave me alone. Bakugo grew serious with an angry frown as he stared at the girl. What the fuck are you talking about? Exactly. Absolutely nothing as long as you leave me alone. After that, Ochako just walked away, leaving the fuming Bakugo behind. Later that night, Ochako was walking in the forest with Kodai during the trial of courage, when all of a sudden she smelt smoke in the air. She right away dodged backward as a girl in a middle school uniform tried to stab her. Give me your blood, cuties. Ochako frowned sternly as she went into a defensive stance. Izuku was doing some light sit-ups when a stabbing pain rocked his head, making him freeze. Okacho, he whispered under his breath as he quickly stood up and ran to his closet. He pulled out his costume, which was clean but still very damaged still. His leather straps were all torn and broken except the one around his waist. His sleeves were torn as well, revealing his arms all the way up to his biceps. His pants were now both torn and worn out, with his left leg now basically a baggy short while his right leg was just torn in multiple places like torn jeans. The only thing that was mostly intact was his hood, but it was still ragged. His mask was also destroyed, so he just had to hope no one sees his face. He pulled his hood over his head while tightening his gloves, also the only other thing still intact. He went out through the window and powered to 20%, quickly bouncing on the rooftops towards her location. He ignored the soreness all over his body as he continued to run toward her location. UC Danger Sense also got an upgrade. Besides him being able to sense any nearby danger to himself or others, Izuku is also able to put a small effect on a max of 2 people currently, where no matter how far they are he can tell if they are in danger. He had obviously put the effect on Ochako and his mother. Hang in there, Ochako, I'll be there in no time. Like a streak of lightning, Izuku rocketed out of the city heading towards the camp. Ochako and Yui stood defensive as Toga twirled her knife in her hands, circling the two girls with a wide smile. "Oh my, you two are really cute, especially you rosy cheeks. What's your name?" "None of your business, villain," responded Ochako as she prepared herself mentally for this fight, killing the fear that was building up in her. "Ah, how cute, trying to play the hero." Toga charged the two, making them tense up. What they didn't expect was for Toga to throw her knife at Ochako. "Uraraka," cried Yui as the knife embedded into her shoulder, making the brown-haired girl cry as she instinctively grabbed the knife in her shoulder. Toga tackled the Ochako to the floor while pulling out another knife and raising it in the air. "Uraraka, huh? Such a cute name for a cute girl. I wonder if your blood will be just as cute." Before Toga could stab down, Yui hit Toga across the face with a large branch, knocking her back and a couple of teeth. "Are you okay, Uraraka?" asked Yui as she helped the girl up with her, groaning as she did. "Yeah, just a flesh wound." Toga got up livid as she felt her own blood dripping from her mouth, including a couple of teeth lying on the floor. "You bitch, it was only supposed to be your blood, not mine." "Why are you here?" questioned Uraraka as she applied pressure to the wound on her shoulder. "It was simple to kill some students and take their blood while the others capture the targets, but you two ruined that." She charged them once again. Izuku finally arrived on the outskirts of the forest, seeing it burn a bright blue along with a cloud of pink smoke in a certain area. His danger sense was going crazy as he felt so many people in danger. He was conflicted on who to save until he felt Okacho's danger go down slightly, making him calm down and decide to go to the closest one instead of her. He went to the mountain, seeing a child running from a Nomu that looked like a walking shark. Izuku rocketed down, dropkicking the Nomu into the side of the mountain, causing a mini earthquake. This almost knocked the young boy off the cliff face, but Izuku wrapped him in black whip and brought him into a side hug, keeping him close. "Are you okay?" asked Izuku with a soft voice. The boy looked at Izuku with wonder, remembering him. "You're the hero that saved my parents." Izuku smiled at that but got distracted by the Nomu pulling itself out of the mountain. "Can you close your eyes for me, Kota?" "Close your eyes, Kota," ordered Izuku as the Nomu finally freed itself. Kota listened, closing his eyes tight as he wrapped himself onto Izuku's back with a small black whip tendril poking from Izuku's back, wrapping around Kota. Izuku morphed a black whip tendril in his right hand into a messy-looking and warped sword. "I'm sorry that you were turned into this monstrosity. It'll be over soon." The Nomu charged at Izuku, letting out a roar, but all Izuku heard was a cry of pain and misery. Izuku blitzed the Nomu, slicing its head clean off and killing it. Izuku sighed heavily as he started to float in the air. "Kota, where are your parents?" "They are at work, so they decided I should spend the week with my Aunt Mandalay." "The pussycat hero. I assume she's in the main area over there." "Okay. Kota, hang on tight." Kota didn't get a chance to respond as Izuku had rocketed towards the main camp. As he arrived over it, he saw several heroes fighting villains, and Minatale was about to get murdered by a lizard-looking villain with an ugly sword. Izuku dropkicked the sword, breaking it, and then hit the lizard man in the cheek with a roundhouse, launching him back. Mandalay looked up and saw the Vigilante from the TV holding his hand gently out for her to grab. "Are you okay, Mandalay?" asked the hooded man with a gentle but rough voice that hit all the right spots in Mandalay's ears, making a heavy blush plus a drunk look come over her face. She carefully took his hand, making her shiver and yelp as he effortlessly pulled her up to her feet. She bit her lip as she looked at the defined muscles the torn sleeves revealed. God, they looked like they could cut diamonds. God, what I would do to him. Auntie, are you good?" Mandalay snapped out of her stupor at her nephew's voice, making her look at the small boy on the back of the man she was simping over. "Oh, Kota, sorry, I was still just in shock from almost dying." "Why, yeah. God, is it my mating session already?" Kota stared at her with a non-believing look while Izuku ignored the interaction, keeping his eyes on the villains. "Can you heroes handle these villains while I save the students?" asked Izuku in a hushed tone so only Mandalay could hear him. Right now in front of him, he watched Eraserhead and Tiger fighting a scarred man shooting out blue fire and a woman holding a giant magnet. He also noticed that Pixie Bob was already out of commission. Mandalay became serious as she looked at the battle. "Yes. We can handle these guys, please go save the students." Izuku nodded, letting Kota down and handing him over to her. Izuku closed his eyes as he let danger sense search the area for anything. He then felt 3 pings of danger, each varying in seriousness. So he went to the closest one at breakneck speeds, running into the foliage as he felt deeper into what was happening to the person. He saw a Nomu made of chainsaws chasing after Momo, who was dragged along by Awase. She was unconscious and bleeding from the head. Izuku reacted right away, wrapping the Nomu in black whip and tossing it off into the distance. Awase collapsed from exhaustion and unwielded Momo from his arm, laying her gently as he continued to pant. Izuku walked up to them to check on their well-being. "You good?" asked Izuku as he looked over the unconscious Momo. "Yeah thanks man, I thought we were goners," replied Awase, not recognizing Izuku's voice. "That's good, take her and return back to the main camp. I'll try to find more of your classmates." Awase didn't need to be told twice as he picked up the girl and started jogging toward the camp. What Izuku didn't count for was Momo to actually be semi-conscious. Izuku was running through the forest but stopped when he saw a fog of pink smoke. He quickly answered by powering to 20% and clapped hard, causing a shockwave of air that dispelled the smoke, revealing a masked man standing over Tetsu and aiming a gun at Kendo. In an instant, the villain received a running elbow to the face, destroying his mask while also cracking him against a tree. He turned to the stunned Kendo and spoke, "Are you okay?" Kendo fell on her ass from exhaustion as she took deep breaths. "Yeah, we good, go help some others." Izuku nodded and disappeared in a flash again as Kendo got up and picked up the knocked-out Tetsu. Izuku finally ran to his original target, finding her in an open field. She was on top of the back of a girl, holding her in place in a grapple move. He looked to his left and saw Yui knocked out, bleeding from the head. He walked to the down girl while making himself known. "You seem to have this handled well," said Izuku as he knelt down and wrapped Yui's head with a bandage from his pouch. Ochako's eyes widened when she heard the voice and looked at Izuku with shock. However, the girl on the floor had a very different reaction. Her eyes turned into massive hearts along with a massive blush on her cheeks. She even started drooling, making a pool of saliva and blood. "Oh, Daddy, why don't you?" Toga was interrupted by Ochako slamming her head to the ground, knocking the psycho out. Izuku put Yui down gently before turning completely to Ochako, who was already limping towards him. Right away Izuku's eyes widened as he finally got a good look at Ochako. She had several cuts all over her, making her bleed, but the wound on her shoulder had gotten worse. "Chako." Izuku ran forward and embraced her as he quickly pulled out bandages and started applying pressure to the wound. "It's okay Zuku." She threw the knife so it didn't go that deep. "It's just because I've been using it that it looks bad." Izuku didn't listen as he started to wrap the wound with a bandage while keeping the cloth pressured on it. It was silent between the two as Izuku worked. "What are you doing here?" asked Ochako. Izuku remained quiet for a second before answering. "You were in danger, so I came." Ochako blushed at that, looking down in embarrassment. Izuku finished the bandage and smirked, seeing Ochako embarrassed, so he decided to tease her. He lifted her chin up with his hand, causing her to meet his eyes. They both leaned in, knowing what they wanted. However, danger sense spiked, making Izuku bring Ochako to his chest and jump back as a stream of blue fire launched at them. Izuku saw the burned guy stand over the psycho girl and dragged into a purple portal. Izuku loosened up once he felt danger sense in the whole forest die down, meaning that the attack was most likely over. He looked down at Ochako, putting his forehead on hers. "I'll explain everything once you come back. Go to the main camp with Kodai and get yourself fixed up. Love you," said Izuku as he gave her a kiss on her forehead. Ochako just nodded her head as she slowly let him go. And just like that, Izuku floated in the sky and started to fly back to Torino's house. Ochako smiled fondly in the air before obeying Izuku's orders, picking up the poor girl and dragging her to the camp. Izuku arrived back at GT's house with no problem, but immediately got scolded by the old man as soon as he entered the home. The next day they learned that 2 people were kidnapped by the villains. Ragdoll of the Wild Pussycats and Katsuki Bakugo were captured by the villains. Izuku grimaced at that, seeing it as a mess up on his part. He was so worried about Ochako that he ignored the others. He let his personal feelings get in the way of his actions. He didn't get to lament long as the Torino's front door opened, revealing Skinny Might walking in before sitting next to Izuku, who was still staring at the news report. "You did the best you could do, young Izuku. Don't despair or worry, my apprentice. Tomorrow we are raiding their bases to save young Bakugo and Ragdoll. So don't blame yourself too much about it. However, After All Might finished that, a new thought and dread filled Izuku. He's going to be there waiting, isn't he? Asked Izuku with a cold tone. All Might didn't flinch at the tone, as he already knew who Izuku was talking about. Most likely yes, answered All Might frankly. Then I'm going to help you. Absolutely not. You are to stay as far away as possible from the possible fight, responded All Might as he continued to look forward. The same applied to Izuku. I'm not letting you fight that monster alone, Master. So, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. All Might sighed as he leaned back on the couch staring at the ceiling while Izuku continued to stare at the TV. Then let's make a deal. You can be on standby just in case that man isn't there, but if he is, you can help me fight him. In a limited role, of course, since you obviously won't be strong enough to help me as much as you could before. Izuku pondered the deal for a second before finally turning to face All Might. Deal. Narrator Pav. It's been a few days since the training camp attack and was finally the day of the raid. Nothing much happened in the days leading to the raid, besides Izuku telling his mother and Ochako about his deal with All Might. They weren't happy about it, but they knew they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to, so instead they just wished him luck. However, before Izuku left, Ochako told him several of her classmates were also trying to save Bakugo. She was worried they were just going to get themselves killed. Izuku promised he would try his best to help. Izuku had increased his output to 25%, but he still was very sore and tight from his recovery. It didn't take him long to reach a rooftop overlooking the bar which apparently housed the LOV. Izuku was still in his busted-up costume, but that didn't matter right now. The only thing that mattered was ending this fight right now. Izuku was going to keep his promise, though. He would not interfere unless that man showed himself. Izuku leaned against a railing on some apartment building overlooking the raid. He saw several heroes, including All Might, lining up around the bar getting ready with several squadrons of police behind them. All Might gave a glance to where Izuku was but returned to the task on hand. Izuku just muttered a silent prayer. Please let this be simple, God. Then the raid started, and Izuku had a clear view of the inside due to All Might's punch. Torino quickly knocked out several of the villains while Kamui Woods trapped them. Bakugo was also just standing there, so it seemed he was about to try his escape. Izuku let out a deep breath that he didn't even know he was holding. It seemed that bastard wasn't going to show himself after all. A loud explosion with off in the distance made a dust cloud. That's where the second raid was going to happen, thought Izuku, instinctively powering up OFA as he stood straight. Yelling happened in the bar, making Izuku look and see black sludge pour from the villains and Bakugo's mouths, slowly taking them away. More black sludge appeared, making several Nomu appear. However, All Might didn't stay to help, instead rocketing towards the explosion. Izuku was on his tail, bouncing between the rooftops before leaping alongside All Might. Is it him? Asked Izuku as they tried to get to the fight as fast as possible. Yes. Izuku couldn't help but gulp in anxiety as they continued to bounce toward the fight. Not even a couple minutes later, the duo could see where the raid had failed. Almost the entire area was leveled with a man in a black suit standing in the middle of the destruction, a black mask covering half of his face while the rest was veiny and bald. Surrounding him were Bakugo and the Love, who were slowly surrounding Bakugo. Izuku turned to All Might. I won't interfere unless I decide you need help. Thank you, Izuku. In a burst of explosive power, All Might launched himself at the man, making them collide, causing a massive explosion of dust and wind. Izuku followed shortly after, landing in front of Bakugo, standing protectively in front of him. The Love, now with most of them awake, slowly started to surround them. I need you to run now, Bakugo. Like hell I am extra. These villains need to pay for kidnapping me. All Might can't go all out until you leave, so do us a favor and leave. Bakugo looked taken aback by that as he looked to where All Might was and saw him struggling to hold the villain back while barely lifting a finger. Bakugo growled as he took a step back, understanding the Vigilante was right. He was in the way. He was knocked out of his thoughts by a massive pillar of ice rocketing into the sky. Soon a trio rocketed in the air on top of it, revealing Kirishima, Iida, and Mina. Kirishima reached his hand out and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Come on." Bakugo just smirked as he exploded up to them. Izuku sighed as he powered up, ready to stop the villains from interfering in Bakugo's escape. Kurogiri tried first by making a portal in front of Bakugo. However, Izuku instantly landed a kick into Kurogiri's metal collar, denting it and knocking the villain out. Izuku got surrounded in a blue aura and started getting pulled towards Magna, who was dragging Izuku with their giant magnet. Dabi raised his hand ready to unleash a torrent of hot flames into Izuku's face. Izuku used Black Whip like an anchor, making several tendrils pierce the ground, keeping him in place. Izuku extended his right hand, making a flick position, and released a torrent of air that hit Magna straight in the face, knocking them out. "Air Force!" shouted Izuku. The blue energy dissipated from Izuku, but that didn't stop Dabi from releasing his flames anyway. Izuku crouched down, making a shielding motion, and Black Whip formed a shield that blocked the torrent of fire. Izuku released a small amount of icy mist on himself so he wouldn't be burnt by the flames. After all, the shield could only block so much. Izuku put his offhand on the ground, making a tendril of Black Whip travel through it and pop out next to Dabi, whacking him across the face and knocking him out. Izuku looked over the shield and saw Toga charging him with a knife in each hand and a very creepy smile. Beside her were Shigaraki and Spinner, one with his abomination sword and the other with his hand outstretched. Toga reached first, stabbing down with her left, aiming to go over the shield, while her right was ready for any move Izuku made. "Hi Daddy," Izuku responded by bashing forward, hitting her straight under the armpit with the shield, discolorating the shoulder and making her cry. Izuku dissipated the shield and delivered a quick 3 right jabs into Toga. 2 in her injured side, making her cough up blood, and last went into her lower jaw, knocking her out. As Toga collapsed to the ground, Spinner leapt at Izuku, going for a downward swing, but Izuku sidestepped the sloppy swing and landed a devastating hook into the side of his face, knocking him out. Danger Sense with off, making Izuku dodge backward as Shigi's hand barely missed his face. Izuku responded by giving Shigaraki a devastating uppercut into the gut, knocking the villain out instantly. Izuku stood over the villains, letting out a tired sigh as he cracked his neck and a little stretch to get rid of the soreness. He went to pick up Shigaraki, but Danger Sense went off as soon as he got near the villain, Samaritan. Dodge. Izuku wasn't fast enough, taking a stream of pressured air straight on, launching him hard into the side of a building not far from the battlefield. He was embedded in the wall, knocked completely out, and laying limp in the hole was in. "Can't have that brat mess with my mold," said AFO as his arm decreased in size from using air cannon. All Might stood there in shock as he watched his disciple get launched away. All Might charged at AFO, but AFO just used his other arm to make a barrier, stopping All Might from moving forward. He pointed his offhand at Kurogiri, making red and black tendrils pierce the unconscious villain. Forced activation. Kurogiri's portal opened, dragging all the villains inside it. Once it closed, AFO turned back to All Might. "Now where were we?" "Oh yes, your death, Toshinori Yagi." All Might growled and charged at AFO, with AFO doing the same, meeting halfway, causing another shockwave. Izuku woke up with a start, gasping for air, struggling to breathe until finally, he caught it coughing up blood. He pulled himself out of the side of a destroyed building, falling to the ground with a thump. He wheezed and coughed up blood as he grabbed his ribs, feeling the fractures on them even through his clothes. He could definitely feel it as he groaned while holding his side. He looked to the distance where he was launched, seeing waves of air and the sounds of booms signaling the fight was still going on. Then he heard the murmurs around him. Izuku looked around and saw several civilians, some injured, some not, but all of them were scared. Some whispered, asking if that was the Good Samaritan, while some would answer saying he was. Izuku ignored his pain and stood up proud, giving an aura of confidence that eased some of the civilians' worries. Izuku scanned the crowd and his eyes widened slightly, seeing Momo in a weird costume. Their eyes met and Izuku could tell just from the slight gaze that she knew who he was. "Hey. Not like it's going to matter after this anyway," thought Izuku as he started powering OFA through his body. "Don't worry everyone, this will be over soon. Want to know why? Because I am here." Izuku rocketed back towards the fight. He saw his master trying his hardest, but he was far too weakened to put up a true fight. Izuku was knocked back by a large blast of air when All Might took a hit for a civilian that was trapped under some rubble. Izuku stared in horror as his master's weakened form was revealed to the world. All Might was panting heavily, coughing up blood as he struggled to stand. Izuku stood frozen from the sidelines, watching his master struggle while AFO grew a victorious smirk. "Oh, that's certainly an ugly sight. So that's what happened to you after our fight. Truly a pathetic sight. What now, All Might? You've shown the whole world your true form. The form that shows that the symbol of peace died a long time ago." taunted AFO with a sinister smirk. However, All Might regained his composure and lifted his fist up, still confident. Even though my body has failed me, I am still the symbol of peace, and the man that will defeat you once gain all for one. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, you and I both know, All Might, that was just a lucky incident, that will not be repeated. I guess before I kill you, would you like to know a little secret? Did you know that Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson? The battlefield went quiet as both Izuku and All Might froze with shocked and unbelieving expressions. Why you lie? It's the truth. So, how does it feel, All Might? The very villain that you tried so hard to defeat was your beloved master's grandson. Dread and despair filled All Might as the reality of the situation hit him. Izuku stood there frozen as he heard Nana cry in the back of his mind. AFO smirked as he started to float in the air, feeling his victory just around the corner. Where's that smile now, All Might? Well, I guess you can die with regrets like a loser. Oh, by the way, once I'm done with you. Good Samaritan is next, or the 9th of that pesky quirk. Even if he gets away, I'll find him or someone close to him, right, Izuku Midoriya? Asked Afo in a mocking tone, giving a glance to Izuku, causing him to freeze in steps. Afo lifted his arm towards All Might, making it build in size as he prepared to release an air cannon. So long, All Might. Enjoy hell for me. Before AFO could release the devastating attack, a wave of red fire consumed AFO, forcing him to dispel it with the air cannon he prepared for All Might. What the hell is up with that look, All Might? Get your shit together and defeat this bastard, yelled Endeavor as he continued to shoot fire at Afo, distracting the villain. That snapped All Might to attention as he saw several heroes from the bar raid arriving, taking the civilians from the battlefield and taking shots at AFO. All Might heard the cheers for him to get up and fight. Even though they were miles away, he still heard them. All Might clenched his fist as he powered the remnants of his OFA into it. Pests. AFO waved his arm, shooting air out and knocking back the heroes. Izuku slapped himself across the face, knocking the fear out of him. He growled as he powered up to 25%, groaning from the pressure and pain, but ignored it as he brought Black Whip out. One of his eyes was shut closed from the bleeding wound on his head that he didn't notice before. Black Whip plus FA Jin. The Black Whip morphed into a chain with a red hue mixed with the usual green and black vapor. Izuku launched a stream of chains at Afo, wrapping several chains and keeping one arm tight to AFO's side while the other fought to get free. Capture Series, Black Chain. Izuku grunted in pain as this move plus his injured ribs didn't help in holding the villain down. TCH. Brat. Spat AFO as he aimed his freed arm at Izuku, releasing a massive air blast that hit the Vigilante head-on, knocking him back. Well, I guess I get to use this combination against you, All Might. Made specifically to cave that stupid face in like you did to mine. AFO's right morphed into something truly hideous, matching his face. AFO charged at All Might, meeting him halfway. Their fists collided against each other, warping reality around the impact. A loud explosion erupted from the fists, knocking each one back and skidding on their feet. AFO laughed loudly, enjoying the battle, ready to attack All Might again, but was wrapped by black chains once more, this time around his legs and head. He turned and saw Izuku now with even more cuts and scrapes, along with almost barely any of his costume besides his hood intact. AFO growled, releasing another air blast at Izuku, causing him to take the shot full on once again. This time though, Izuku tanked the shot, using Black Whip to anchor himself to the ground. His costume was even more damaged now, exposing his arms and legs completely, basically making his pants into high shorts, and his hood barely stayed on. All Might rushed at AFO, seeing the opportunity that Izuku had given him. AFO panicked seeing All Might rush him, so he sent another stronger air blast at Izuku, who tanked it just like the last one. However, this blew Izuku's hood straight off him, revealing his face to the world. Inko and Ochako, sitting next to each other in Inko's apartment, clung to each other in nervousness as they saw Izuku's bruised and bloody face on the TV. Mount Lady, who was laying on the floor, looked up, staring at Izuku, who was screaming with determination, holding the black chain tight. Izuku. Quote. The class of 1B from their homes watched in shock, seeing their classmate was the Vigilante. Najire covered her mouth in shock while standing next to Ryaku and Mirko, as she had a patrol that night with Ryaku. Ryaku and Mirko just looked nervous as they watched on. The UA staff were flabbergasted by the reveal, as they didn't expect this at all, but they continued to cheer on Izuku and All Might. The Bakugo Rescue Squad plus Bakugo stood in the city square watching the reveal on the giant jumbotron. They were all flabbergasted or confused seeing Izuku desperately try to hold AFO back. Bakugo stared at the screen with wide shaking eyes, his anger built more and more as people cheered Izuku and All Might on to beat the villain. Bakugo ground his teeth and clenched his hands into fists. Deku. Izuku clenched his teeth and released a scream of determination, trying his hardest to hold AFO down. AFO was going to shoot another air blast at Izuku until he saw All Might running at him. AFO tried to turn and negate the punch, but Izuku tripled the chains, making him scream in pain as they tore through his skin from the pressure. The chains held AFO's arms back, exposing him to an attack. A face of panic crossed AFO's face. So long, AFO. United States of Smash. The ultimate move hit AFO right in the face and the damage was doubled because he was constricted, so he was forcibly fighting against the attack, making it hit harder. AFO was sent straight into the ground, making it crack and break, followed by a tornado of wind that cleared the night sky. The world came to a standstill with everyone waiting for the dust to settle. Izuku was as well, huffing and puffing but never taking his one open eye off of where he last saw All Might. Black Chain had long disappeared by now, with his arms a mess from the repercussions of using the ultimate move. The dust cleared, revealing All Might standing over the unconscious AFO. The world was silent for a second until All Might lifted his fist into the air and buffed up one last time, showing the world he was there. Izuku on his knees started to cry since he knew what he was seeing, All Might's last act. The buff form didn't last long as All Might debuffed back to his Skeletor form. All Might was swaying on his feet, making Izuku ignore the pain he was in and rush towards his master. However, All Might caught himself and pointed straight at Izuku in front of everyone. "It's your turn." Narrator Pav. Immediately after the last chapter. "It's your turn." Izuku froze in his tracks, his heart beating loudly, making the sounds of sirens and hero work die out from the deafening beat, eyes trained on his weakened and injured master. A lanky and tired arm pointing straight at him. Izuku knew right away what his master meant. "I'm done. It's up to you now." Izuku knew this was reality now, but he didn't want this to be reality. He wanted to truly work alongside his master, no longer hiding behind a hood. He wanted to do more with All Might, but he knew deep down that dream he had was now dead. Izuku dropped his eyes from his master, closing them and clenching his fist in frustration until the memories of all his times with Toshinori came to him. It wasn't All Might on that beach that trained him, it was Toshinori. It wasn't All Might that led Izuku to Gran Torino, leading to his growth, it was Toshinori. All Might didn't save Izuku that faithful day almost a year ago, it was Toshinori Yagi. Izuku unclenched his fist, letting his frustration die out. He opened his eyes, looking back up, meeting his master's tired blue eyes with his own determined green ones. A small tired sigh escaped from Izuku's mouth, leaving a smile on his face. Izuku ignored his own injuries, walking up to his master, putting Toshinori's arm over his shoulders, helping the older man walk towards an ambulance that had arrived. "Of course, master. I won't let you down," said Izuku while chuckling slightly and hissing from the pain in his side. Toshinori looked at his protege with shock until a small proud smile crossed his face. "I know you will." Japan rejoiced all over seeing the heroes emerge victorious. Inko and Ochako hugged each other on the couch of Inko's apartment with tears of joy flowing. Mirko and Ryaku clicked some beers together while cheering. The big three cheered as well in Najire's room, all in their own manner. Multiple Class 1A and 1B students were celebrating in their rooms or with their families. The town square was erupting with cheers except for a certain group. The Bakugo Rescue Squad stood completely still and silent, seeing Izuku stand next to All Might and hold him up. Confusion, jealousy, betrayal, and rage were the emotions that filled the students. Only one felt the last emotion. Bakugo looked at the screen with a stunned and angry look. His teeth cracked from him clenching them so hard, his eyes bulged and strained from him glaring at the useless piece of shit that was Deku. For so long he was just a pebble in his way from surpassing All Might, and yet now that Deku stood side by side with his idol, as equals. Blood dripped from Bakugo's clenched fists as he continued to glare at the jumbotron. As Izuku and Toshinori slowly shuffled to the ambulance, both with tired expressions, yet they still both had a smile shining brightly for the world to see. Their smiles dropped to neutral expressions though as a line of police and heroes stood in front of the two. Toshinori recognized some of the heroes and let a low growl slip out as he recognized them as Hero Association dogs. The cops pulled out their guns, training them on Izuku while the heroes prepared their quirks. Endeavor stepped forward leading this arrest squad. At the same time, Gran Torino landed next to Izuku and Toshinori, giving Izuku a look that said he'll follow his lead. Izuku gave a thankful nod. "Put All Might down now, Vigilante. No need for you to get even more injured," ordered Endeavor with a hand of flames at the ready. "Young Midoriya," whispered Toshinori weakly and with worry evident in his voice. Izuku looked to his master with a reassuring smile. "It's okay, master. I was bound to get caught eventually, also fighting would just cause more problems than solve them." A paramedic cautiously came up to them, but Izuku just whispered a thank you as he handed All Might to them with Gran Torino following. Izuku let out his millionth sigh as he put his hand up and behind his back while dropping to his knees. Immediately the police charged Izuku, roughly slamming him to the ground and making him grunt as his broken ribs flared in pain. They snapped a pair of anti-quirk cuffs on him and started to roughly carry Izuku into the back of a police van. This is when the first seeds of disagreement appeared in Japan and started right on the battlefield. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? He's injured," shouted a fellow cop, shoving his colleague off of Izuku, causing an uproar among the force. "He's a criminal just like the rest, remember. Who cares if he gets a couple of more bruises?" responded the cop that got pushed. The whole force on scene instantly started arguing with each other, one side saying Izuku was a criminal and that was the bottom line, while the others argued he should be given simple decency as a human being. They were so enthralled with their argument they failed to notice Izuku continue to walk and take a seat in the back of a police van. "Oi, can I go to my cell already?" The cops turned to Izuku in shock, seeing him casually sitting in the back of the van. The cops were knocked out of their stupor and quickly started transporting Izuku to prison. Izuku went to a prison cell that night while All Might went to a hospital. Japan was in an uproar after that night. The next day was chaos in every aspect of Japan. The Hero Society, the general public, the government, and even other nations were talking about one thing: Izuku Midoriya. Was he a hero or a villain? Did he deserve a true chance at being a hero, or did he deserve to rot in prison? What complicated matters was All Might had announced his retirement, and with Izuku behind bars, crime had skyrocketed overnight. All Might's chosen successor was behind bars, leading to chaos in the streets. That's another factor complicating things. All Might himself entrusted Izuku to protect the future. Japan was truly split in half by this situation. The public and foreign nations wanted Izuku free, one for the peace and hope he could bring to the country, and second to hopefully become an international hero like All Might. The opposing side was the government and Hero Association. Their front was that justices needed to be rightfully served no matter the person. However, in reality, they gave two shits about justice. They just wanted control of Izuku. If they could gain control of Izuku and his quirk, Japan once again would be completely under their control. They failed with All Might, but they won't fail with Izuku. If need be, they will make the next Lady Nagant, but All Might made things complicated. The plan was to imprison Izuku isolate for several months and secretly mold him into the perfect weapon. However, with Izuku now on the world stage, they couldn't go the sneaky approach, they had to be direct. Izuku sat in his cell staring at the wall with a blank look. In front of him was an ugly grub that he didn't even look at. It's been 2 days since his arrest, and from what he heard it would be another 2 weeks until his trial. Izuku already figured out what they were trying to do. They wanted to break him. It's been 2 days and the only interaction he's had was the guard that handed him the slop. Izuku sighed as he laid his head on the floor. What a pain in the ass. Izuku massaged the crude bandages on his chest before closing his eyes. Elsewhere, Toshinori in a double cast on both arms could be seen in a suit as he slowly walked into a news station. Today he was going to set something straight for the whole world. It didn't take long for him to get escorted to the newsroom for his interview with a prominent news anchor that talked about the politics of Hero Society, usually whatever the association told him to say. Rin Itochi, a 50-year-old news anchor, either tears down careers or supports them unconditionally depending on what the association tells him. Truly just a lapdog that barks whenever its owner tells it to. Toshinori had encounters with the man plenty of times on both sides of the dog's barking. Toshinori sat down in his guest chair, ignoring the live audience in the room cheering him. He had his eyes only on Itochi. The ugly bastard with greased back black hair, a pudgy face with ugly yellow eyes. Overall, Toshinori had always hated him. Toshinori sat across from the Itochi, effectively beginning the interview. So, All Might, what's the pleasure of this surprise interview request? I think you know what I want to talk about, Itochi. Itochi let out a giggle that made Toshinori grind his teeth before the ugly man came to a serious expression. All due respect, All Might. You are the least qualified person to speak on the behalf of that criminal. You are the embodiment of both a true and legit hero, someone that shows hard work and perseverance will lead you to success. This boy is the complete opposite, someone that embodies the laziness of hard work and complete disrespect of our society. You forgot luck, huh? It isn't all just hard work and perseverance, it also, unfortunately, comes down to luck. The luck of the quirk you were born with, the luck of the financial situation your family is in, and the luck of whether or not your peers like you. Young Midoriya lost the draw in every single one of those categories, yet he never gave up. I also understand how that feels, so I think I am the most qualified. Now let me ask you something, Itochi. Do you think Izuku Midoriya deserves to rot in prison with a convicted murderer and rapist as his neighbors for saving people? Do you think that's fair? It's not about fairness, All Might. It's about justice and being consistent with it. If we make an exception for this kid, who's to say we won't for the next and the one after that? Then that law is pointless, and who's to say this won't cause a domino effect on other laws or even lack in respect to our judicial system? It may seem preposterous now, but who to say it won't be reality later on? That's why if you commit a crime you need to accept your punishment. Toshinori smiled as the man fell right into his trap. Onezu would be proud. Your quirk allows you to develop a VHS tape of anything you've seen, correct? The ugly man nodded, confused about where All Might was going with this. So, let's say you witnessed a crime happen right in front of you, like let's say an armed robbery. The robber runs away right in front of you, but his quirk is a kind of super speed, so he's long gone by the time heroes or police arrive. Now, this criminal would get away scot-free unless you use your quirk, would you? Itochi answered honestly before he realized it was a trap by Toshinori. Of course, that criminal needs to be brought to justice. Before Itochi could acquit what he had said, Toshinori went on the attack. Then I assume you have no problem with going to jail as well. After all, you broke the law, said Toshinori with a smug look. Itochi flushed with anger and embarrassment. He quickly tried to save face, but it just went in Toshinori's favor even more. This is different, All Might. I am using my quirk to bring a criminal to justice. That brat was using his quirk to brew chaos in the streets and undermine the authority of the heroes. In America, they have a law called the Good Samaritan law. Ironic, right? Anyways, in case you didn't know, it basically gives immunity to someone that saves someone that might have broken a law in the process. So, let's say someone is about to get hit by a car. A person with a speed quirk nearby could save that person without receiving any repercussions. Shouldn't young Midoriya get this same treatment? We aren't in America, All Might, growled Itochi as he desperately tried to keep his cool but was failing. Toshinori dropped his smile and looked serious and stern at Itochi. The camera picks up All Might losing his smile for the first time on camera. Maybe that's the problem. The room went deadly silent with Itochi and all the other occupants in the room holding a face of shock. The message or threat was clear. All Might would leave Japan permanently if he isn't satisfied with the trial. I believe this interview is over. Just like that, Toshinori got up and walked away. Ochako turned off her broken TV with a frown. She knew what Toshinori was planning, but she didn't think it would be that drastic. It's been an annoying couple of days for her, from the police constantly monitoring and questioning her involvement with Izuku. Her classmates constantly called her asking if she knew her boyfriend was a vigilante. Of course, she had to deny everything so she didn't get arrested as well. However, she couldn't complain too much. After all, Izuku was the one behind bars. All she could do was pray and be there for Inko. Momo turned her TV off, or rather had her maid turn it off, as she laid back on her king-size bed. She had been hurt for a while, but it doubled when she learned that Izuku was the Good Samaritan. She felt betrayed, that the friend she grew to love didn't even think of telling his secret to her. Yet, he told her, without probably a second thought. She knew deep down in her logical intelligent mind that it was just common sense he would tell his girlfriend over just a girlfriend, yet all her insecurities blinded her from this obvious common sense. Why am I not good enough? What's so different between me and her? I could give him anything he could ever dream of. Yet he still only saw her. Thought Momo as silent tears of frustration fell down her face. Class 1A and 1B both felt conflicted about Izuku's reveal. 1A besides Bakugo and Ochako wondered what caused Izuku to become a vigilante, while 1B felt like it was their fault for isolating Izuku from the rest of them. Kendo especially felt guilty as she had been one of the ones to move away from Izuku, yet he still saved her without a second thought. She needed to properly thank Izuku for saving her and apologize. Najire really didn't care that Izuku was the Good Samaritan, all she wanted was for Izuku to be free again. To her it made sense that Izuku didn't tell her his secret, she was self-aware enough to know she couldn't keep a secret. To her, the Izuku that she got to know and the Izuku that held secrets from her was the same person, but that doesn't mean they weren't friends. Everyone deserves to keep their own secrets. The heroes also mostly rallied behind Izuku, while the ones that weren't douches are under the Hero Association's thumb. The major supporters were Mirko, Ryaku, Crust, Hawks, and obviously, All Might. They believed it would be a waste for all that talent to be wasted to rot in prison. Well, the first two just wanted to meet him, but you get the picture. Other heroes also wanted to meet him again under better circumstances. Mandalay wanted to meet Izuku to properly thank him for saving her and Kota, plus maybe try something. You just wanted to talk with Izuku once again, she honestly didn't care about him being a vigilante. The one girl that was having the time of her life was Mei, since Izuku's reveal unlocked a world of opportunities for her. Now she knew what costume he liked, what support items he used, and even his measurements thanks to an email from an anonymous user. She had a gut feeling Izuku would be freed, so she went to work making sure his costume would be ready for his return. Soon the 2 weeks passed, with the day of the trial finally arriving. The courthouse was packed to the brim with heroes and guards, reporters with cameras, and even queues upon queues of important people wanting to be a part of the action. Izuku was already sitting in his defense seat, handcuffed to it by his feet with his arms shackled to the table. He held a soft smile, still showing that the 2 weeks of isolation didn't break him. As the trial was about to start, the entrance of the courtroom slammed open, revealing Toshinori in a suit and serious expression. All Might, what are you doing here? Asked the judge, utterly confused by All Might's presence throwing off the rigged trial. Toshinori sat next to Izuku and smiled at the judge. Well, it's very simple, Your Honor. If my protege is going through this, then it should be common sense that I go through this with him. After all, it was my idea for him to become a vigilante. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.